With more headlines that we're following closely this morning. Nick, it's a heavy day in Australia as they begin to bury some of those who were killed in Sunday's terror attack at Bondi Beach.
Absolutely, Anna. It's just it's painful, and so many are still grieving through this process. Good morning to you, and good morning to everyone at home. The first funerals were held overnight for the victims of that anti-Semitic attack. Thousands attended the funerals for two rabbis who were at the Hanukkah event on Sunday. Today, Australian officials charged the surviving gunman with 15 counts of murder, one charge for each person killed. Leaders also announced plans to further restrict gun ownership laws and how many guns a person can own. They also pledged more action to stamp out anti-Semitism. A pledge echoed by President Trump during a Hanukkah event at the White House Tuesday.
But the story of Hanukkah reminds us that light will always prevail over darkness, and faith and triumph over fear. Together, let us honor the eternal flame and the faith that has always protected the Jewish people. You are protected. You are special, special people.
The shooter just came out of a coma and is expected to be interrogated in the coming days. Officials are looking into his and his father's alleged ties to ISIS and a recent visit to an area in the Philippines known to have small groups of militants. Police killed the father, who is said to have been the other gunman. Today, Nick Reiner is expected in court for the first time to face charges for allegedly killing his parents, Rob Reiner and Michelle Singer Reiner. The 32-year-old is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. He wasn't medically cleared for court on Tuesday. Now, Reiner's attorney is Alan Jackson, who you may remember is known for working on high-profile cases like Harvey Weinstein and Karen Reed's trials. The couple were found stabbed to death Sunday. No motive has been given, but reports say Nick and Rob were seen arguing at a holiday party on Saturday, and Nick was behaving strangely. Hyundai and Kia are going to retrofit more than 4 million cars over theft concerns. You might remember this story on Morning in America and all over social media, videos showing how easy it was to steal those cars. Well, 35 state attorneys general were investigating the automakers for not having proper anti-theft technology on certain vehicles. The retrofit could cost more than $500 million, and the companies are ordered to compensate owners whose cars have been damaged or stolen. If your vehicle's model and year is impacted, you will get a notice. A federal judge says he's unlikely to side with a group looking to temporarily stop President Trump's White House ballroom project. He says the National Trust for Historic Preservation hasn't shown that the renovation will cause irreparable harm if it moves forward. The East Wing has already been torn down, but there is still the matter of work underground that could dictate the ballroom's final design. The judge did say he will hold another hearing in January on the group's request to pause construction pending independent reviews and congressional approval. Either way, Anna, the project seems to be moving forward.
Yeah, Trump says the show must go on. He's hoping so anyway. Nick, thank you so much. Well, the Ronald McDonald House offers a home away from home to families who have children needing hospital care all year round. But for the holidays, the organization makes sure that families not only have a home, but that they also have presents under the tree, too. So that's why the Ronald McDonald House Charities of Greater Charlotte, North Carolina, is offering a free holiday shopping store again this year, all the way up until Christmas Eve. And joining us now to talk more is the CEO for the Ronald McDonald House Charities of Greater Charlotte, Denise Cubbage. Denise, lovely to see you today.
Good morning, Anna. It's good to see you again. It feels like you were just here, right?
Yeah, my kids were just meeting Santa Claus at the Ronald McDonald House there with you, having hot cocoa last week. Well, tell us why this holiday store is so important and who it's helping.
You know, Anna, thank you so much again for letting us be here today. You know, we love the holidays here at the Ronald McDonald House. I mean, the last place that any family wants to spend their holidays is having a sick child and having a sick child who is in the hospital. So, you know, we are all about how do we create a sense of normal? How do we anticipate what can bring the most comfort and care to our families, especially this time of year. So the holiday shop is a long tradition here at the Ronald McDonald House of Charlotte. So we are able to serve not only the families in the house, but we also serve our 2 local children's hospitals, Hemby Children's Hospital and Levine Children's Hospital, all of the families get tickets to our Toyland so they can come on site, they can shop, they leave. It's like a department store experience. I mean, they come in, they get to select the gifts that they want for their children. We have volunteers that come in and they run the shop and they wrap the gifts so that our parents are leaving with, they're ready for Christmas, ready for the holidays. If you're a last minute shopper like me and you end up with a sick child in the hospital, you don't have time to think about, how you're going to take care of not just your own child, but if there's siblings. And the holiday shop is a way that we can take that stress away from the families at this time of year. So we've served over 100 families so far this year. Last year we served 250. It's been very busy this week. So it's just a place where you really can feel the spirit, stronger.
You absolutely can. Every time I walk into that house, I just feel overwhelmed with emotion. And right now it's all decorated for Christmas. It looks beautiful, almost like Cracker Barrel or something in there for all of the families. And for people who aren't familiar with the Ronald McDonald House Charities, you do provide a home away from home for the families of these seriously ill children. And very often they might be coming to Charlotte or wherever the Ronald McDonald House is. They're all over the globe. I even volunteered at one in Sydney, Australia. But they are coming from far away, and they've got medical bills. They've obviously got the stress of having a sick child, figuring out how to entertain that child's siblings sometimes. How stressful can it be to, try to figure out a hotel as well when you're coming from out of town, and how you alleviate that pain?
Well, and it's not just the fact that, we help them to understand how to navigate an area that's not familiar, but, it's the connections that they make with other families who are staying at the house alongside them, when they can connect with other families who are sharing a similar experience, because when you have a sick child, that's the only thing that matters. And the fact that they can really connect with these other families, that they are able to really kind of understand how to navigate their care. And it's not just focusing on navigating the care of their children, but it's also how do you keep the rest of the parts of your life moving forward, right?
Yeah. Because life has to go on, doesn't it?
Yeah, the financial stress of having a hotel that you would have to pay for. I mean, our families pay nothing to stay with us, and there's no limit on how long they stay. We're here for them as long as they need us.
Amazing, amazing. It's a lot more than a hotel room, too. You've got the game rooms for the kids and the kitchen where they can make their own meals, and volunteers that come and serve as well. Denise Cubbage, thank you so much for what you're doing. Great to see you today. Well, the Queen of Christmas, Mariah Carey, is taking her talents overseas for a very special reason. NewsNation's senior story editor, Paula Froelich, is here with the scoop. Good morning to you, Paula.
Morning, friends.
Hey, so she just announced some exciting news for us to look forward to. What is it?
Oh my gosh, I cannot wait for this. Mariah is going to open the Winter Olympics on February 6th in Milan, and I, for one, am here for it. She's in Vegas right now doing her Christmas special. She's going to be able to spend Christmas at home, have a little minute, and then jet off to Europe.
Nice. All right, now tell us about this one. Donald Trump Jr. is an engaged man. Tell us how the news was announced.
Oh my goodness, this is a big one. So Donald Trump Jr. and his girlfriend, now fiance, Bettina Anderson, went up to Camp David last weekend. He got down on one knee. He proposed with like an 8-carat rock. It's huge. And she, of course, said yes. And President Trump then announced it later that evening at an event at the White House. Now, this is fascinating. I mean, I'm hearing they're probably going to get married pretty soon, I would say this year. They've only really been dating a year. And this is crazy. He still lives in a house that he co-owns with his ex, Kimberly Guilfoyle Newsom, who is now the ambassador to Greece.
Yeah, she's out of the country. All right, Paula, I saw the video, and Trump actually, he looked, Trump Sr., 47, looked really tickled by all of it, and I thought it was funny, too.
Oh, God,
Don
he's
Jr.,
so happy.
he said, you get down and you ask, and you never know what they're going to say. Thank goodness she said yes. Finally, let's move on and talk about George Clooney. I saw a headline that read, he's no longer kissing girls on screen after this intense conversation with them all.
Oh, yeah. He said when he turned 60, he talked to his wife. He said, that's it. I'm pulling a Paul Newman. where Paul Newman at one point was like, you know what? The only person I want to kiss is my wife, Joanne. And I think George is there with them all. And he's just kind of like, you know what? I'm too old to be going after these romantic roles. Let some other people do it. Let the 25-year-olds do that. Not me. I'm done.
Yeah, I like it, man. He's a silver fox, and he's like, I got my girl, and I'm going to stick with her and nobody else. The Scoop with NewsNation's senior story editor, Paula Froelich. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, the president is going to be delivering these remarks at 9 o'clock Eastern from the diplomatic reception room. You can watch live along with analysis of the address with a special edition of On Balance with Leland Vittert right here on NewsNation. So don't miss it.
in his home on McLean Street in DuPont.
Donnell Brunson of Taylor was convicted of first-degree murder back in September. Police arrived on scene. They found a strong odor of natural gas and blood.
Yesterday, crews from several departments.
His girlfriend in Scranton.
2822 News Midday starts right now.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. I'm Tom Williams. All right, let's get a quick check on our forecast. Logan is on the roof right now where the sun is trying to peek out and the temperature is a little bit warmer.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. A little bit warmer than really what we've experienced over the past several weeks. As temperatures trying to get back to the low 40s this afternoon. We'll show you the numbers right now, and still most areas into the 30s, but a few 40s peaking out. 36 right now. Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, 41 in Mount Pocono, 39 in Stroudsburg, and currently still at 40 in Lewisburg. And when you look at the temperature change compared to 24 hours ago, pretty impressive. Anywhere from 10 to even 20 degrees warmer. So certainly noticing quite the difference. And those those winds are out of the south and west, which is helping with our temperatures to warm up a little bit more into the lower 40s. But with that said, still will be a little bit breezy from time to time here this morning into the afternoon. Satellite radar showing still a lot of clouds here across most of our region. Few peaks of sun for some people, but overall we're expecting those clouds to kind of remain stubborn for the rest of the day. Tom, we're going to talk about a mild pattern here that will last into the end of the week, but with that it will also come with some rain and even perhaps some snow showers. All those details, timing everything out in just a few minutes.
Logan, thanks. We're going to begin today with world news, where a suspected gunman in the Australia Hanukkah attack was charged with 15 counts of murder today as hundreds gather to begin funerals for the victims. A father and son are accused of killing 15 people in a shooting targeting Jews at a beach in Sydney on Sunday. More than 20 others still in hospitals. The 24-year-old suspected shooter was charged today at the hospital where he's been since officers shot him. His father, who was the other gunman, died at the scene. And as the Jewish community around here celebrates Hanukkah, they're also coming together in the wake of that tragedy. 2822's Avery Nape reports an event in Lackawanna County was held to both celebrate the holiday and rally around the faith.
The root cause of violence is the hate. It is the evil that goes unchecked.
Wednesday's Hanukkah celebration at the Jewish Discovery Center in Waverly Township was very much a celebration of the Jewish holiday, but it was also a reminder of the strength of community, especially one centered on faith in the face of hatred.
The Jewish community has just suffered another tragedy in Australia, and the best we can do is stick together and show up and celebrate life.
Sunday's attack on a Hanukkah celebration in Australia claimed the lives of 15 people and was fresh on the minds of those who attended.
It's a terrible tragedy. It shouldn't happen. And people must stand up, not just to the violence, but also to the hate that leads to the violence.
I've got twin girls that are 6 years old, and I have to think about how I want to explain the hatred that is in the world today.
The attack, one that many are calling an act of anti-Semitic terrorism, is one that shook the Jewish community worldwide. But it was not the first. At Wednesday's gathering, a survivor of the infamous October 7th attack recounted her experience as a hostage taken by Hamas.
A rocket comes exactly where I was sleeping. The cement is flying all over the place. Glasses all over the place.
While the massacre at Bondi Beach may have cast a shadow on the holiday season, the Jewish community here in NEPA and around the world are rallying together as a light in the darkness.
We have to figure out how to combat that, which is by adding in goodness, adding in kindness, adding in love, being a positive force to the world around us.
In Waverly Township, Avery Nape, 2822 News.
In other news today, Vice President J.D. Vance made a stop in the Allentown area. That speech comes a week after the president visited the Poconos. Vance spoke at Uline Shipping Supplies in Lehigh County, focusing on what the White House is doing to ease inflation. He took questions from reporters about the economy, jobs, and health care.
Good morning, Mr. Vice President. My name is...
The health insurance system is totally broken. It's been broken for 15 years, and we're working with Congress, both Democrats and Republicans, to come up with a solution. 61,000 jobs added in the month of November, and that's not all. We saw private sector wage growth grow at a rate of 4.2%.
Meanwhile, the latest U.S. jobs report offered a mixed bag. The Labor Department says employers added 64,000 jobs last month, though the economy also shed 105,000 jobs in October. The November numbers beat economists' expectations. However, unemployment has hit a four-year high, rising to 4.6% in November. There's now extra time to apply for health insurance coverage through Penny. That's Pennsylvania's health insurance marketplace. The enrollment period has been extended until December 31st to ensure health insurance coverage starts on New Year's Day. It's all due to the federal updates, including the expiration of federal tax credits, which will increase the cost of Penny coverage next year. And that takes us to our Instapoll question of the day. Are current prices affecting your holiday plans? You can vote on our Instapoll by scanning the QR code on your screen on 2822news.com or the drop-down menu on the app. After you do that, head to our Facebook page and leave a comment about why you chose the option, and it could be featured in one of our newscasts. A vote to expand a hospital's footprint in Scranton is getting mixed reaction. City Council voted earlier this month to allow Geisinger CMC to expand across Mulberry Street to Colfax Avenue. The new construction includes a new building with extra beds and services, as well as a parking garage and a bridge connecting it to the main campus. Those living in that part of the hill section fought to stop the expansion in 2023. After rezoning was reintroduced, discussed, and barely passed by a single vote, many are disappointed.
Having a 75-foot building, 100-foot building, whatever it is, behind us with windows of people looking down at us, losing our view, losing our privacy, it's upsetting. I mean, it's not what anybody would want.
Some say they plan to attend future city council meetings to speak about the rezoning. You can find Geisinger's full statement on our website, 2822news.com. Police made an arrest in the sexual assault of a 15-year-old in Luzerne County. Skylar Leffert was picked up by Wyoming Regional Police last night. Investigators say the 27-year-old gave the girl alcohol at his home in Exeter and then assaulted her. Court documents show he's also accused of sexually assaulting another child in 2023. He is set to stand trial for that crime next year. He was denied bail. And a killer is going to prison for life for the murder of his girlfriend in Scranton. Donnell Brunson was given a life sentence yesterday. The man from Taylor was convicted of first-degree murder back in September. Prosecutors say Brunson attacked and beat Danielle Barbuti at a home on Lake Avenue in 2023. Police report when they arrived, there was a strong odor of natural gas and blood all over that home. Authorities believe Brunson attempted to cause an explosion by leaving the stove on. No cause yet on a deadly fire in Luzerne County. The coroner reports 77-year-old Thomas Kudrako died in his home on McLean Street in DuPont yesterday. Crews from several departments battled those flames that were coming from the roof, and neighbors tell us that fire spread quickly. It is still under investigation. A driver was trapped for a time after this crash in Wilkes-Barre. A car landed on its side just outside the 2822 News studios on South Franklin Street yesterday. People ran to the scene to find one man inside the SUV who was still speaking to them. Police cut through the windshield to free him. Authorities have not said how badly he was hurt or what caused that crash. And we now know how hundreds of millions were spent on roads this year and the ones set to reopen. State officials say more than $890 million was invested across 6 counties in Northeast PA in 2025. That includes more than 578 miles of road improvements, 49 bridges repaired or replaced, and thousands of miles of new road markings. And that also announced the Greenridge Street Bridge and twin bridges at the 84-380 split in Dunmore expected to open this week. Area students are being recognized for their efforts to raise awareness about drugs and alcohol. The winners of the 2025 Holiday Poster Contest, hosted by the Lackawanna-Susquehanna Office of Drug and Alcohol Program, were honored at a special ceremony at the Scranton Cultural Center last night. Their artwork features messages against drug use, drinking, and driving, and promotes celebrating the holidays while sober. More than 1,200 posters were entered in that competition from students in grades 1 through 12 from schools across Lackawanna County.
I chose the globe for New Year's because I feel like New Year's is like a really good time of year to reflect on yourself and make important changes. So I chose New Year's to make the change to stop drinking and driving on the road and to stay sober.
The winning posters will be featured in a billboard campaign in Lackawanna County. Authorities released new surveillance footage in those college killings, the possible gun site, and the latest on the search when we come back.
now.
Well, authorities are asking for help to identify the person police say might have been casing the area hours before Saturday's deadly shooting at Brown University. Jared Hill reports one of the students who was shot last weekend is now telling his story.
It's a slightly clearer glimpse at the possible Brown University gunman. Authorities releasing enhanced surveillance video as the manhunt in Providence stretches into day 5.
We believe that he was actually casing out this area to commit the crime.
The person of interest, said to be about 5'8", seen walking through the residential neighborhood near Brown hours before the attack.
I'm confident that a member of the public is going to recognize this person, perhaps a family member. Some cases have broken this way after a period of days.
Overnight on social media, President Trump criticized the school's surveillance system, asking, why did Brown have, quote, so few security cameras? There are more than 1,000 surveillance cameras across Brown University's campus, but investigators say with the shooting happening at the edge of campus and in an older building, none of the cameras were in position to capture the shooter. Freshman Jacob Spears was coming out of a study session when he was shot Saturday. He spoke with CBS News.
First, I was confused, but then I realized what was happening. I ran. He got me in the back, but adrenaline did me good, and I was able to get up and run.
As the search for clues continues, the community is seeking comfort. Hundreds packed a church at the heart of campus, honoring the 2 students killed and 9 injured in last weekend's mass shooting.
I keep thinking it could have been me. You know, I live a block away from the building where it happened, and I was in the building just a few days before.
A moment to rebuild hope with a sense of safety shattered.
And meanwhile, Los Angeles prosecutors announced film director Rob Reiner's son Nick will be charged with first-degree murder in the killings of his parents. Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle were found stabbed to death in their home on Sunday, the day after they were heard fighting loudly with their son at a holiday party. If Nick Reiner is found guilty, he faces life in prison without parole or possibly the death penalty if prosecutors decide to pursue that. And a homicide investigation is underway after a professor at Massachusetts Institute of Technology was killed. The 47-year-old professor of nuclear science was found shot in his home near Boston Monday night. He was taken to the hospital where he died Tuesday. He was researching clean energy technology. Now, people were shocked by his death, with students and staff turning out for a vigil to mourn the loss. No suspects have been taken into custody. And Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says he will not release video of the boat strike that killed survivors in the Caribbean. He and the Secretary of State briefed the House and Senate yesterday about the ongoing operations. They defended the more than 20 boat strikes off the coast of Venezuela as a mission against drug trafficking. It comes to some question the legality of the September 2nd follow-up strike that killed survivors. And the president has called for a total and complete blockade on all sanctioned oil tankers that enter or depart Venezuela. Trump made the announcement in a social media post last night. It's the latest in the administration's efforts to place pressure on that country's president. And the Powerball jackpot continues to grow. The prize for tonight's drawing has reached more than $1.2 billion, with an estimated cash value of more than $570 million. We'll get a look at your forecast coming up next.
Avenue.
Welcome back, everyone, here on this Wednesday morning. A more comfortable start out there today, where we had temperatures in the 20s and 30s, where it wasn't as cold and frigid, and the single digits and teens like we've had for the past few mornings. A live look right now here from our Wilkes-Barre camera. There's been a few areas that have seen a few peaks of sun, but for the most part, those clouds have pretty much been stubborn, and expecting those to kind of win out here for the rest of the day. But with that said, I think there will be a few more peaks of sun trying to sneak through a little bit later this afternoon, especially from west to east. You can see off towards around State College, we do have more sunshine here, parts of Clinton, parts of Lycoming County. But for the most part, though, lots of clouds here for most of our region at this time. Satellite radar showing there's a cloud cover here over most of our area. But with that said, though, things are still pretty quiet, and we're expecting quiet conditions to continue for today and also for tomorrow. Temperatures right now 36 Wilkes-Barre, Scranton 40 for Hazleton, 39 for Lehighton, currently at 38 for Lewisburg, and also at 32 in Williamsport. Those winds also out of the southwest, anywhere from 5, 10, even upwards of 15 miles per hour. So will remain quite breezy here for this afternoon. Some of those gusts right now you can see ranging anywhere from 20 to even 30 miles per hour. So will remain a little bit breezy. Winds relax tonight and then pick up later tomorrow. And we'll really have some gusty winds here by Friday. So looking at our high temperatures today, reaching into the lower 40s, average highs typically right around 40 this time of year. But it will turn cold tonight. We'll look for our lows to fall back into the lower 20s and even a few spots into the upper teens. Won't be the case tomorrow night. We'll show you why in a second. Futurecast showing you the rest of the day still looks pretty quiet. Generally more clouds and sun, but expecting a few peaks here and there, especially later this afternoon. Then as we get into tonight, we're looking for a partly cloudy sky. Then for your Thursday, overall expecting a partly sunny sky here, a mix of clouds and some sunshine, and then we'll see some showers breaking out during the evening. And we're talking about the strong cold front that's going to be pushing through for Thursday night into Friday morning. And that will bring us around for some steadier, even perhaps heavier rain, and even perhaps a rumble of thunder or two, not out of the question. So we'll look for good soaking rain here overnight for Thursday night into early Friday morning. Though temperatures are going to be falling. We'll be kind of hitting our high temperature late Thursday evening and early Friday morning. So that's going to be the warmest part of the day. Winds will pick up out of the northwest. We'll see even a changeover, mix over with a little bit of snow trying to mix in too late morning and into the afternoon. And even temperatures will be falling pretty much from the 40s back to the 20s by Friday night. So rain returning here for Thursday night to Friday morning. Some of that steady, heavy at times, but also those winds picking up. Some of those gusts anywhere from 25, even upwards of 40 miles per hour. And with these temperatures next few days into the 40s, we will be looking for that snow to melt, but also with that, in combination with the rain, there will be the potential for some minor flooding issues, especially areas of poor drainage and ponding on roadways. And with temperatures overnight still below freezing tonight, be mindful of some black ice by tomorrow morning. We're into the upper 40s here for Thursday and early Friday morning, and then generally more seasonable here for this weekend. So for today, mostly cloudy, breezy, and warmer temperatures, lower 40s, and then for tonight, looking for a partly cloudy sky, seasonably cold and not as breezy with lows into the lower 20s. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. So for Thursday, partly sunny sky. We'll have some rain returning here as we get into Thursday night. And then for Friday, still some steadier rain early in the morning, otherwise some snow showers mixing on the backside. Windy or high of 48 early in the morning, 1, 2 a.m., falling throughout the day. And then Saturday into Sunday, Tom, we're expecting more clouds and sun. First day of winter on Sunday. And we'll feel more like winter from Monday into Tuesday, back into the 30s. But at least we got some 40s there. And yeah, Wolf, it has been over these past several weeks.
Yes, and I saw when I was out before the sunshine trying to peek through. I like that.
It's trying, but those clouds are stubborn.
I know. Thank you. It is the most wonderful time of the year, according to Logan. Don't forget to enter the 12 days of streaming sweepstakes. You can download the 2822 Now app on your Roku TV or Fire TV. Scan the QR code there and enter your information to win amazing prizes and groceries from SureSafe. You could only enter on the 2822 Now app on your TV. And the holidays are here, and Toys for Tots in Monroe County is giving gifts. We'll have that story when we come back. Well, Christmas is a week away, and Toys for Tots in the Poconos is giving gifts to children in need. 2822's Heidi Martens explains the Marines still collecting toys for the holiday season.
Inside this warehouse, the holiday spirit was on full display, with toys that are all headed into the hands of local children. This year, Toys for Tots distributed over 20,000 toys to over 5,000 children in Monroe County. This is John Dixon's 23rd Christmas, and he says it could not be done without the help of the community.
Unfortunately, there's always going to be people in need, but through the grace of God and the donations of the citizens of Monroe County, we'll always be there for them. That is our mission, to help children in need.
This organization is powered by volunteers, including the U.S. Marines, who spend a lot of their time recruiting those individuals that can help with collecting, sorting, and distributing toys.
And what I look forward to is just being able to see the smiles on everyone's face, knowing that when I was that young, opening up a present was awesome. Now that I'm a little older, seeing the smile on, the individuals, the young kids, the teenagers, Christmas makes me feel a little bit better inside.
The generosity extends beyond collecting toys in bins. Pocono Mountain Regional EMS found a creative way to give back by designing custom badges and having an internal fundraiser, with every dollar going straight to Toys for Tots.
We care about our community, and we appreciate all the work that the ladies and gentlemen do at the Marine Corps for Toys for Tots. So we wanted to make sure that we had a fundraiser to raise a little bit of money to help out our community and support their work. You
can always bring toys to donate to the Stroudsburg Recruitment Center to help families for the holidays. Reporting in Monroe County, Heidi Martens, 2822 News.
Another look at the forecast next. So you're telling me put away my sunglasses today, right?
For now, yeah. And there may be a few peaks of sun, but at that point, Tom, I think you're going to be home and you won't be moving, so you won't be outside. Looking at the forecast here before we go, still looking for generally more clouds and sun, but a few peaks will be possible later this afternoon. Breezy temperatures, lower 40s, and then upper 40s for tomorrow, partly sunny. Rain moving in here with the cold front Thursday night, and Friday morning there will still be rain, which is why we have an alert day, mainly for the morning, but windy and turning colder behind it. We'll look for our temperatures to drop to the 20s by Friday night. And then, Tom, pretty seasonable here for this weekend, Saturday, Sunday. Temperatures into the 30s to near 40 for the first day of winter on Sunday.
Not looking forward to it, but hey, the faster it's here, the faster it goes.
That's the spirit, right?
Logan, thanks. One Grinch's Christmas crackdown. A big Santa fighting for his place in one town when we come back. All right, check it out. This giant inflatable Santa is causing a real holiday ruckus in one part of Colorado. Kim Posey reports on the tough battle to keep Santa standing tall.
Yeah, take a look. This is the inflatable Santa that has gotten it's 28 feet tall, just about as tall as this house.
Here in the town of Severance, drivers can see the giant inflatable Santa from Harmony Road. Dora Flores and her family put up the Santa this month, but were sent this letter from Fromm and Company saying the Santa Claus located in your backyard is excessive in height and not permitted. Please remove immediately. The letter did not state specific height restrictions, but was accompanied by a list of possible fines. The family took the Santa down for a while, but then the community got involved.
We stand with Santa!
They created a social media campaign and reached out to community officials trying to save Santa. Then Flores received the news.
This morning, I did receive a call from the upper management of our HOA apologizing and letting us know that we can keep Santa and that it was a mistake on their behalf.
These neighbors gathered to celebrate today. Santa has gained a few friends in the neighborhood, although not quite as big.
And the family says it plans to keep Santa up until after Christmas. That's what I say. Fight the power, Gianna.
I'm right there with you. My grandmother used to keep the tree up and put like heart lights on it.
Okay.
Till February.
But it wasn't 28 feet tall. That's the only difference.
That's a little bit different. All right, turning to some top trending stories now this morning. Sick of the usual ball drop on New Year's? Why not go see a peep drop? That's right, Peeps, which are made in PA, are throwing their annual Peep Fest on New Year's Eve right here next to us in Bethlehem. Images provided by Peeps show past Peep Fest celebrations, including the 4'9", 400-pound Peep that will drop at midnight. The festival will also feature fireworks, activities for kids, and a sneak peek at the new Peeps flavors dropping this Easter. I had no idea this was a thing.
See that, Peeps? Yeah, that company just born in Bethlehem makes hot tamales, my favorite. Do you ever have cherry clans?
No.
They make those are candies from the 80s that I do remember. Necco wafers that were pretty bad. But
I have not tried
Peeps
those.
is, I think, their most famous product, though.
Yeah,
everybody knows Peeps. They're iconic.
Everybody wants a bite.
All right, from Peeps to Jeeps, this is for you, Gianna. Here is the perfect gift for
know.
any Jeep owner in your life: an ugly sweater for your ride. Images provided by Stellantis, that's who makes Jeep, show how you can deck out your wheels for the holidays. The armor is available for sale now on the Mopar site, ranging from $648 for the Wrangler size to $818 for the Gladiator size, and probably somewhere in between for you.
I was going to say, where's the Cherokee size?
You need the Cherokee. They probably have that on the Mopar. That's a lot of money, though, for a wrap like that, don't you think?
Absolutely, for like a wallpaper that goes across, and then what do you do with it? You probably want to take it off, right?
Exactly.
You don't want to damage the paint.
I tell you what, though, I bet you there are a lot of Jeep people out there that would definitely like something like that.
It looks pretty cool.
All right.
Festive thing.
All right, Logan has a Civic. He doesn't have a Jeep, but we're going to check on the forecast right now. You don't need a Jeep because we have no snow in the forecast.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
Not
well,
anymore.
Kind of, yeah.
Well, maybe a couple of days away, right?
Yeah, we're talking mild temperatures at least these next few days, guys. And right now, already above the freezing mark for many areas. Currently at 36 right now, Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, 41 Tunkhannock, 39 for Lehighton, 32 for Williamsport, and Lock Haven right now at 39. As we look at the temperature change, certainly impressive compared to this time yesterday, where it was quite cold. We were stuck into the 20s, and we're running a good 10, even 15, 20 degrees warmer compared to exactly 24 hours ago. Winds are picking up out of the south and west. That's helping to bring some milder air, and will be a little bit breezy too with these winds, 5 to 15 miles per hour sustained. Some gusts 20 to 30 miles per hour potentially today. Otherwise, satellite radar shows still a lot of clouds here over northeastern PA. We're starting to see a little bit more peaks of sun into central PA, but nonetheless, those clouds kind of went out, but there will be expected to see a few peaks for some sunshine here and there. Tom and Gianna, we're going to talk about how long this mild pattern is going to last for, and also looking at some rain and even perhaps some snow showers in the forecast, all coming up in just a few minutes.
See, it wasn't gone yet, Tom.
Right.
We're just getting into winter in a few days. So.
Okay. Logan, thanks. Well, a women's shelter in New Mexico is making sure no one is forgotten on Christmas. They started an angel tree to collect gifts for the people in their care.
Melissa Torres explains the tree was emptied within the first few hours, with community members eager to help lend a hand.
At a domestic violence shelter in Grants, volunteers are hard at work.
looking to spread some holiday cheer to families facing some of the hardest times of their lives.
I'm sure a lot of people have seen on social media the angel trees this year, and so we decided to make one for here.
For decades, angel trees have been used to help kids, with each tree tag giving an idea for a gift that community members can personally buy for a child. The shelter started their very first tree just a week ago with just 10 tags, unaware of the overwhelming support that they'd see.
Those went within the first hour or so, and so we started putting more of the survivors that we've served on the tree, and we're up to 70, and they are all spoken for.
Amanda Baca is one of the many in Grants who grabbed 2 tags.
Domestic violence affects a lot of people, especially here in our little town, and it's a lot of times done in silence. And so being able to help during these hardest parts of their lives, it's nice.
Roberta's Place Executive Director O'Shea Jaramillo says the overwhelming support they've seen has the shelter adding more tags.
It started out of just the children in our shelter and the non-residential clients, their children that we know. And it's turned into also the survivors themselves, the moms in shelter, the moms that have received services before, have also been put on the tree.
Serving more than 300 survivors each year with housing, legal, and other help, Roberta's Place says some extra help in the holidays goes a long way.
A lot of the times people are coming into our shelter and we're the first friendly face that they've seen in a long time, or we're the first people that listen to their stories in a long time. And so being able to give back in this way also has warmed our hearts.
Well, it definitely goes a long way. Okay, an act of true friendship.
2 boys now bonded for life after a near-death experience. Their stories when we return. A birthday party turned into a life or death emergency.
But as Michael Price shows us, thanks to the quick action of one young boy, a tragedy was narrowly avoided.
It was his birthday party, and I was excited, so I just jumped in the pool.
Believing the water was shallow enough to stand in, he jumped. Within seconds, it became clear he had misjudged the depth. Braxton slipped beneath the surface, struggling to stay afloat, without a single cry for help. Clark's grandmother was supervising nearby. She says what happened next changed her perspective forever.
Because I think of someone who can't swim and is drowning, who panics and flails and says help, he didn't say a word. And I think to me that was a huge eye-opening experience to know that you don't necessarily ask for help when you need help.
Braxton continued to struggle, pushing as hard as he could to get to the water's surface.
At one point, he went down. He was down, totally under. Heart was in my throat.
I saw him drowning, he was not really swimming. So I held a hose to get him, and then I got him.
Clark swam to Braxton, lifting him and holding him above the surface, even as the weight pulled him under briefly.
When Clark grabbed him, Clark went under for a little while too, not because he was struggling, but I never thought about the extra weight and the movement and not ever having pulled someone in the water before to try to save them. But I'm very grateful he didn't panic.
Both boys were able to reach the surface safely. Braxton says he knows exactly who saved him.
I was just thanking him, how he just saved my life. And I was thank God. God sent him to save me.
I think this incident, has brought their friendship even closer. And like I told Clark's mom that, sometimes you build a bond with family that's not blood.
He's like family to me. He's my best friend, and I just love to be with him.
What started as a birthday celebration became a powerful reminder of how quickly things can change and how courage, even from the youngest among us, can save a life.
The shirt says it all. Brothers for life.
Bros for life,
Yep.
right?
Coming right back with Logan's forecast.
Welcome back, everyone, here on this Wednesday morning. Hopefully the week's been well. Certainly has been a cold start to the week, but things are starting to warm up here, and that starts today. As we take a live look right now in Pontsville, we've had plenty of clouds this morning. Not a whole lot of sunshine for some areas, but there are a few spots that are seeing a little bit more sunshine currently, and especially out into central Pennsylvania, especially west of Williamsport is where we're seeing a little bit more sun at this time. But still plenty of clouds, though, for really all of northeastern Pennsylvania. South of I-80 is where we're still kind of dealing with the stubborn cloud cover, but expecting at least a few peaks of sun here and there as we go into the rest of the afternoon and early evening. Satellite radar showing otherwise quiet conditions here across the mid-Atlantic, northeast, and down towards the Carolinas. So not really dealing with a whole lot of active weather right now, but we will be looking for that to change here, especially by tomorrow night. Temperatures currently into the 30s and 40s. 42 Tunkhannock, 36 Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, Hazleton at 41, 37 for Pottsville and Lewisburg right now at 40. 40. Those winds here out of the south and west anywhere from 5 to 10 per hour. So the winds have been picking up slowly here this morning, but it will remain kind of breezy as we head into the rest of the afternoon. Some of those gusts occasionally trying to reach between 20 to 30 miles per hour, and we will look for those winds to pick up once again as we get into late Thursday and also into Friday. High temperatures today reaching into the lower 40s, average highs right around 40 this time of year, and we're falling back into the 20s and even a few spots upper teens here as we get into tonight. So futurecast showing as we go into the rest of the day, still looking for at least more clouds and sunshine, but there will be a few peaks trying to sneak through. Then as we get into tonight, we're looking for a partly cloudy sky. Another cold night here with those lows into the lower 20s, upper teens. Then for tomorrow, we're expecting still clouds mixing with some sun. Not wall-to-wall sunshine, but we should have a pretty quiet day till the evening where we see a few showers break out. We stop the clock here around, let's say, early Friday morning, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Rounds of some steady, even perhaps heavier rain will be pushing through, and that will continue as we get into around 6, 7 o'clock, especially eastern PA, starting to break Pennsylvania. The highest temperature of the day will be late Thursday evening into early Friday morning around 1, 2 o'clock. That will be the high temperature, and then we'll just see temperatures fall as we go into the rest of the day, and even a few snow showers trying to mix in here late morning and into the afternoon time frame, and we're right back to the 20s by Friday night. So looking at Thursday night to Friday morning, we do have a weather alert day, especially for Friday morning. Otherwise, rain will be steady and heavy at times. It will also be windy too, and when you factor in the rain with also the rapid snow melt that we'll see over the next few days, be mindful there will be potential for some localized flooding issues, especially areas of poor drainage, ponding on roadways. Most of the streams, creeks, rivers have been still running below, so we're not really anticipating much of an issue there. Every single day here for the first half of December has been below average, making one of the coldest December starts to December on record, at least for Avoca data. Looking at northern tier, 38 Starocca, 44 for Tunkhannock, also into the Poconos are highs into the upper 30s to low and mid 40s, 45 for Stroudsburg, 46 for the high in Pottsville. Susquehanna River Valley also into the mid, even few spots trying to get to the upper 40s today, and our Valley City highs will be into the lower 40s. So here's a look at your 7-day forecast. We are looking for at least a partly sunny sky here for Thursday, and we'll have that rain arriving here as we get into Thursday night. Temperatures into the upper 40s, and then for Friday we do have the alert day, especially early in the morning. Otherwise, the rest of the day turning colder, still windy, and Tom and Gianna looking for more clouds and sun here for Saturday and Sunday. Temperatures more seasonable into the 30s to near 40s. So certainly kind of active, but at least it's not going to be quite as cold here over the coming days. So a little bit of a warm up finally after certainly several weeks where we've been below average.
Finally is right, Logan.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, there are just 3 days left to nominate a remarkable woman making a difference in your community.
And we want to hear about the inspiring women that you know. For our visit 2822news.com/contest to nominate someone today. Remember, you can nominate anyone from the frontline workers to our bedside workers. One extraordinary woman will be selected as our grand prize winner. She will travel to Nashville, Tennessee and participate in the National Remarkable Women Celebration next year, and also have money donated to the charity of her choice.
Celebrating 25 years of a holiday album.
Gwen Baumgartner has your Eye on Entertainment report.
A holiday special hosted by Christina Aguilera will feature special performances of her holiday classics and greatest hits. Christina Aguilera Christmas in Paris will be filmed in front of an intimate audience with the Eiffel Tower as the backdrop. The special will also mark the 25th anniversary of the album, My Kind of Christmas. You can watch the special Monday at 9 on CBS or stream on Paramount Plus. Get ready for a new season of the hit Netflix show Emily in Paris. Actress Lily Collins, who plays Emily Cooper, says this season the show traveled outside of France to Italy.
Nothing could prepare me for its beauty. Everyone was so warm and inviting. The food was amazing. We got so lucky with the weather. It's the perfect backdrop for our show.
You can stream all episodes of Season 5 starting tomorrow. And Sydney Sweeney stars alongside Amanda Seyfried and Brandon Sklenar in the new movie The Housemaid.
Millie's going to be living with us.
She's going to live with us.
Andrew, I told you that.
Sweeney plays a young, destitute woman who finds work as a living maid for an affluent couple.
You're going to be screaming at the screen, you're going to be laughing, you're going to be crying.
The psychological thriller is based on the 2022 novel of the same name.
everything that happens is very earned, and the way you feel at the end will be, I think, cellularly shifted in the best way. I don't know how else to describe it, but it's something that you're going to want to talk about.
Housemaid hits theaters Friday.
Couple good ones there, Tom.
All right, you like Emily in Paris,
interested.
but now you have to watch Emily in Italy. Come on, you're Italian.
That's true.
Still ahead, the apps of the year, all about focus and fun.
The picks that top both Apple and Google's list coming up in today's Tech Report. Well, the apps of the year can help you focus and have fun.
Here's Rich DeBuro with our Tech Report.
Every year, Apple and Google celebrate the apps making a difference, not just in downloads, but also in innovation. And this year, 2 apps made both lists for a mix of focus and fun. Focus, growth, and good old-fashioned games. That's the trend in this year's best apps, according to Apple and Google. Google Play's best everyday essential is Wiser. It's an app with books you can get through in about 15 minutes a day, with a mix of reading and listening. It's $90 a year, but there's always one free book available daily. Apple's app of the year is a visual planner called Timo. Originally built for the neurodivergent community, it works for anyone who wants to feel more organized. Feed it your calendar, routine, and to-do list. It breaks everything down into a color-coded timeline that makes the day feel more manageable. You can also log your mood and use timers to stay on track. For motivation to put down your phone, Focus Friend made both lists this year, both Google for Android and Apple for iOS. It's from popular YouTuber Hank Green. Your animated friend can only knit when you're not using your phone, so the more you step away, the more they work. It's a fun, cozy way to build better focus. Apple also awarded apps for cultural impact, including Art of Fauna. It's a relaxing puzzle game with scrambled animal photos and a calming soundtrack. Be My Eyes connects blind and low vision users with volunteers for virtual help and now uses AI to describe photos. For games, Google Play picked Candy Crush Solitaire as the best pick-up and play. It's a fun, faster take on solitaire with a sweet theme.
Sugar Crush.
I don't know what it is about the game, between the graphics, the candy, and the sounds and the coins. I've got a sweet tooth for it. But the game that topped both lists is a new spin on a global favorite, Pokemon TCG Pocket. It brings the trading card game to your phone with collecting, trading, and battling right on your screen.
Now, I didn't expect this, but I've become quite a fan of that Candy Crush Solitaire. I think it's a combination of the fun soundtrack, easy gameplay, and of course, that sweet theme. Now, I'm going to put all of these award-winning apps on my website. Just go to richontech.tv for the links. And keep in mind, while some of these apps offer a paid plan, almost all of them offer a free level of use as well. I'm Rich DeMuro. That's Rich on Tech.
Finally, a break from the cold. One final look when we come back.
All right, final check of the forecast. Looking for still clouds, some sunshine for today, breezy. Highs lower 40s, upper 40s tomorrow. We'll have rain moving in Thursday night and Friday morning and turning colder as we go into the rest of Friday and more seasonable for this weekend.
And a sneak peek at the Christmas forecast tomorrow from Logan.
Yeah,
tomorrow morning.
Almost there.
Yep.
Thanks for joining us today.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
22 News app.
2822 News at Noon starts right now.
Good afternoon and thank you for joining us. I'm Gianna Galli. Well, there's no doubt December but it's time to bump up from the blasting cold. Let's check in with meteorologist Valerie Smuck for our first look today. Hi, Valerie.
Hi, Gianna. Yes, it's pretty nice when you're actually talking about temperatures that are going to get back closer to average, and that's something we haven't really done much of so far in the month of December. Berry and Scranton, 41 for you into Montrose. We're at 34 in Williamsport, Pottsville sitting at 37. But when you look at where we are now compared to yesterday at this time, it's a bit of a difference. In fact, we have temperatures running anywhere from about 10 to as much as 20 degrees up from yesterday at this time. So it is going to be a much warmer afternoon, not a ton of sunshine, but you'll notice it is going to be a little breezy too. These winds sustained anywhere from about 5 to 15 miles per hour with some locally higher wind gusts as well. In downtown Wilkes-Barre, we do have some cloud cover, trying to get a few peaks of sunshine out there, but not a lot. And you are going to notice relatively quiet weather for now, just that cloud cover here to the east. But I am tracking a return of some wet weather, including rain and snow, coming up here in just a few.
Okay, Valerie, we'll see you shortly. One of the men who killed more than a dozen people in Australia faces a load of charges. A father and son killed 15 in a shooting targeting Jews at a beach in Sydney on Sunday. More than 20 others are still in the hospital. The son was charged today with 15 counts at the hospital where he has been since officers shot him. His father died at the scene. In the wake of tragedy, Hanukkah has become a moment of celebration and sorrow this year. 2822's Avery Nape reports an event in Lackawanna County was held to both celebrate the holiday and to rally around the faith.
The root cause of violence is the hate. It is the evil that goes unchecked.
Wednesday's Hanukkah celebration at the Jewish Discovery Center in Waverly Township was very much a celebration of the Jewish holiday, but it was also a reminder of the strength of community, especially one centered on faith, in the face of hatred.
The Jewish community has just suffered another tragedy in Australia, and the best we can do is stick together and show up and celebrate life.
Sunday's attack on a Hanukkah celebration in Australia claimed the lives of 15 people and was fresh on the minds of those who attended.
It's a terrible tragedy. It shouldn't happen. And people must stand up, not just to the violence, but also to the hate that leads to the violence.
I've got twin girls that are 6 years old, and I have to think about how I want to explain the hatred that is in the world today.
The attack, one that many are calling an act of anti-Semitic terrorism, is one that shook the Jewish community worldwide. But it was not the first. At Wednesday's gathering, a survivor of the infamous October 7th attack recounted her experience as a hostage taken by Hamas.
A rocket comes exactly where I was sleeping. The cement is flying all over the place. Glasses all over the place.
While the massacre at Bondi Beach may have cast a shadow on the holiday season, the Jewish community here in NEPA and around the world are rallying together as a light in the darkness.
We have to figure out how to combat that, which is by adding in goodness, adding in kindness, adding in love, being a positive force to the world around us.
In Waverly Township, Avery Nape, 2822 News.
The conversation of easing inflation hitting our area once again. This time, President J.D. Vance was in the Commonwealth just a week after President Trump visited Monroe County. Vance spoke at U-Line Shipping Supplies in Lehigh County, focusing on plans to drop those prices. He took questions from reporters about the economy, jobs, and health care.
The health insurance system is totally broken. It's been broken for 15 years, and we're working with Congress, both Democrats and Republicans, to come up with a solution. 61,000 jobs added in the month of November, and that's not all. We saw private sector wage growth grow at a rate of 4.2%.
According to the latest U.S. jobs report, U.S. employers added 64,000 jobs in November, though the economy also shed 105,000 jobs in October. According to the latest Labor Department numbers, these numbers beat expectations, but unemployment hit a four-year high, rising to 4.6% in November. There is now extra time to apply for health insurance coverage through Penny, Pennsylvania's health insurance marketplace. The enrollment period has been extended until December 31st to ensure health insurance coverage starts on New Year's Day. This is due to federal updates, including the expiration of federal tax credits, which will increase the cost of Penny coverage next year. And that takes us to our Instapoll question of the day. We are asking, are current prices affecting your holiday plans? You can vote on our Instapoll by scanning the QR code you see right there on your screen, heading to 2822news.com, or at the drop-down menu on our app. Our options there: yes, buying more; yes, buying less; or no. Majority of you say yes, buying less. So let us know what you choose. Head to our Facebook page, leave a comment there. It might be featured in one of our newscasts throughout the day. Well, Geisinger will expand in Scranton, and that news isn't settling well with many. City Council voted earlier this month to allow the hospital to expand across Mulberry Street onto Colfax Avenue after the rezoning was reintroduced, discussed, and barely passed by a single vote. Many are disappointed. The new construction would include a complex for extra beds and services, as well as a parking garage and a bridge connecting the main campus.
Having a 75-foot building, 100-foot building, whatever it is behind us with, windows of people looking down at us, losing our view, losing our privacy. It's upsetting. I mean, it's not what anybody would want.
And those living around Geisinger CMC fought to stop the expansion back in 2023, and now some say they plan to attend future city council meetings to speak about the rezoning. You can find Geisinger's full statement on our website at 2822news.com. A man now charged for sexually assaulting a teenager in Luzerne County. Skylar Leffert was picked up by Wyoming Area Regional Police last night. Investigators say the 27-year-old gave a 15-year-old girl alcohol at his home in Exeter, then assaulted her. Court documents show he's also accused of sexually assaulting another child in 2023. He is set to stand trial for that crime next year. Leffert was denied bail. A killer's going to prison for life for the murder of his girlfriend in Scranton. Donald Brunson was given a life sentence yesterday. The man from Taylor was convicted of first-degree murder back in September. Prosecutors say Brunson attacked and beat Danielle Barbuti at a home on Luke Avenue in 2023. Police say when they showed up to the scene, a strong odor of natural gas came from the house where there was blood all over. Authorities believe Brunson attempted to cause an explosion by leaving the stove on. The cause remains unknown to what sparked a fast-moving, deadly fire in Luzerne County. 77-year-old Thomas Cadraco died in his home on McLean Street in DuPont yesterday morning, according to the coroner. Crews from several departments worked to battle those flames that were coming from the roof of the home. Neighbors tell us that those flames spread quickly, and it's unclear what started it. And check this out. A crash right outside our station building here in Wilkes-Barre. A driver was trapped for some time after that car landed on its side just outside our studio doors on South Franklin Street yesterday. People ran to the scene to find one man inside that SUV who was speaking to them. Police had to cut through the windshield to free him. Authorities haven't said how badly he was hurt or what caused that car to flip. Area students are being recognized for their efforts to raise awareness about drugs and alcohol. The winners of the 2025 Holiday Poster Contest, hosted by the Lackawanna-Susquehanna Office of Drug and Alcohol Program, were honored at a ceremony at the Scranton Cultural Center last night. Their artwork features messages against drug use, drinking and driving, and promotes celebrating the holidays sober. More than 1,200 posters were entered in the competition from students in grades 1 to 12 from schools all across Lackawanna County. Still no suspect in the Brown University shooting. A look at the new evidence investigators hope can help find that killer still ahead. Authorities are asking the public to help identify the person police say may have been casing the area hours before Saturday's deadly shooting at Brown University. This as one of the students who was shot last weekend is telling his story. Jared Hill has more from Providence.
It's a slightly clearer glimpse at the possible Brown University gunman. Authorities releasing enhanced surveillance video as the manhunt in Providence stretches into day 5.
We believe that he was actually casing out this area to commit the crime.
The person of interest said to be about 5'8", seen walking through the residential neighborhood near Brown hours before the attack.
I'm confident that a member of the public is going to recognize this person, perhaps a family member. Some cases have broken this way after a period of days.
Overnight on social media, President Trump criticized the school's surveillance system, asking why did Brown have, quote, so few security cameras? There are more than 1,000 surveillance cameras across Brown University's campus, but investigators say with the shooting happening at the edge of campus and in an older building, none of the cameras were in position to capture the shooter. Freshman Jacob Spears was coming out of a study session when he was shot Saturday. He spoke with CBS News.
First, I was confused, but then I realized what was happening. I ran. He got me in the back, but adrenaline did me good, and I was able to get up and run.
As the search for clues continues, the community is seeking comfort. Hundreds packed a church at the heart of campus, honoring the 2 students killed and 9 injured in last weekend's mass shooting.
I keep thinking it could have been me. You know, I live a block away from the building where it happened, and I was in the building just a few days before.
A moment to rebuild hope with a sense of safety shattered.
Jared Hill reporting there. Nick Reiner is set to appear in court today on 2 counts of first-degree murder in the killing of his parents, according to Los Angeles prosecutors. Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle, were found stabbed to death in their home on Sunday, the day after they were heard fighting loudly with their son at a holiday party. If Nick Reiner is found guilty, he faces life in prison without parole or possibly the death penalty if prosecutors decide to pursue it. A homicide investigation is underway after a professor at Massachusetts Institute of Technology was killed. The 47-year-old professor of nuclear science was found shot in his home near Boston Monday night. He was taken to the hospital where he died Tuesday. He was researching clean energy technology. The community was shocked by his death, with students and staff turning to a vigil to mourn his loss. No suspects have been taken into custody at this time. And in other news here, President Trump has called for a total and complete blockade on all sanctioned oil tankers that enter or depart Venezuela. Trump made a social media post last night. It's the latest in the administration's efforts to place pressure on the country's president. And Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says that he will not release video of the boat strike that killed survivors in the Caribbean. He and Secretary of State Marco Rubio briefed the House and Senate yesterday about the ongoing operations. They defended the more than 20 boat strikes off the coast of Venezuela as a mission against drug trafficking. It comes as some question the legality of the September 2nd follow-up strike that killed survivors. And 4 Republicans have broken with their party's leadership over health care. They signed on to a Democratic-led petition that will force a House vote on extending for 3 years an enhanced pandemic-era subsidy that lowers health insurance costs for millions of Americans. Democrats needed 218 signatures to force a floor vote on their bill. Those 4 Republican signatures put them at the needed number. All right, Valerie, we'll have a look at your forecast when we come back.
deserves. We're feeling some heat back into the area, hard to believe. And well, I mean, 38 isn't really that hot, but it definitely feels better than where we were even yesterday at this time. Temperatures in Mount Pocono at 40 degrees. We're at 42 in Stroudsburg, 43 for you into Lock Haven. We're at 45 in Towanda, and 43 now in Hazleton. Now, when you're talking about winds, we are still a little on the breezy side, so it might feel just a touch on the cooler side because of those winds. But overall, we're talking about 5 to 15 mile per hour winds in general across northeastern and central Pennsylvania. But those wind gusts, those are the ones that kind of come and go really quickly. Those are a little higher. Those have winds gusting into the 20s to near 30 miles per hour. When you look outside in downtown Scranton, we do have some cloud cover. We've been trying to get some sunshine to peek through. It's just been kind of a more clouds than sunshine type of day. But when you look at where we are on radar, there's nothing to speak of. We're good to go here in the local view. We've got a few showers that we're trying to form up there coming off of Lakes Erie and Ontario. Didn't really do very much, but that is all going to change here as we go into the day. Tomorrow, we do have some wet weather that will return before the day is done. We do start off with some cloud cover, trying to clear out some of those clouds as we head into the afternoon. Temperatures will be in the 40s here as we go through the day today, rather. And then as we go into tomorrow, that's when things will start to change it up just a bit. So as we time it all out on Futurecast, you will see overall today, not much going on, just some of that cloud cover. Then as we get into your Thursday, some of those clouds will start to back out. Starts off good, but then those clouds will quickly come back in and those showers will be returning before the day is done. A few of these showers breaking out, I'd say anywhere between about 8 and 10 across areas along and east of 81 down through Schuylkill County, and then another little batch of that coming in from the west. So this is a strong front that's going to be coming through, and it's going to bring in some rain. Even some rumbles of thunder are not out of the realm of possibility. But once we get on the backside of that, that front goes through, that temperature will start to drop. So your high for the day is actually going to be closer to midnight. And then if you get up and start getting moving like 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, you'll really feel a bit of a difference. But there will be some of this moisture changing over to some snowflakes. So kind of a starting as a rain system, but then it's going to end as a snowflake system, kind of mixed with a little bit of rain in there. But by the time we get into Friday afternoon, snow up into New York State, back towards central Pennsylvania. And then that will continue here as we head into your Friday late day. So this is kind of a Thursday night, Friday morning deal. This is when most of this will be coming through. This is rain that's going to be heavy at times. We've got some really gusty winds. And the problem is we're going to have the snow melting because it's so warm. And that could mean a possibility for some flooding because of all the rain coming with it. So your Future Alert 7-day forecast. So we do have a breezy day today, more clouds than sunshine, a little bit more sun for your Thursday, but we have rain moving in at night, continuing into your Friday morning. Those highs will be falling through the day, and that rain will transition to kind of a bit of a rain-snow mix. And then look at that, the first day of winter, we're actually at 40 degrees, so not too bad. And we're tracking a little more wet weather by Tuesday.
Oh, how ironic is that?
I know. It's like, wait, it's winter.
Now it
40?
wants to be warm.
Yeah, now you want to be warm. Now you're going to ruin our white Christmas.
Just in time, right?
Yeah.
Thanks, Valerie. Well, taking care of yourself is necessary for your present and your future self, but why it is extra important amid one disease when we come back.
22.
In this afternoon's Health Beat, lower respiratory infections are one of the world's deadliest health threats, causing 2.5 million deaths each year. A University of Washington study looked at dozens of countries and found that influenza was the leading cause of lower respiratory infection deaths in the U.S. Researchers say that children under 5 and adults over 70 are most at risk, and that vaccine access, early diagnosis, and treatment all need to be expanded. Elderly people who have both physical frailty and depression are 3 times more likely to be diagnosed with dementia. Research looked at people with an average age of 64 and found while both frailty and depression are linked to dementia, having both conditions drastically raise the risk. 57 million people are living with dementia worldwide, and that number is expected to triple by 2050. Well, grandparents helping with childcare can help ease the burden on the parents, but it can also have some negative effects. A German study showed that children who were regularly cared for by their grandparents tended to have poor general health. Researchers say the findings suggest that this may be due to differences in daily routines and activities when a grandparent is providing childcare versus a daycare or an after-school program. In our consumer report, the November job reports showed a mixed picture. The Bureau of Labor Statistics says that job growth picked up, with employers adding 64,000 jobs last month. That's down from September, but still beating expectations. Economists say that the biggest concern is the unemployment rate, which rose to 4.6%, the highest since 2021. The Fed voted to cut interest rates last week. Without this data, these new numbers could influence any possible rate cuts next year. And the Powerball jackpot keeps on climbing. The prize for tonight's drawing has reached more than $1.2 billion, with an estimated cash value of more than $570 million. Well, 2822 News will be right back. One final look at your forecast. All right, so if you still have that last Christmas task to get off the list, our forecast is on your side for this week.
Yeah, we actually have some pretty quiet weather, at least for today. Kind of more clouds and sunshine, a little breezy, but it should be dry for today. Even a little warmer on Thursday and Friday, but keep in mind Friday, that high is going to be in the early part of the day, and then we're tracking some rain Thursday night into Friday. That will end as a bit of some rain and snow showers, and then we got the first day of winter coming on Sunday, so 40 for a high.
Right, we still have that alert day happening Friday,
We do.
so some stuff to look out for there condition-wise, but for the most part, We are moving on up. We'll
We
take
are.
the little bump up. All right, thanks for joining us this afternoon. We'll see you back here for First at 4. Take care.
From about 10 to as much, and to be a much warmer afternoon. Not a ton of sunshine, but you'll notice it is going to be a little breezy too. These winds sustained anywhere from about 5 to 15 miles per hour with some locally higher wind gusts as well. In downtown Wilkes-Barre, we do have some cloud cover, trying to get a few peaks of sunshine out there, but not a lot. And you are going to notice relatively quiet weather for now, just that cloud cover here to the east. But I am tracking a return of some wet weather, including rain and snow, coming up here as 20 degrees up from yesterday at this time. So it is going just a few.
Okay, Valerie, we'll see you shortly. One of the men who killed more than a dozen people in Australia faces a load of charges. A father and son killed 15 in a shooting targeting Jews at a beach in Sydney on Sunday. More than 20 others are still in the hospital. The son was charged today with 15 counts at the hospital where he has been since officers shot him. His father died at the scene. In the wake of tragedy, Hanukkah has become a moment of celebration and sorrow this year. 2822's Avery Nape reports an event in Lackawanna County was held to both celebrate the holiday and to rally around the faith.
The root cause of violence is the hate. It is the evil that goes unchecked.
Wednesday's Hanukkah celebration at the Jewish Discovery Center in Waverly Township was very much a celebration of the Jewish holiday, but it was also a reminder of the strength of community, especially one centered on faith, in the face of hatred.
The Jewish community has just suffered another tragedy in Australia, and the best we can do is stick together and show up and celebrate life.
Sunday's attack on a Hanukkah celebration in Australia claimed the lives of 15 people and was fresh on the minds of those who attended.
It's a terrible tragedy. It shouldn't happen. And people must stand up, not just to the violence, but also to the hate that leads to the violence.
I've got twin girls that are 6 years old, and I have to think about how I want to explain the hatred that is in the world today.
The attack, one that many are calling an act of anti-Semitic terrorism, is one that shook the Jewish community worldwide. But it was not the first. At Wednesday's gathering, a survivor of the infamous October 7th attack recounted her experience as a hostage taken by Hamas.
A rocket comes exactly where I was sleeping. The cement is flying all over the place. Glasses all over the place.
While the massacre at Bondi Beach may have cast a shadow on the holiday season, the Jewish community here in NEPA and around the world are rallying together as a light in the darkness.
We have to figure out how to combat that, which is by adding in goodness, adding in kindness, adding in love, being a positive force to the world around us.
In Waverly Township, Avery Nape, 2822 News.
The conversation of easing inflation hitting our area once again, this time from our Vice President. J.D. Vance was in the Commonwealth just a week after President Trump visited Monroe County. Vance spoke at U-Line Shipping Supplies in Lehigh County, focusing on plans to drop those prices. He took questions from reporters about the economy, jobs, and health care.
The health insurance system is totally broken. It's been broken for 15 years, and we're working with Congress, both Democrats and Republicans, to come up with a solution. 61,000 jobs added in the month of November, and that's not all. We saw private sector wage growth grow at a rate of 4.2%.
According to the latest U.S. jobs report, U.S. employers added 64,000 jobs in November, though the economy also shed 105,000 jobs in October. According to the latest Labor Department numbers, these numbers beat expectations, but unemployment hit a 4-year high, rising to 4.6% in November. There is now extra time to apply for health insurance coverage through Penny, Pennsylvania's health insurance marketplace. The enrollment period has been extended until December 31st to ensure health insurance coverage starts on New Year's Day. This is due to federal updates, including the expiration of federal tax credits, which will increase the cost of Penny coverage next year. And that takes us to our Instapoll question of the day. We are asking, are current prices affecting your holiday plans? You can vote on our Instapoll by scanning the QR code you see right there on your screen, heading to 2822news.com, or at the drop-down menu on our app. Our options there: yes, buying more; yes, buying less; or no. Majority of you say yes, buying less. So let us know what you choose. Head to our Facebook page, leave a comment there. It might be featured in one of our newscasts throughout the day. Well, Geisinger will expand in Scranton, and that news isn't settling well with many. City Council voted earlier this month to allow the hospital to expand across Mulberry Street onto Colfax Avenue after the rezoning was reintroduced, discussed, and barely passed by a single vote. Many are disappointed. The new construction would include a complex for extra beds and services, as well as a parking garage and a bridge connecting the main campus.
Having a 75-foot building, 100-foot building, whatever it is, behind us with, windows of people looking down at us, losing our view, losing our privacy. It's upsetting. I mean, it's not what anybody would want.
And those living around Geisinger CMC fought to stop the expansion back in 2023, and now some say they plan to attend future city council meetings to speak about the rezoning. You can find Geisinger's full statement on our website at 2822news.com. A man now charged for sexually assaulting a teenager in Luzerne County. Skylar Leffert was picked up by Wyoming Area Regional Police last night. Investigators say the 27-year-old gave a 15-year-old girl alcohol at his home in Exeter, then assaulted her. Court documents show he's also accused of sexually assaulting another child in 2023. He is set to stand trial for that crime next year. Leffert was denied bail. A killer's going to prison for life for the murder of his girlfriend in Scranton. Donald Brunson was given a life sentence yesterday. The man from Taylor was convicted of first-degree murder back in September. Prosecutors say Brunson attacked Neil Barbuti at a home on Luke Avenue in 2023. Police say when they showed up to the scene, a strong odor of natural gas came from the house where there was blood all over. Authorities believe Brunson attempted to cause an explosion by leaving the stove on. The cause remains unknown to what sparked a fast-moving, deadly fire in Luzerne County. 77-year-old Thomas Cadraco died in his home on McLean Street in DuPont yesterday morning, according to the coroner. Crews from several departments worked to battle those flames that were coming from the roof of the home. Neighbors tell us that those flames spread quickly, and it's unclear what started it. And check this out. A crash right outside our station building here in Wilkes-Barre. A driver was trapped for some time after that car landed on its side just outside our studio doors on South Franklin Street yesterday. People ran to the scene to find one man inside that SUV who was speaking to them. Police had to cut through the windshield to free him. Authorities haven't said how badly he was hurt or what caused that car to flip. Area students are being recognized for their efforts to raise awareness about drugs and alcohol. The winners of the 2025 Holiday Poster Contest, hosted by the Lackawanna Susquehanna Office of Drug and Alcohol Program, were honored at a ceremony at the Scranton Cultural Center last night. Their artwork features messages against drug use, drinking and driving, and promotes celebrating the holidays sober.
Bianca.
More than 1,200 posters were entered in the competition from students in grades 1 to 12 from schools all across Lackawanna County. Still no suspect in the Brown University shooting. A look at the new evidence investigators hope can help find that killer still ahead.
stay.
Authorities are asking the public to help identify the person police say may have been casing the area hours before Saturday's deadly shooting at Brown University. This as one of the students who was shot last weekend is telling his story. Jared Hill has more from Providence.
It's a slightly clearer glimpse at the possible Brown University gunman. Authorities releasing enhanced surveillance video as the manhunt in Providence stretches into day 5.
We believe that he was actually casing out this area to commit the crime.
The person of interest, said to be about 5'8", seen walking through the residential neighborhood near Brown hours before the attack.
I'm confident that a member of the public is going to recognize this person, perhaps a family member. Some cases have broken this way after a period of days.
Overnight on social media, President Trump criticized the school's surveillance system, asking why did Brown have, quote, so few security cameras. There are more than 1,000 surveillance cameras across Brown University's campus, but investigators say with the shooting happening at the edge of campus and in an older building, none of the cameras were in position to capture the shooter. Freshman Jacob Spears was coming out of a study session when he was shot Saturday. He spoke with CBS News.
First, I was confused, but then I realized what was happening. I ran. He got me in the back. Adrenaline did me good, and I was able to get up and run.
As the search for clues continues, the community is seeking comfort. Hundreds packed a church at the heart of campus, honoring the 2 students killed and 9 injured in last weekend's mass shooting.
I keep thinking it could have been me. You know, I live a block away from the building where it happened, and I was in the building just a few days before.
A moment to rebuild hope with a sense of safety shattered.
Jared Hill reporting there. Nick Reiner is set to appear in court today on 2 counts of first-degree murder in the killing of his parents, according to Los Angeles prosecutors. Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle, were found stabbed to death in their home on Sunday, the day after they were heard fighting loudly with their son at a holiday party. If Nick Reiner is found guilty, he faces life in prison without parole or possibly the death penalty if prosecutors decide to pursue it. A homicide investigation is underway after a professor at Massachusetts Institute of Technology was killed. The 47-year-old professor of nuclear science his home near Boston Monday night. He was taken to the hospital where he died Tuesday. He was researching clean energy technology. The community was shocked by his death, with students and staff turning to a vigil to mourn his loss. No suspects have been taken into custody at this time. And in other news here, President Trump has called for a total and complete blockade on all sanctioned oil tankers that enter or depart Venezuela. Trump made the announcement in a social media post last night. It's the latest in the administration's efforts to place pressure on the country's president. And Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says that he will not release video of the boat strike that killed survivors in the Caribbean. He and Secretary of State Marco Rubio briefed the House and Senate yesterday about the ongoing operations. They defended the more than 20 boat strikes off the coast of Venezuela against drug trafficking. It comes as some question the legality of the September 2nd follow-up strike that killed survivors. And 4 Republicans have broken with their party's leadership over health care. They signed on to a Democratic-led petition that will force a House vote on extending for 3 years an enhanced pandemic-era subsidy that lowers health insurance costs for millions of Americans. Democrats needed 218 signatures to force a floor vote on their bill. Those 4 Republican signatures put them at the needed number. All right, Valerie, we'll have a look at your forecast when we come back.
deserves. We're feeling some heat back into the area, hard to believe. And well, I mean, 38 isn't really that hot, but it definitely feels better than where we were even yesterday at this time. Temperatures in Mount Pocono at 40 degrees. We're at 42 in Stroudsburg, 43 for you into Lock Haven. We're at 45 in Towanda and 43 now in Hazleton. Now, when you're talking about winds, we are still a little on the breezy side, so it might feel just a touch on the cooler side because of those winds. But overall, we're talking about 5 to 15 mile per hour winds in general across northeastern and central Pennsylvania. But those wind gusts, those are the ones that kind of come and go really quickly. Those are a little higher. Those have winds gusting into the 20s to near 30 miles per hour. When you look outside in downtown Scranton, we do have some cloud cover. We've been trying to get some sunshine to peek through. It's just been kind of a more clouds than sunshine type of day. But when you look at where we are on radar, there's nothing to speak of. We're good to go here in the local view. We've got a few showers that we're trying to form up there coming off of Lakes Erie and Ontario. Didn't really do very much, but that is all going to change here as we go into the day tomorrow. We do have some wet weather that will return before the day is done. We do start off with some cloud cover, trying to clear out some of those clouds as we head into the afternoon. Temperatures will be in the 40s here as we go through the day today, rather. And then as we go into tomorrow, that's when things will start to change it up just a bit. So as we time it all out on Futurecast, you will see overall today, not much going on, just some of that cloud cover. Then as we get into your Thursday, some of those clouds will start to back out. Starts off good, but then those clouds will quickly come back in and those showers will be returning before the day is done. A few of these showers breaking out, I'd say anywhere between about 8 and 10 across areas along and east of 81 down through Schuylkill County, and then another little batch of that coming in from the west. So this is a strong front that's going to be coming through, and it's going to bring in some rain. Even some rumbles of thunder are not out of the realm of possibility. But once we get on the backsides through, that temperature will start to drop. So your high for the day is actually going to be closer to midnight. And then if you get up and start getting moving like 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, you'll really feel a bit of a difference. But there will be some of this moisture changing over to some snowflakes. So kind of starting as a rain system, but then it's going to end as a snowflake system, kind of mixed with a little bit of rain in there. But by the time we get into Friday afternoon, snow up into New York State, back towards central Pennsylvania, and then that will continue here as we head into your Friday late day. So this is kind of a Thursday night, Friday morning deal. This is when most of this will be coming through. This is rain that's going to be heavy at times. We've got some really gusty winds. And the problem is we're going to have the snow melting because it's so warm. And that could mean a possibility for some flooding because of all the rain coming with it. So your Future Alert 7-day forecast. So we do have a breezy day today, more clouds than sunshine, a little bit more sun for your Thursday, but we have rain moving in at night, continuing into your Friday morning. Those highs will be falling through the day, and that rain will transition to kind of a bit of a rain-snow mix. And then look at that, the first day of winter, we're actually at 40 degrees, so not too bad. And we're tracking a little more wet weather by Tuesday.
Oh, how ironic is that?
I know. No, it's like, wait, it's winter.
Now it
40?
wants to be warm.
Yeah, now you want to be warm. Now you're going to ruin our white Christmas.
Just in time, right?
Yeah.
Thanks, Valerie. Well, taking care of yourself is necessary for your present and your future self, but why it is extra important amid one disease when we come back.
22.
In this afternoon's Health Beat, lower respiratory infections are one of the world's deadliest health threats, causing 2.5 million deaths each year. A University of Washington study looked at dozens of countries and found that influenza was the leading cause of lower respiratory infection deaths in the U.S. Researchers say that children under 5 and adults over 70 are most at risk, and that vaccine access, early diagnosis, and treatment all need to be expanded. Elderly people who have both physical frailty and depression are 3 times more likely to be diagnosed with dementia. Research looked at people with an average age of 64 and found while both frailty and depression are linked to dementia, having both conditions drastically raise the risk. 57 million people are living with dementia worldwide, and that number is expected to triple by 2050. Well, grandparents helping with childcare can help ease the burden on the parents, but it can also have some negative effects. A German study showed that children who were regularly cared for by their grandparents tended to have poor general health. Researchers say the findings suggest that this may be due to differences in daily routines and activities when a grandparent is providing childcare versus a daycare or an after-school program. In our consumer report, the November job reports showed a mixed picture. The Bureau of Labor Statistics says that job growth picked up, with employers adding 64,000 jobs last month. That's down from September, but still beating expectations. Economists say that the biggest concern is the unemployment rate, which rose to 4.6%, the highest since 2021. The Fed voted to cut interest rates last week. Without this data, these new numbers could influence any possible rate cuts next year. And the Powerball jackpot keeps on climbing. The prize for tonight's drawing has reached more than $1.2 billion with an estimated cash value of more than $570 million. The news will be right back. One final look at your forecast. All right, so if you still have that last Christmas task to get off the list, our forecast is on your side for this week.
Yeah, we actually have some pretty quiet weather, at least for today. Kind of more clouds and sunshine, a little breezy, but it should be dry for today. Even a little warmer on Thursday and Friday, but keep in mind Friday, that high is going to be in the early part of the day, and then we're tracking some rain Thursday night into Friday. That will end as a bit of some rain and snow showers, and then we got the first day of winter coming on Sunday, so 40 for a high.
Right, we still have that alert day happening Friday,
We do.
so some stuff to look out for there condition-wise, but for the most part, We are moving on up. We'll
We
take
are.
the little bump up. All right, thanks for joining us this afternoon. We'll see you back here for First F4. Take care.
From about 10 to as much, and to be a much warmer afternoon. Not a ton of sunshine, but you'll notice it is going to be a little breezy too. These winds sustained anywhere from about 5 to 15 miles per hour with some locally higher wind gusts as well. In downtown Wilkes-Barre, we do have some cloud cover, trying to get a few peaks of sunshine out there, but not a lot. And you are going to notice relatively quiet weather for now, just that cloud cover here to the east. But I am
Hey everyone, welcome to the Farm and Pastor's Wife. I'm so glad you're here. You're in my kitchen down on the farm, and I am thrilled to have you with me. First, let me apologize if you hear my dishwasher behind me. It's just real life around here, and you might hear a dishwasher. If I turn the oven on, you're gonna hear the fan blowing, so there's no telling what you'll hear around here, plus the door squeaks if anybody comes in. But listen, let me tell you, it's kind of a dreary day here on the farm today. It's been raining, and I love to cook when it's dreary. For some reason, I just love to cook and bake when it is dreary. And I may have my grandboys spending the night tonight. They may stay over here with Papa and me tonight. And I thought about making something special for them for breakfast. Now, they love a sausage casserole. And I will probably still make them a sausage casserole. I don't know. We'll see. We'll wait and see how tomorrow goes. But I know they would love a big batch of homemade yeast rolls. So that's what we're going to make today. We're going to make yeast rolls. I normally make them at Christmas time. It's something I can make up, get it all ready, stick it in the refrigerator, let it sit overnight, and do its last rise that next morning, or I can bake it all right then. It doesn't matter. But so what I'm thinking about doing is making it today and baking it in the morning and bringing you guys along for it. So, all right. So let me get everything we need to get these yeast rolls going. I need my stand mixer out because I do like to use my stand mixer for this. I need to impeccably clean my counter because I'm gonna just do everything right here on my countertop. And I will meet you back right here just as soon as I have everything ready. So I don't know if I finished saying what I meant to say a while ago, but this is something I like to make on Christmas Eve. If I have time, Christmas Eve at some point during the day, I'll make this, stick it in the refrigerator. We'll get up the next morning, and this is something I can take to Caroline's because we go over and see what the boys get for Christmas. Or what I do, sometimes we go over there and see what they got, come back and fix breakfast here. And this is an easy, delicious thing to do when you need something quick, special, but easy for Christmas, and you can make it the day before. So the first thing I want to do is I have a cup of milk. I need to go nuke it for just a minute and get it warm because we want it warm to activate the yeast and get the yeast going. So let me head over to the microwave and I'll see you in just a second. All right, so I have my stand mixer bowl here, and I'm gonna go ahead and pour in my cup of nice warm milk. You don't want it too hot because you can kind of kill the yeast. But so I got 2 generous tablespoons of sugar, and I'm gonna kind of just give that a little whiskey whisk. And we're gonna go in with a tablespoon, and I use instant yeast, so I'm going in with a tablespoon of instant yeast. I have to pour it. There we go. This smells so good. Now, technically, you don't have to let your instant yeast bloom, because what the difference is this does not have a shell around it. The seeds of this yeast does not have a shell around it that has to dissolve and get, but I still, it's just because I guess it's a habit of mine, I still let mine bloom for a little bit just to be sure my yeast is okay and I'm not wasting a whole batch of everything. But technically, they say you don't have to let instant yeast, you know how you wait a few minutes for it to start bubbling and get active. Technically, you don't have to do that. I just still do, just because I still do. I just feel safer that way, and I'd rather be safe than sorry. So, okay, this recipe calls for an egg, so we're going in with an egg. And again, I'm going to give it a little bit of a stir down. And we're going to add in about 2 tablespoons of really, really softened butter. You could melt it, I guess, if you wanted to. I don't. I don't know why I don't. I just don't. All right, and this is the ingredient I always kind of dread adding. Not dread, because the recipe needs it. But I know that salt can sometimes be detrimental to yeast. So I usually add it to my flour and then add my flour in, but this recipe says to add it right in. So I'm gonna add in a teaspoon of salt. All right, so now we're gonna let this sit for just a minute, get a little bubbly. Once I see a few bubbles forming, I won't wait long after that. I'll just meet you at the stand mixer once it gets all lively and alive. All right, let me get you guys turned down. You can see it's starting to get kind of thick and foamy looking. It's kind of hard to tell with this since it's got egg and butter in it. But I'm over here at my stand mixer, and I'm just gonna put that on the stand mixer. So it's a rainy day, like I said. So this recipe calls for 3 cups of flour. But let me tell you, since it's humid today and rainy, it may take a little bit more. But I'll share with you how to see and how to know when you've added the right amount of flour. So let me get you turned down so you can see what's happening. I sped this portion up for you, but here I am mixing with a dough hook, starting with 2½ cups of all-purpose flour, and then adding a little at a time, depending on the humidity in the air, just until the dough comes together. I do scrape the sides down, as you can see, but the dough will eventually come together and pull away from the sides of the bowl and leaving the bowl pretty clean. And I'll fix to show you that right here in just a second. Okay, that's it. Do you see how clean the bowl is? Now this is a nice sticky dough. All right, let me get you set up, the stand mixer moved, and I'll meet you back right here on my countertop. So what I want to do now is take some of our leftover flour that I didn't use, and I'm going to kind of sprinkle on my impeccably clean countertop. And I'm going to just scoop out, and I'm putting it on my fingers too so it doesn't stick to my fingers, because like I said, it is a sticky but delicious, so delicious dough. All right, it's coming out. It's alive. All right. I don't want to miss any of this dough, so if anything's left behind, I'm trying to scrape it because I don't want to miss it. And I don't want to, it's not, cleaning up dough is not fun. Sometimes I'll let it dry, like in whatever I fix it in, I'll let it dry, and then it just kind of flakes off. So I'm just going to knead this a little bit, getting it in a little bit of that flour, and we're going to knead it, bring it together until it's a nice smooth ball that just kind of bounces right back at you when you press on it. It's not going to take long because most of my kneading was done in the machine. So I'm going to test it, see where we're at. It's already smooth and beautiful. Oh, yep, we're pretty much there. So I'm going to bring it over there to you and show you what I'm looking for when I say it's almost there. First and foremost, I'm looking for a really smooth and just nice feeling dough. It just feels, there is something very therapeutic for me it's a lot cheaper. But there's something very therapeutic about making bread. It is just, I cannot tell you how much I love to make bread. I love it so very much. Okay, so it is nice and smooth. Let me bring it over there. I'm going to show you exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, I'm looking for bounce back. So I'm going to press, and you just watch it come back up. Now, of course, it's not going to come all the way back up, but you can see it starting to come back up. So we are there with a delicious, wonderful dough. I may turn it just a few more times, and then we'll be done, and I'll show you what we're going to do next. So I don't mess up another bowl. I'm just going to use my mixing bowl because it got it all clean, remember? So I'm just going to spray it with some spray, or you can put a little olive oil in it, or not olive oil, just any kind of oil. But I'm just going to put this dough right down in here. I'm going to kind of spin it around in that oil, and I'm going to cover it with a towel, a lint-free towel, and we're going to let it rise for an hour. So we're going to let it hang out for an hour. I'm going to clean up, and I'll meet you back right here as soon as the hour is up. Okay, everyone, so I moved our bread over here where my dishwasher is because it was running, and I knew it would be nice and warm over there. So I haven't peeked at it. I haven't looked at it. It has way risen. So that is wonderful. I'll throw that towel over there. And we will sprinkle some flour out here just to make things a little easy. I will hunt for my rolling pin. Put a little flour on that, roll up my sleeves. I'll try to do this. Look at that. Oh my goodness, did that not just come out perfectly? Wow. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of punch it down, do a little bit of a knead on it. Now, if you are cooking these right now, once we get these made, you let it rise for about 30 to 45 minutes. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get them made, rolled out, put together, and then I'm gonna cover it and stick it in the refrigerator. And Once we get it in the refrigerator, it's going to stay in there till morning. I'll get it out and let it do its final rise at that time. So right now what I want to do is just roll it out into a rectangle, and it takes a little bit of elbow grease. And when I say rectangle, I really mean more oval. And I kind of bring it back and I talk to it a little bit and tell it to come back over here. You want it about 12 by 18 maybe. All right. I think we're looking good, don't y'all? All right. Okay. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I have a stick of really softened butter here. You can melt this. Sorry. I didn't want to talk to her while I had you guys on here, or all of yours would go off, right? Okay. So I normally melt this, but I thought I would try it this way this time. And I'm just going to smear a really smooth and softened stick of butter all over this. It's probably easier if you melt it and just have a brush, and you can kind of brush it all over. It is thundering outside. Last week we had so many of these days, I was so tired of seeing rain, I didn't know what to do. But on occasion, I do like a nice little stormy day, don't y'all? All right, so there we go. I believe that is nice and good. So what I have over here is a cup of brown sugar. And I'm going to add to that cup 2 tablespoons of cinnamon. 1, 2. And I've actually found that the best way to mix that is with these. And I'll just take my hand and pick it up and mix it all together. My hands are going to smell really good. And I get it all the way to the edges, especially the short edges. I do leave a little bit of a lip on the long edge if I can. And I'm not going to use quite all of this. And I kind of like to take my hand and give it a little pat down. See if there's any thin areas that need more. All right. I think it's looking mighty fine. All right, what do y'all think? Looking good? Okay, let's set this down. Now, I'm going to show you how I roll it. I don't do anything fancy except I just start on one end and I just kind of walk it. And I walk it back and forth. I've got a 9x13 dish out here that I have already greased or buttered really well. I used some of that softened butter and buttered it really well. And I'm just rolling this back and forth. All right. Now you can take some water if you want to, or you can kind of pinch the seam. I like to just pinch it. I don't mess with getting water. And it's okay if it unravels. It's okay. It's not going to hurt anything. But if you want to add water, what I do is I kind of lay it on the seam, put a little press down on it, and hopefully it'll stick at that point. Now, I have a serrated knife and I always cut the edges first just to kind of get it evened up. This is going to be so good. The dough is so soft and chewy acting. Okay, so I like to cut mine about an inch and a half, somewhere around there. And I use a serrated knife. Now you can do the dental floss where you wrap it and just kind of cross it and it cuts right through it. I just prefer a serrated knife, but you can do whatever you want to do. I almost want to bake these today, but I'm going to wait till morning. I'll meet you guys right here in my pajamas. Preheating the oven, setting them out, letting them have their final rise. This dough feels like it is going to be heavenly. It is so tender feeling and fluffy feeling already. Like I can already tell it's going to be a great, great dough. All right. All right, there we go. So now what I do is I get my buttered dish right here and I just start putting them in. I put them up next to each other the best I can. And I leave the two ends out just in case there's not room for them. We may have to get another pan out. Okay, here I've got a little extra room on the edge, so I'll use that end there. Oh, these are going to be so good. It smells delicious. You could add pecans to this if you wanted to. It's just, oh my goodness, so good. Now I'm kind of squeezing these last ones in just so we can be sure to get them in. I'm really squeezing that one in. And let's see if I can make a little room for this one. And then we can say we have it all in there. Okay, there we go. So now, if you were fixing these now, let them rise for about 30 to 45 minutes. I'm going to stick them in the refrigerator and let them sit in the refrigerator overnight, then let them rise for about 45 minutes in the morning because they'll need to knock the chill off. So, and then it will make the glaze in the morning. So we will be back in just a little bit. I'm going to wrap these up with saran wrap and get them in the refrigerator. I'll see you guys. For me, it'll be in the morning, but for you, it'll be just a second. All right, so they have been rising for about 45 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes. I'm not exactly sure, but they are going in a 325-degree oven. While they're baking, we're going to put together the glaze that we're going to cover them up with. So hang tight, I'll be right back and we will put this glaze together. All right, the cinnamon rolls are in the oven and it's time to put together the glaze. It is early morning. I have my coffee and I am ready to start smelling these cinnamon rolls and putting together this glaze. So now you can use as much cream cheese as you like. I don't like a lot of cream cheese in my glaze. So I only use about 2 ounces, which is about, I don't know, a fourth of a block of cheese, cream cheese. So, but you can use as much, I mean, I wouldn't go over half a block, but yeah, I prefer it not to be quite so tangy. I'm going in with half of a stick of softened butter, super soft butter. All right, so let me grab something to scrape my spoon with. So now we're going in with powdered sugar. You can't have a glaze without powdered sugar, right? So we're going to use 1.5 cups of powdered sugar. And if your powdered sugar is pretty clumpy, you could run it through a sieve. I probably need to, but it's too early for that. All right, so I'm going to start mixing this a little bit. Now I have some water here and I have some vanilla, but I want to see kind of, before I add the liquid, kind of want to just get it mixed a little bit and those clumps of powdered sugar broke up. So now I'm going to go ahead in with the vanilla. And you want this a good glazing. You don't want an icing. You want it a little bit thinner than icing, but you don't want a liquid either. So I'm going to go in with a tablespoon at a time of water. So there's one. And since this is loud, I'm going to cut it off. All right, so here's kind of the consistency you want. You want it to be pourable. Whoops, I just dipped in all the spoons, but that's about what you want. If you get it too thin, just add a little more powdered sugar. If you get it too thick, just keep adding a little bit of water. So I'm gonna put these over there. And we have this ready as soon as they come out. So I'll see you back in about, well, for me, it'll be about 10 minutes. For you, just a second. All right, they are fresh out of the oven. So let's glaze them and taste them, why don't we? Okay, here they are, all beautifully iced and gorgeous, and I can't wait another second. I'm gonna grab one kind of out of the center here. Oh my goodness, they're so fluffy. All right, let's get Bryant in here. Let's do a taste test. Okay, we ready to do the taste test?
Here we are. Let's give it a whirl.
I'm going in. It is so soft.
They smell delicious.
I wish we had smell-o-vision.
Yeah, if you guys could smell what we smell. Very, man, it just cut like butter with that fork.
That is so good. You want to ice it while they're hot because that icing just soaks down in there.
Wow. That is delicious.
That is bakery.
Cinnahoo, right?
Yes. How good.
That is perfect. A hot cup of coffee or a glass of milk.
Yeah, I started to say, where's your milk?
Yeah, so that
Oh,
will
man.
make the grandkids happy right there.
Yes, it will. So, all right, guys, thank you so much for joining us. I'll come back and tell you goodbye in just a minute. So, y'all got to make these. They're so easy and so good. So, hang tight. I'll come back and say bye in just a second. He's going to keep eating. Next day here, and it's a work day, a work from home day, a work on the house day. So, but I did want to jump back on here and quickly tell you, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you try these yeast rolls. And remember, if the grease is hot enough, you can fry anything. Bye, y'all.
Hey everybody, I'm Vera Stewart and welcome to the Very Vera Show. I'm so excited about today's show. You know, it is National Women-Owned Business Day at the beginning of October, but we're going to celebrate this entire month because I'm introducing you to somebody that you're going to want to learn lots more about. Amanda Wilbanks is the owner of Southern Baked Pie. She founded in 2012. The similarities between us is amazing, and I'm very excited to have her join me today. We're going to be making two of her amazing recipes. We're going to start with a Sloppy Joe hand pie. Remember those Sloppy Joes that we were all eating back in the 70s? Well, she decided to make a hand pie out of it, and it has gone bonkers on her website. And then we're going to do a pineapple casserole pie. This is another like 70s recipe that was like brand new with the pineapple and cheese, so I cannot wait to start that. So let's get you introduced to Amanda and get started on this great show today. All right, I am so thrilled to introduce all of you, and many of you may know her, Amanda Wilbanks with Southern Baked Pies. And when we started talking, and we met several years ago, when your first book was out and my first book was out, we're both Georgia Bulldogs.
Go Dogs.
And the Bulldog part of that speaks very highly of our personality types.
Yeah.
But she founded this business in 2012. And I'm going to start by just saying, what in the world? Because you were a marketing major at Georgia Terry School of Business.
Yes. So I really just started baking out of my house. I had graduated with selling insurance and then left that job, got married, moved to a new neighborhood, and I started baking, thinking that'd be a great way to take my neighbors something.
Oh, I know. They loved you in the neighborhood.
Well, the problem was I never made it to a neighbor with a pie because Alex would come in at lunch on his lunch break and eat a slice of pie out of every pie I made. So he either said, you need to stop baking or start selling. So he signed me up for a festival on a Tuesday, and I started selling pies on a Thursday.
Okay, for all of you that you know, now it's Instagram and Facebook and TikTok. Back in the day, it was the festival. It was the pop-up tent. Yep. You know, so part of the reason Amanda is joining us today is that it's National Women-Owned Business Day at the beginning of October. And we just felt like we needed to really pay attention to that because women don't always get the recognition that they deserve. But we also feel like for those of you that may be thinking about starting a business, as she did in your home, it's a lot of hard work.
It's a lot of hard work and a lot of determination and a lot of never accepting no for an answer. It's a lot.
Well, and I think part of this, and she and I have really been talking just nonstop ever since she arrived yesterday, and it's that not taking no for an answer, but recognizing that you want to make sure you do what you have already said that you can do.
That's right.
So rolling those sleeves up, being very active in your business because you are. You're also the mother of 3 children.
Yes, so 3 kids, 15, 10, and one that just turned 6. And you oftentimes miss a lot of those special moments with them, but I think that they look at what we've done, and I hope years from now they'll look back and be really thankful.
Well, I told you that because my children, of course, are much older, but they will look back and remember that because these are the examples of leadership that make a great football team.
That's right.
a great business, a great community is the leadership that you provide. All right, so tell me, you've got 4 locations.
4 stores: Buckhead, Alpharetta, Gainesville, and Vinings. And you can come in and get a slice of pie. You can get a whole pie. Everything's baked fresh daily. I would say our secret sauce is that everything is still made by hand, and we use an all butter pie crust. So when you eat our pies, like our chicken pot pie or our caramel pecan pie, you're instantly like transported back to.
Well, I'm starving right now.
I know, it's making you hungry. It does. It makes you hungry. And then we ship the pies all over the United States. So great gifts.
Well, and one of the things that we were talking about that's so similar in my mail order business back in the day was that people thought the word frozen was like, that's a bad word. And you and I both know, and you've done blind tests.
Oh, a lot of blind taste tests. And you really cannot tell the difference. And a lot of people don't realize that when you go to the grocery store, your chicken was probably frozen before it got there, and then it thaws out, and then you take it home and freeze it. So frozen food is great. We ship it on dry ice, and in a blind taste test, you can't tell the difference in a fresh baked pecan pie and one that came out of the freezer. I promise you, we've tested it a lot.
Well, I know everybody's going to go to her website and look at it, but what I want you to also recognize today during this process is that she started this. She's rolling out the dough. She's making these pies. She's still very involved. And so to be able to have a niche that is so unique is that this is handmade. I told the story about Oscar de la Renta getting a cake, and I thought he could have bought whatever he wanted to. What was it? And it's what you have. It is beautiful packaging, which makes it a great gift. It's handmade. It uses all fresh ingredients. So we've got a lot to do. She's got some great recipes. We're gonna get our aprons on and get in the kitchen. Come back with us.
See what's possible for your kitchen. With Sub-Zero refrigeration, Wolf cooking, and Cove dishwashing.
Every spring, thousands of patrons gather in Augusta for the golf event of the year. If you're making the trip, let Vera manage all aspects of your tournament week experience, from finding the perfect home to providing exquisite meals for you and your guests, to transportation to and from the course. With over 35 years experience, Vera has you covered. Plan your trip at veraaugusta.com.
Welcome back, everybody. And if you're just joining me, I'm with Amanda Wilbanks. She's the owner and founder of Southern Baked Pies. And we met years ago and have connected, and we're doing a show featuring women-owned businesses. And I thought she's the perfect candidate. We have so much in common in terms of our careers and our travels. So you're nice enough to share the recipe for these Sloppy Joe hand pies.
I'm so excited.
I know, so tell us what we had to do in advance.
So I had a little bit of work to do ahead to prepare our dough. I did 1 1/4 cup of all-purpose flour, a 1/2 teaspoon of sugar, and a 1/2 teaspoon of salt. 1 stick of very cold butter. It's key that you make sure it is cold. I used a pastry blender to cut in the butter, and I also then added 1/4 cup of water at the end, just to bring it all together. Don't add too much water. That's one of the places that people make mistakes. They think they have to keep adding water to get it to come together. They need to just put a little bit of elbow grease in it and work and push all of that flour and that butter together so it combines well. It takes a little bit of time. It is made by hand after all. Then I roll out the dough into 1 12-inch circle.
And that's what you're gonna do now. All right, so these little tips, Amanda, and I know that it's just second nature to you, but things like elbow grease as opposed to more water is what makes something work.
That's
so
exactly right.
And this, let me tell you something, she works hard on this stuff.
This is another little tip that I share. I like to put the dough between 2 pieces of parchment, and that way I don't have to make as big of a mess and flour the entire surface. And I always tell people, I'm like, put a little hip into it when you do this, otherwise it'll slide across the thing. So get your hip in there and hold the parchment with your hip, and then you just do quarter turns to roll out the dough. And a key, and you already know this, I'm sure, Vera, is that you roll from the middle out and up, and that way you don't get that flat, skinny edge on the side of the pie
and now
crust.
we don't have the flour going everywhere
Yes,
either. This is a great tip. You could use wax paper too.
You could.
right?
You could do wax paper or parchment paper, and you can see it'll walk just a little bit. You gotta have some strong hips here to be able to do this. But you just keep rolling it. And you know, sometimes the dough doesn't go into an absolutely perfect circle. That's okay. I tell people you can always pull off a piece and patch it if it starts getting all
Well,
wonky.
and we've got one finished here that we're gonna use. So why don't we walk through what you did with the sloppy joes?
Of course. So I have my ground beef and onions in the skillet over medium heat until it is no longer pink. I'll cook it just until it's no longer pink, about approximately 8 to 10 minutes. Then we'll drain the excess grease from the meat, mix in the mustard, the salt, the pepper, the Worcestershire, and ketchup, simmer it for 20 minutes, and then remove from the heat.
Oh man, and you know what? I don't know that I know anybody my age that didn't eat the sloppy joes. And now all these years later, kids, my grandchildren love sloppy joes.
They love them.
All right, so this is your finished product here that you had ready for me.
That's right.
And look at this cute little football template. I love it.
It needs a Georgia G on it. It's missing the bulldog or
absolute
Georgia G.
sure. But you laminated it so you can, clean this off and use it over and over.
Yes.
And we've got a very sharp knife, and you told me just to go around the edges.
Go around the edges. We're just going to cut these cute little football circles. My kids, I grew up eating sloppy joes. My mom would make it. It was like a once a week staple. And we had it on loaf bread or hamburger buns. And my kids, I thought, how fun would it be to take this tasty all butter tender crust and turn these into little football hand pies. So what I love about this recipe too is you can make this ahead of time and freeze this in your freezer. So when UGA football season comes around,
they're ready.
We're ready. You have these tailgates. You bring them right out of the freezer, put them on the sheet pan, and they go.
Well, and two, I think it's important.
Here.
Yeah, we'll put it right here on this.
Perfect. Okay. Got this.
Okay, so that's the bottom, and this is the lid.
That's right.
Okay.
And then a nice spoonful of the meat.
Spoonful.
Yes.
Right in the center.
Right in the center.
As I make a mess.
You're doing amazing. That looks great.
Is that enough?
That is enough. Maybe a little smidge more.
A little smidge.
I always like a little bit more. That's perfect. That made all the difference.
And this flips over. It absolutely.
That little smidge. And literally you just flip it right over, you press it together. So we've just closed up the edges right here just with our hands. You don't even have to use an egg wash, it's gonna stay together because you're gonna take your fork and just crimp around the edges.
I know y'all are gonna make this. All right, so we're gonna finish this during the break. When we come back, we're gonna get started on the pineapple casserole pie. Oh my gosh, I can't wait.
They're gonna love it.
If you've never been or even visited lately, it's time to see Augusta. Georgia's Soul City is experiencing a renaissance with new restaurants, shops, and attractions popping up almost daily. Whether you're a foodie, a history buff, with family or friends, or just looking for an adventurous weekend getaway, come see us. Our gracious, friendly people and laid-back, eclectic style make a trip to Augusta an easy, unforgettable experience. Plan your trip today at visitaugusta.com.
When I was a girl, I didn't understand my mother's traditions. That is, until I had a family of my own. Because as your family grows, so too does your heart. All the love, all the memories, it all comes rushing back. Our granddaughter asked why we use china every time she's over, and I told her what my mother told me. Traditions get better with time. Replacements.com.
Welcome back, everybody, and I'm having so much fun today with Amanda Wilbanks. If you love pies, you are in the right place. So we've got the Sloppy Joe hand pies, The kitchen just smells amazing right now. But I was so intrigued when we said, Amanda, you could do 2 recipes, and one of them was the pineapple casserole. Y'all, I remember when that was invented, okay? So I just thought this would be so good for this time of year. So tell us what you had to do in advance to get us ready for this segment.
I made one recipe of our Southern Baked famous pie dough. I rolled out the dough into a 12-inch circle. I placed it into a 9-inch pie plate and fluted the edges, or I like to say pleated the edges. I docked or pricked the bottom of the dough with a fork on the bottom and up the sides of the plate, and that will keep it from shrinking. I placed the dough in the freezer for 30 minutes to let it rest. I removed the dough from the freezer and lined the inside of the dough with parchment paper, completely covering the dough. And then I filled it with dried beans. You could use pie weights or you could use rice. And that just keeps it weighted down so it doesn't shrink, and it keeps its form, because pie dough will oftentimes shrink because of all that butter. And then I baked it at 375 degrees, my pie crust, for 12 to 15 minutes. I then pulled it out and removed the beans and the parchment paper, and I returned the pie plate to the oven to bake for an additional 15 to 20 minutes. That way the pie dough would be completely baked.
Wow, and just look at it. It is beautiful. And you know, she described earlier that it's just real buttery and that the butter had to be really cold. So this is amazing. So I'm going back in time right this minute with this pineapple casserole pie, because that's way back for me. All right, so tell us what we're going to do for the filling for this one.
So the filling has pineapples. You drain the pineapples so that you don't have all that water in there.
And this is just canned pineapple.
This is just canned pineapple, very simple. Or you could use fresh pineapple and cut it up if you have it. Canned pineapple though is pretty good. We're going to take this and we're going to add in a little bit of flour to this, sugar,
all the good stuff.
All the good stuff. So although the pineapple's sweet, we're adding a little bit more sweetness. And then I mix this and just kind of toss this together. And you'll see that a little bit of a syrupy mixture starts to form. You want to start seeing that. You'll know that it's about ready at that point. So just keep mixing. And then we're going to add in the cheese. So that gives you that salty, good cheddar flavor.
And look here, y'all, she hand grates her cheese just like I talk about all the time.
That makes
so I'm not kidding.
Everything is truly from scratch that we do at Southern Baked. And it's these little things that make the difference. Your cheese will actually melt. It doesn't have that coating on it that keeps it from melting. Okay, so we've mixed this together really well. And we're going to take and put this into the pie plate. That off. Oh, you might need that to dump that in there. You want me to help you?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. So put it in your pie plate. And the thing I love about this recipe is it's simple. Simple stuff can taste so great. It doesn't have to be over the top with 100 ingredients in it. It can be basic with just a couple of key things.
Love it.
So we would have this every year at Easter, and we would have it with ham. It's great to serve as a side dish. And now we're gonna add the pineapple juice over the top.
We used to make popsicles out of this. We would drain the pineapple out of the pan and do our little popsicle holders, and I would eat popsicle.
Oh, that sounds
pineapple popsicles.
Pineapple popsicles. That sounds so good. That's a good summer treat for sure. All right, then we're gonna add the Ritz topping.
Well, here, let me do that.
Ritz crackers cut up, crushed.
Okay, I wonder if Ritz Crackers has ever done a cookbook.
I don't know, but they
think about all the things that we've all made that have Ritz crackers.
I even take Ritz crackers, roll my chicken tenders in butter, and then I'll roll them in Ritz and cheddar cheese and bake it.
Okay, does that look like enough?
That looks like enough.
Okay.
That looks plenty to me. And then we're gonna take and pour the butter just kind of over the Ritz cracker topping.
And this is why we do a sheet pan and a piece of parchment paper, because it may boil over just a little bit. You want to get the rest of that butter out of there?
Get the rest of that out, that buttery goodness right here.
And then this is going to bake.
This is going to bake at 350 for about 40 minutes.
All right, so when we come back from the break, we're going to get all of this set up. Y'all, her packaging is so beautiful. But what is the best is the box is pretty, but look what's going to be inside. All right, so come back with us in just a few minutes.
See what's possible for your kitchen. With Sub-Zero refrigeration, Wolf Cooking, and Cove dishwashing.
Hey, I'm Vera Stewart, and I'm excited to introduce my new cookbook, Occasions. Full of tried and true dishes from my years of catering, Occasions has the right recipe to wow your guest. And don't forget to pick up my first book, which showcases dishes sold online and in our restaurant for years. Learn more about these classic Southern cookbooks by visiting our website and follow us on social media. Order your copies of the Very Vera cookbooks today. Welcome back, everybody. And didn't I say we were going to have a beautiful presentation? Amanda, everything just looks amazing. So we are celebrating women-owned businesses and the fact that we're both Georgia Bulldogs. There's a Bulldog feature going on here because we don't take no for an answer.
Right.
We work really hard. We go after it.
We do.
So you have got to tell the story that you told me yesterday.
Oh my goodness. So when I first signed up for a festival to sell my pies for the first time, we got in, we did great. We were selling the slices of pies at $4 a slice. And we were like, oh my gosh, that Sunday.
We're rich.
We're rich. We made it in life. And so I said, we got to get signed up for another festival. And there was a festival that I kept emailing about and calling. It was the following Thursday. So not a lot of time right there. So I Facebooked, I emailed. This was back in 2012 where probably nobody answered that. Nobody would call me back, left voicemails. Finally, I thought, I'm going to call 911. So I called 911 and I asked for the Dawson County Sheriff's Office, and I said, I need to speak to the sheriff. It's a non-emergency. They patched me through to him, left him a voicemail. He called me back, and by that day, I called him finally on Wednesday. I wasn't going to take no for an answer. The festival started on Thursday. I had a booth. He connected me with the organizer, and we sold pies that week.
Oh my goodness.
So-
Well, that's the key is getting it done. All right, so let's walk back through what we did today.
Oh my goodness. Well, we made our football hand pies, which are in my cookbook. I grew up eating these sloppy joes, and they're just a fun, tasty treat. You can put a dipping sauce with them. I actually have an Alabama white barbecue sauce in my cookbook.
Okay.
It would be so good to dip them in. And then we made the pineapple casserole pie, which is...
It's everything I remember.
I know, and it's sweet and salty and delicious. You've got the cracker crumbs on top, that delicious buttery topping, and it's simple. Little ingredients, great flavor, and that's the way I
Well,
like to
and
cook.
we ended up having a call a while back about our chicken pot pie recipe that's in our cookbook, and somebody said, well, it's not slicing exactly right. So, you know, certain pies you really kind of dip out with a spoon
You do.
as opposed to a beautiful slice.
Beautiful slice.
But just all kinds of garnishing that you could do with that as well. So one of the things that I certainly want to point out here is, you know, some of the similarities that made you being part of this with me today so fabulous is just look at how beautiful her packaging is.
Thank you very
And when you take it out of the box, that's what it looks like. You know it was made by hand. So tell us a little bit about catering as well.
Oh, for sure. So we have 4 retail stores, and we have these beautiful pie shops. You come in, the pies are fresh baked. It
And tell me
smells
where those
amazing.
are again.
Atlanta, we have them in Buckhead, Alpharetta, Vinings, and Gainesville. So if you're in the Atlanta area, I'd love for you
Oh,
to stop
absolutely.
in and
They're
see
so
it.
cute.
And then we ship them all over the United States. So they come in the beautiful blue boxes. It's a beautiful gift that arrives on
And
the
it
front
says
porch.
memorable meals in minutes.
That's right. And
Love that.
literally, I tell people, you can take it out of the box and hand it to your husband, and he's never going to know the difference.
We used to say that too.
Yes, you did.
Oh man.
So-
Well, and okay, so what about Pie of the Month?
Okay, so Pie of the Month Club, we do an amazing Pie of the Month Club. We send you a new pie every month. You can pick it if you would like, or we.
That's a great gift
It's
too.
a good gift to give. Sign somebody up for a 3-month or a 6-month. And I always say it's a great gift to give, you know, for a sympathy gift,
Mhm.
or if someone passes away or someone has a baby. In the South, we take food.
Oh,
That's our
absolutely.
love language.
Absolutely.
So it's great to ship them a dinner and dessert in one box. They're going to open it. It's a beautiful presentation, and it tastes as good as it looks. That's
Well, and you know, corporate gifting has got to be a huge part of your business.
It is. That in the fourth quarter is one of the biggest parts of our
Mhm.
business. Companies like Delta and Coca-Cola, amazing companies, ship our pies all over the United States to their clients and their customers.
And people are just wowed. We were talking about what are your top 5 states, and you said one of them was California. It's because they can't get this out there.
that. They don't
You know,
have
and it's a taste of the South that really brings comfort and excitement and good taste to no matter where you are. All right, so the gift cards also.
Gift
are-
cards, you can get gift cards online, and then we get people. You can give them to people. They can pick out their pie and ship exactly what they want to their doorsteps. And if you've never tried our pies, our chicken pot pie is the best with Springer Mountain chicken. We make our own homemade roux. I'm telling you, it is game
It's so
changing.
good. Well, as we wrap up, I certainly want to expand again on the women-owned business and what sometimes you deal with, like, you know, am I going to miss the baseball game, or am I, you know, give some insight to somebody that might be thinking about starting their own business.
For sure. Well, I have such respect for you and have admired you for years and watched your story and your cookbooks. And I just know how hard it is when you start in business. You have this dream and you think it's going to be all easy and fun, but there's those tough days. And I would just encourage any woman in business to push through.
Oh,
Don't
absolutely.
take no for an answer. You are going to be there for your kids' most important moments, and they'll have a lot of respect for you and appreciation when they realize all that you've accomplished and all that you've done. I know your kids are very proud.
Well, what a great note to end on. And thank you, Amanda, for joining us and all the insight that you gave in your great recipes. And remember, no matter what you do, do it in good taste. And I hope you will all come back to see us next week and follow Amanda.
When the sun goes down, you need that home field advantage.
When officials see my name on the caller ID, they...
Lights, camera, action. Welcome back to On the Red Carpet with Allison. I have a great episode today and an even better guest. We're going to be talking about a locally filmed movie with most of its cast and crew being from the area. Joining me today is Liv Sirkowski. Liv, thank you so much for joining me today.
Hi, thank you for having me.
We're going to start very broad. Talk about Hold Her Hand. No spoilers.
Okay. Very broad. So it's a It's a story between a Irish bartender.
Okay.
And a troubled American soldier. The American soldier is on a bachelor's trip in Ireland, and these two cross paths. I'm blanking on their names. Jake, and God, what's her name? I'm great at names. If you can't tell, Jake.
It's okay.
And Evelyn, Jake and Evelyn, they cross paths and something sparks between them, and then they go on this magical journey together between they're in Ireland and then they're in Scranton, specifically in the script in Scranton. Isn't that cool? And then they jump back between Ireland and they're in New York for a bit, and they're back in Scranton. And
you just said so many great things, and I have so many questions going in my mind. Ireland, everybody needs to remember, we're filming this in Scranton. What places look like Ireland? How are we getting that vibe?
One of our main locations is a house in Abington.
Okay.
Abington, yeah. And the backyard looks... I've never been to Ireland. But
neither have I.
Would be great to go there. But I've been told it looks like Ireland, and it's just magical back there. And they did do some filming in Ireland during the summer.
Oh.
So there's some actual shots in Ireland, in the forest.
Wow.
One of the bars they shot over there. Let's see. We're filming at Gober's Deco Lounge. We're using that as two different bars.
I am not a Scrantonian. I have to just
That's
put
an
that
Exeter.
disclaimer
That's an
out.
Exeter.
Oh, see?
That's okay.
I am as Wilkes-Barre based as you can get. Wilkes-Barre, Edwardsville, Kingston,
and the little square,
and Wilkes-Barre
triangle.
Township. Just
square triangle.
The mall, where I work, my house.
Yeah, it is a triangle.
Where the family is.
Yeah. Shapes.
But continue, because this all just sounds so great. And what's your role in all of this?
So I'm the scenic designer,
okay,
which means I bring all of these different elements into it. I bring, I have to set up Evelyn's bedroom, so the bedspread, the paintings, the rug, the whatever furniture's in her room. I had to set up, so we're using one house as two different houses. So
wow,
I had to set up one bedroom for one house, dismantle it, and then turn the house into another house.
And then turn it around. And how often, do you have to do that?
We only do that once, because we did all of Evelyn's scenes first, and then we did all of Jack's scenes.
But I'm sure that's such a quick turnaround.
It was. We did it within 2 days, I think, which...
I couldn't.
It wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad.
Listen, I have to meet deadlines here, because when I produce the news, I have all day to work on the 4 o'clock newscast. But even that, is so much pressure. I couldn't imagine people saying to me, get that painting over there, move it over there, and do all that. But you're in charge of that?
Yeah, it's kind of like what you just said, put that painting over there. Well, it's I want to put that painting over there, so I'm going to put the painting over there.
And you're that artistic mind that brings this whole world to life.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Now, I do have another disclaimer. Liv and I went to school together.
We did.
They were a sophomore when I was a senior. COVID happened.
Yeah.
How many theater arts classes and projects did we do together? So when I was doom scrolling, and this is when stories just fall into your lap, I was doom scrolling and I saw their post and it said, first acting movie gig. I said, oh no, they're coming on the podcast. And this story just fell into my lap. But it's really not uncharacteristic, and I totally saw this for you in high school.
Aww.
So I'm so happy that you got this opportunity.
Thanks.
Tell me a little bit more. Are you close to being done filming? Are you still filming?
We are still in the process of filming.
Okay.
We wrap Thursday.
Wow.
Yes. We started the the 8th, I believe.
Okay.
Yep, we started the 8th, and then we wrap on Thursday, and that's all of the filming.
That's...
And then we go into post.
Okay. Post is a godsend.
Literally.
You don't know how many times I've said, oh, there's no sound. No, we'll fix that
in post.
It's theater,
Added in
movies.
post.
Yeah,
VFX
exactly.
it in post,
Exactly. What about the cast? Like, what has your experience been working with them?
They are all fantastic. They're so sweet. Having to have different conversations with them, like one-on-ones or just like group talking. And like, I remember my first day, it was my second day because I had to be there. I wasn't there the first day, but the second day when I had to set up Evelyn's bedroom, MK, our actress who's playing Evelyn, she stopped by and we just sat on her bed in her already set up bedroom and just like chatted and got to know her. Like, we're both cancers, or we both love Florence Pugh, like little stuff like that. And then just all of them have different stories of where they were, where they're at now, where they're going. And it's just, they're just an amazing, creative, talented group of people to work with.
And you said most of them were born here, went different ways, and then came back to the area where they were born and raised to do this film, just to do this film.
I think so, yeah.
That's incredible. Our area is so rich in theater, music, movie history that it is insane. I want to know a little bit more about filming. What were the challenges on set? What did you love about being on set?
It's a dream come true, honestly, because this is what I want to do for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
So, like, being on a set and just, like, getting to experiencing it. And the first day, I was like, I'm so nervous. I'm like, what? Am I going to do something wrong? I'm like, is this, like, bed going to be in the wrong spot? Is this rug bad? And just getting to work with a director, though. Jessica Cadden Osborne. Fantastic woman. Let me just say that. She has made it so easy. Well, not easy, but, like, she took some weight off my shoulder and made me like reassure myself that like I could do this. And like it's so great just like standing there next to her and watching the camera as it moves and just watching the actors in their space doing their natural thing and like knowing in my actor brain how those actors are doing what they're doing, because actor brain before art brain before director brain, all of the different brains, they work together simultaneously. It's magical. I've gone on a tangent now. What was the question again?
You're fine. You answered the question beautifully.
Great.
I go on so many tangents.
Great.
It's not even funny.
It's the ADHD.
You talking about your director, though, just everything about the experience and I'm getting derailed. Your director, you have vets in this game. You have new people. You have vets in this game. What has it been like learning from people who have done this before?
It's really eye-opening, really helpful, because as I said, this is what I'm going to do with my life and I am doing at the moment. Like, it's just like raw and getting to be with, like, as you said, the veterans and the people who have done this before. And like, we have some PAs on set who don't know much, and it's cool taking what I know, not just from Jessica, but from my great friend out in California, Rachel Barnes, just a little shout out to her, who also studies film, and I write stuff with her, like, back and forth, because she's on the West Coast. I'm stuck here in this little valley. But just all of that and, like, sharing my knowledge with the PAs, what they don't know already, it's just like learning and then passing that knowledge on and then taking what I know and creating my own, I guess, like techniques and patterns and ways of remembering stuff. It's constantly a creative space that's just constantly growing and constantly full of love.
You're still learning film. You're still in school at Wilkes.
Yes.
What has it been like balancing everything on top of schoolwork?
I'd say my ADHD really kind of helps in a way, because my ADHD is like, if I don't physically write it down, it doesn't exist to me.
Yeah.
Even if it's like in my phone or if it's like on the website where we turn our like assignments in, if it's not physically in front of me, I don't see it there, which is also kind of helpful with like acting and like scenic designing and stuff, because if I don't see it, I know it's missing. So just
That makes so much sense.
Using my brain to just balance, like,
as somebody who's a control freak, that makes so much sense. Okay, go ahead.
Like, it's not even like controlling, it's just like knowing what's happening. Like, I have so many spreadsheets. I have so many notes written everywhere. Like, I have stuff in my phone that's from weeks ago that doesn't make sense. But like,
for school or for the movie?
For everything. For everything. I'll have like a note that says like cheese needed, and I'm like, okay, is it at home? Is it at school? Is it for like the movie? What's it for?
But isn't that the best though when you look at your own note and it's like, why did I write this?
And I'm like, why did I write about prescriptions that aren't mine? I'm like, they're for the film. I should specify prescriptions in the film. Not a spoiler, but
no spoilers.
A soldier, so you could imagine that he would need medication.
Right.
So on and so forth.
Who was the brainchild behind that script?
Jessica.
Wow. And Jessica's been in the game how long?
She, I don't know, but she used to be Rocket, which is really cool.
They're getting ready.
Mariah
Mariah Carey's defrosting as we speak. Like,
and she lives in Dunmore now. I don't know if she dropped that, but like she's local again.
No address, just Dunmore.
Born and raised here. We do a lot of filming in Dunmore and Abington, and moving my hands around the table a lot. In that general area out there too, Clark Summit.
Do you have a favorite location that you've staged, that you shoot at?
Evelyn's bedroom. I know I've mentioned it a lot, but
well, that's because you designed it.
No, that's just my
yourself
favorite
on the
one
back,
I've
though.
done.
That's awesome. Yes,
it's one of my favorite ones that I've done because like I entered that bedroom and it was just an empty space with a bed frame and a mattress on it, and I was like, okay, let's go. And I just like brought what I had, and other people brought things, and I just made it into a space that like I worked with the actor too. Like I worked with MK, and just to create that space that Evelyn would live in and she would thrive in and spend most of her time in, like growing up, and because that's the house that she grew up in, I think.
No spoilers.
No spoilers, just me forgetting.
When you mentioned people just bringing stuff, was there a budget, or is that just how did you say, here's 5,000, here's 10,000, go buy a bed, go get a couch?
We took a lot of donations and we worked together to source from where we were able to. Like I brought a lot of things from my house. Jessica brought things from her house. Her husband, Jake, who works camera, he brought stuff in too. And like we just like, there's a kitchen table that we used in one scene. And that was literally their kitchen table from their house. So they're currently without a kitchen table.
Oh my gosh.
Which is so like admirable.
Pizza on the floor.
They're just kind of that's how they are. They're just like eat on the floor, I feel. And it's like a whole like family operation. Like everybody knows everybody. Like our two actors, like MK and Noah, who play Jake and Evelyn, they went to high school together. And now they live in different like MK lives out in California and she's visiting here, and I don't know where Noah lives, but somewhere. Obviously lives somewhere, but
when you were talking about the kitchen table, and we're going to be taking a break here soon, we'll go to break off of this. When you were talking about the kitchen table and them doing without, some people might not understand that, but to somebody who's loved the arts, loved theater, I'm sorry, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Makes 100 perfect sense.
You sacrifice what you can and what you have to for the art, and that's what makes it better, I think.
And that's why I love art.
Yeah.
100%. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are talking with Liv Sirkowski about Hold Her Hand. I got busted during our break that we didn't talk about the movie plot because our producer, Joey Dominic, loves movies and he sounds very interested in this movie. So, Lord help us all. Give us the plot before I get fired.
All right. Evelyn, she works in Ireland. She lives in Ireland. She works at a bar. Jack comes to Ireland on a bachelor party. They spend the night together. Some things start to blossom. Jack goes home. He has a life at home. Evelyn stays in Ireland. Things start to go downhill for Evelyn in her personal life. And Jack's life is starting to spiral. He still has PTSD. He's going to therapy. He's on meds. Evelyn's life is just kind of going crazy. She has to go to New York to visit somebody. They meet up in Scranton. Things start to go bad again. Evelyn goes home. Jack goes home. There's some space between them, but there's still something there. Then Evelyn's suddenly in Scranton, and Jack's still in Scranton, and they find each other, and happy ending.
Okay. I hope that was good enough for our producer, Joey Dominic.
I did that all in one breath, I think.
Well, I'll talk for a little bit so you can catch your breath, but that was the trailer, guys. That really was. That was the trailer.
Shorter than the trailer.
In 60 seconds.
It's quick.
But to know you, to understand your job as the set designer for Hold Her Hand, let's go back to your education. How's Wilkes? How's school going?
School. It's school, It's going pretty well. I have one more semester left, and then I'm getting out of here.
You're leaving the area.
Hopefully.
Where do we plan on going? Can we give a teaser?
Possibly Pittsburgh first.
Oh.
Like I said, I have my great friends out in LA, so.
Well, when that day comes, I'm fitting myself in that suitcase. I'm going to be with the
get
Kardashians.
On my U-Haul.
Yes.
Get on my U-Haul. I'll be driving it cross country.
I don't know if you could drive that. I'll hop on the plane and I'll be that Miley Cyrus song in the USA in LAX.
Hop on the plane.
Oh, copyright. Copyright. What, like I said before break, we took several theater classes together in high school. What makes your theater classes now so different from our high school days?
Well, we focused on different acting techniques. We've gone through Chekhov, Meisner, Uda, all of the different, I can't blanking on the other name, but different tactics and different techniques and what are we thinking about in this scene? What's the objective? What's the super objective? What does this person think about that person? What does that person think about this person? And the inter-character connections.
Not to put you on the spot, but this is for a grade.
Okay. Don't send this to my teacher then. It's just also the classes. The acting classes are so much smaller. I had a class last semester acting for 6 of us.
Wow.
So they're small, they're personal. You get one-on-one time with the teacher in front of all the class and learning with everybody else, which is...
And that's what students need to succeed. And I've been saying that. So many students, me, to single myself out, if I had a math class where it was just me, I don't know if it would have made a difference, but it would have helped.
Yeah.
If I had a history class, again, just me and a teacher, it would have helped.
Yeah.
How many do you remember?
That's called tutoring.
Well, no, I would just the whole class, all 45 an hour.
Got it. Okay.
I need a little extra help. I need people to hold my hand in history and math. But that's why I do what I do. And I talk about celebrities and entertainment because that side of my brain works, the creative side.
Yep.
The logistical side, that doesn't work. Do you remember how many kids were in our theater class? What, 23, 25-ish?
I'd say so. And it spanned across, freshman to senior?
I think so. Yeah. Do you feel like those classes have helped you prepare?
I think that is what spurred me into going to college for theater. Because at first I was I'm going to be a veterinarian. And then I was
we all have those moments.
And I was I'm going to go into criminology. And then I was I don't know what that is. My mom looked at me and she was do you know what that is? And I'm I don't.
Do you know how many times I bounced things off of, and this career to me should have, hit me like a rock. If it said, oh, how about entertainment? How about local news? It could have hit me like a rock and I passed it up. I wanted to be a phlebotomist. I wanted to be an undertaker. I don't know. I'll tell you stories off camera.
I don't know what those are, but
morticians.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
It was that bad.
Cool.
And then I landed on this, and the whole time my family was like, why was it so hard for you? Like, that should have been stop number 1.
Yeah.
When does Hold Her Hand come out?
Our premiere is in May.
Next year.
2026.
Okay.
And that's all I could tell you.
That's all
I could tell you.
Not even a little bit more? Like, is there going to be a premiere party here?
Here's a secret. I don't know much more. That's why I can't tell you.
Okay, so we'll just have to follow your social medias, follow Hold Her Hand, their social pages.
Yes.
Okay, I can live with that. Give our fans one more quick who you are, what you're about, what the movie's about. Not what you did in depth to please our producer, but just about the whole experience.
Like like performing in general, or just
whatever you want.
Whatever I want. Okay. Well, I guess I'll talk about myself real quick for a second.
Okay.
My personal art has always been based on my queer identity, and I like to not push that agenda on people, but like share what I know and like kind of like spread the joy and like bring more queer into different spaces and like discussing with actors like their character stuff and like
good for you.
Even like just trying to like bring it more to the center, and like activism has played a huge part in my beginning of my career too. Like, so my queerness, my activism, activistish, whatever you want to call it, activism, whatever I do, I bring that into my art, and that helps me, I guess, launch my art onto like another platform, I guess you could say, like another stepping stone.
Okay. So is there plans? You're a set designer now, but is there plans that my On the Red Carpet with Allison fans hear first that you could be in front of the camera someday soon?
Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly.
Do you plan on putting the director hat on, starring?
Oh, put me in front of that camera. I'll stay there all day.
Okay.
Actor at heart, but I've also
that.
done some directing, and I'm also writing too. So
you're just a live of all trades.
A live of all trades. Yes.
I just want to close by saying I'm so happy for you.
Thank you.
I cannot wait to watch Hold Her Hand, see the premieres, the teasers. I just got the trailer, so I don't need to see the trailer. But I'll be here. I'll be in my little On the Red Carpet studio. Liv, thank you again.
Thank you. This was fantastic.
I'm so glad. You have to come back. When the movie comes out, you'll come back.
Oh, of course. And maybe I'll bring a guest.
Tour tree.
Tour tree?
Tour tree.
All right. I'll have to see who's still around.
Okay. Well, she'll be big budget for me next time. They won't give me the time of day. Allison, no. I'm too big for you now.
Oh, no. You just got to pay me next time. That's all.
Making the demands here. All right. That's it for me. That's it for Liv. Keep up with them on their social medias. Until next time, guys, you were watching On the Red Carpet with Allison.
Want to see your photos and videos of the weather on our newscasts? Report it.
Beautiful sunrise? Report it.
Tree down on your road? Report it.
You can see your photos and videos on 2822 News, and we'll give you a shout out. Uploading is easy. Look for Report It under the news.
Welcome back to another episode of On the Red Carpet with Allison. We are inspiring young generations to learn, grow, and most importantly, dream. And that's just what one local author is doing with her books. why not hear from the author herself who put the pen to paper? Joining me today is Judy. Judy, thank you so much for joining me on the red carpet today.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm delighted to be here.
I'm so excited. We were already talking off camera. I can tell it's going to be a fun 30 minutes. So I want to learn about everything. I want to learn about you, but I want to learn about your books first and foremost.
Do you want to know how I became interested in writing? Or
yes, please.
I started writing when my children were little. Never had the time to really finish anything because I was working and I'm raising the kids and it's just hard. So all of the stories kind of stayed in the back of my mind for a lot of years. And then finally I retired and the kids are out of the house, and it gave me time to actually sit down and put some of those ideas on paper, because I'm old school. That's how I do it. I put it on paper.
Yes.
And it just kind of started from there. And it took me a while, but I got going with it, and I started rhyming. My books are rhyming books, and rhyme seems to go a little bit smoother for me. So that's where I got started.
And that really helps. I know for me, I do have dyslexia, so it does help me when a book rhymes to just absorb it better. So was that always intentional? Like, did you think to yourself, oh, I want to do rhyme books, or did it just like happen?
Do you know, I'm really glad to hear that, though. That's a wonderful thing. I'll tell you one little story and then I'll answer your question.
Okay.
I had been at a Comic-Con, and a woman came up to me. She had a little boy who has autism, and she said he doesn't deal well with numbers, but he really likes letters. And my first book, Agatha Livermore and the Magic Cookie Spoon, kind of follows the alphabet all the way through, because Agatha's name starts with an A, and then all of her siblings' names start with the subsequent letter of the alphabet. Okay. So he could kind of track through like that, and she said he was really enjoying that. So it does my heart good to hear that with you too, rhyming seems to be a good thing. Actually, at the time, that really wasn't my intent. I'm glad it works out that way, but I just always liked Dr. Seuss a lot. I liked to read him when I was a kid. I liked to read him to my kids, and rhyming comes kind of naturally to me. So that's pretty much why I chose the rhyme.
I love that. Congratulations are in order, because not only do you have Agatha Livermore and the Magical Cookie Spoon, you just released Agatha Livermore Planted a Tree, isn't that right?
Agatha Livermore Planted a Tree. That one's near and dear to my heart.
Tell me about it.
Well, Agatha's, she lives in a small town. She lives next door to a store that was torn down. When she looks out her window, all she can see is a big empty lot and what it could be.
Okay.
And so she begins with this dream of planting trees and making something special out of that big empty lot. And the town gets involved, and before you know it, we've got lessons of teamwork and community coming together to beautify the town. And it's got a nice little ending that I think sort of teaches a little lesson, as does the first book. I like to teach a lesson with my stories too. So that's where we're at with that one.
You mentioned a lot about teaching a lesson, and I think nowadays it's so important, because like I was telling you, I do have a 9-year-old sister who sometimes it's like 9 going on 19. So who really, what is your intended audience and age range for your books?
Mostly probably ages, I would say 4 to around 8 for the second one, maybe not quite that late for the first one, because the first one sort of reinforces the alphabet. It's more like a kindergarten, first grade kind of book. The second one can stretch a little bit further, maybe to like 8 years old.
Okay, that's so important, because I think nowadays, especially with the economy, and books need to be at the ready for children, because learning and reading are so important. I remember, and I don't know if you were the same way, reading and writing in school were my favorite subjects. I did so good in reading and literature. Science and math, maybe not so much, but we're not going to talk about that. I just loved reading, and I loved the plot pyramid, where it was like, who's the protagonist, who's the antagonist. So when did you really, I know you talked a lot about your children writing these books, but when did you, from a high school age, did you think, wow, maybe I could write?
Honestly, when I was probably just 7 or 8 years old myself, and I just thought it would be the most wonderful thing to have your name on the front of a book, to be published by a publishing house and have your name on the front of the book. To me, like, some people want to be Olympic athletes, some people want to be quarterbacks. I just thought being an author with my name on a book was the height of success.
I love
so
that.
that's kind of, I was always in the back of my mind. And then I was the obnoxious kid in school who when the teacher would say, oh, you have to write a term paper or you have to write a thesis, and everybody's saying, well, does it have to be 5 pages? I'm saying, can it be 6? Can it be 7?
Yeah, really. You know what, Judy? You and I are literally the same person, because I used to be that girl who, so I love Stephen King. In 8th grade, we had to write about a favorite author of ours. So I picked him. It had to be 100 words. That's it. Just 100 words. I think mine was probably 15, 16,000, because I just loved him so much. But hearing you say that and the way you talk about your books and your work, it really is, it literally is magical to see, because you're just like lighting up about it.
You.
I'm not going to put you on the spot, because this is like asking a parent if they have a favorite child, but do you have a favorite book you've written?
Yes, the second one, Agatha Livermore Planted a Tree, is, like I had said, that one is near and dear to my heart, primarily because I'm somewhat of a tree fanatic.
Okay.
I guess, and there are a lot of trees coming down in and around me,
Yeah.
and I like to see trees being planted, and I like to see neighborhoods being beautified, and not, progress is a wonderful thing. And we need it, but at the same time, I hate to see a lot of trees destroyed in the name of progress.
Yeah.
Right. So that one, like I said, is near and dear to my heart. And may I plug myself a little bit?
Of course.
I also have another book coming out. It's the 3rd in the Agatha Livermore collection, and it's called Agatha Livermore Wanted a Pet. That's in publication right now with my publisher. It won't be released probably for another year, a little bit better than a year. But that one is also going to be coming out.
I love that. Congratulations for that. I want to learn more about Agatha, because as somebody with an A name, and listen, A names have like a fiery spirit. Does Agatha have a fiery spirit? Dare I say maybe a little attitude? When she wants something done, she gets it done. Tell me about her.
Yes, Agatha is a little girl with a big heart. And once she sets her mind to something, she makes sure she gets it done. So I will say that, but if you want the true story of Agatha.
Okay, yes please, yes please.
When my daughter was in middle school, a lot of her friends, and it was just kind of a thing for the kids to call their parents by their first names. And I was never a big fan of that. And so she came home one day and she said, Mommy, what's your real name? And I said, Agatha. And she said, no, it isn't. And I said, well, she said, why does Daddy call you Judy? And I said, well, that's his nickname for me, because he knows I don't like my first name, so he just calls me Judy, because I wasn't about to start encouraging her to call me Judy. So that's where Agatha came. She said, well, then what's your last name? And I just came up with Livermore, just off the top of my head, and that's where Agatha Livermore, the name, actually came into being.
I love that, and it has like sentiment to you that you literally, again, put pen to paper, and you can carry that memory with you forever. And I'm assuming now your daughter does know your real name.
She knew at the time too. We were just, I would always tell my kids crazy stories and stuff. I did tell them too that the magic cookie spoon was because they wondered why my cookies always tasted so good. And I said, well, you see these little brown things in the cookies that you think are chocolate chips? And they go, yeah. And I said, well, they're actually little bits of liver. But my magic cookie spoon, because I had a wooden spoon that I would mix the cookies with, my magic cookie spoon makes them taste like chocolate chips. So that's where Agatha Livermore and the magic cookie spoon actually came into being.
I love that story. I thought you were going to, well, now I need to try your chocolate chip cookies.
They're pretty good.
Listen, any sweets, I am drooling at the mouth, and it's only 11 o'clock, so don't make me hungry. But you are local, correct?
Yes, I'm from the Selinsgrove area.
Okay, so I would hate to see you drive all the way back to Selinsgrove, make cookies, and then come back. But I'll tell you what, this just gives you an excuse when you launch your 3rd book that you have to come back and bring me cookies.
Oh, I would love that. I would absolutely love that.
I want to talk about, maybe right before we go to break, I just want to ask, is there something writing these books, what did Agatha teach you after writing these books?
The first one has a nice little life lesson at the end that I'm hoping resonates with adults as well as children. And when the idea came to me for that ending, I realized I was kind of talking to myself too. I don't want to give too much away. But sometimes we just need to try things that are out of our comfort zone. And this today is a little bit out of my comfort zone, but I thought I'm going to do this anyways. I'm going to give it a try. And so Agatha has taught me maybe to overcome some of those fears.
I love that. And I'll tell you what, I'm just going to put this out in the open. It was so nice talking to Judy over email because she said, "Oh, I'm so excited but slightly terrified." And I said, "Well, listen, we're going to be fine, but I do have 2 rules." I said, 1, you have to laugh at my jokes, and she's been doing that so far. And number 2, she has to have fun. And I really, listen, you're doing good. I think you could take over as being the interviewer. And I love to see it. I'm so excited to hear more about these books. I can't wait. Tell people before we go to break really quick where they could get their hands on the first 2.
Amazon, of course, Amazon, Walmart.com, and BarnesandNoble.com. Those are the 3 places that they're listed with.
Everything on Amazon. And guess what? The holidays, Black Friday is literally right around the corner. The holidays are coming. They make great gifts, great stocking stuffers. You could wrap it. There, look it, I'm doing your shopping. I should be a personal shopper.
And books are always a great gift.
They really are. Baby shower gift, everything. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Are you going to stick around or did I scare you?
Absolutely, you did not scare me.
We'll be right back on the red carpet. Welcome back from break. On the red carpet, I am joined with Judy Jessic, and I'm so excited to have you here today. We are talking all about your new books. You have 2 so far, third in the works. 3 books does not happen overnight. I kind of want to learn more about your writing style, so talk me through that process.
My writing style, I tend to come up with my best ideas when I'm walking or hiking. I get home, I scurry home and write down everything I could think of, and I'll start to write my stories, maybe the first verse or 2, and then I skip ahead and write the ending. It just seems to be easier for me to, I've got a point A and point B then, and then all I need to do is fill in between what I want to, how I want to start it and how I know I want it to end. And so then just filling in the middle part is all that's left to do. The writing part is the easiest part for me. The marketing, not so much, but the writing part is very easy.
I'm so glad you mentioned about writing the first page, writing the last page. Block your author ears here, because I am one of those readers where I will read the first page and then I'll read the last page. I know, I'm so sorry, but that's what I do. And I'm like, okay, I could read this now because it has a happy ending. It's so bad. It is so bad. Your books, I want to talk because the covers are so cute of your books.
Thank you.
Where did that come from? Like, where did Agatha get her look from?
From here. I'm not an illustrator, so my publisher did all the illustrations, but they're very, very good at asking me questions about what I want my characters to look like, which verses I want to have illustrated. Please describe in detail what you want to have them doing, what the setting is, and so on. And so it gives me a lot of input, a lot of creative input into them. So Agatha, yeah, I thought she needed to be a little spunky, maybe have long red curly hair, and yeah, that was kind of my thought for her, was just to give her a little personality.
Listen, again, I keep saying nothing says personality like an A name. If you want to give somebody an A name, you know they are going to have personality and a fiery attitude, and that's just what you're going to get. I also want to learn about just how long does it, because I think the writing process is fascinating. How long does it take you for each book?
Okay, that is a good question, but I am not a disciplined writer. I can't sit down and just write a book page after page after page, day after day after day. I will come up with some ideas, I scribble them down, I'll develop them a little bit on a day when I'm feeling in the mood. I'm very sporadic with it. Sometimes I'll put things away for a couple of weeks, pick them up again, might write for maybe 3 days that week and put it away again for another month or 2. And it just, so it's very difficult to tell you how long it takes me to write a book, because it's just all over the place like that. Once I get it written, once I really feel like I've got a good draft, then I can sit down and really focus on polishing it up and so on. But I would guess, if I had to put a number to it, that maybe I'm doing them in a month or 2.
Okay, but you know what?
Because they're short. I'm sorry, they're short little. They're just like children's picture books, so they're not. It's not like I'm writing a novel.
No, but I love when you said, I pick it back up and I put it away, and that's to me kind of the best way to go about things. Like, if there's no exact timeline, Rome wasn't built in a day. Right. So I think you doing that gives you time to process what you wrote and then go back, and I love that.
Exactly.
How long would you say for just like a bedtime story? How many pages? How long would you say one of your books to get through is?
They're 500 words. Okay. Approximately 500 words, and because they rhyme, they're very smooth, easy reading. It's only going to take a few minutes to sit down and read one of them to somebody. So it's not.
I love that. I just want to go back because I'm just fascinated by you and like how you got into writing. Did you in high school, do you remember any teachers or even in grade school who said, like, Judy, you need to pursue this as a career?
Not so much in school, but I did work with a group of people at one point, and whenever it was somebody's birthday or something, I would write a little poem for them. Aww. something silly. It was always very tongue-in-cheek or something that had just happened to them, and so I would put that in a little poem. And they started telling me, you should write greeting cards. You should really write greeting cards. And I thought, that's also what made me think maybe rhyming was a good thing for me to try.
Yeah.
Because I did start writing a book that was a chapter book, and it wasn't rhyming at all. And when I hit on Agatha Livermore and the rhyme thing, it seemed to really go a lot smoother for me. So I thought maybe that's where I need to be right now.
Is you mainly focus on your Agatha series, but is there a chance for you to sit down one day and write like a teen novel?
Yes.
Oh, wait.
Well, not a teen novel. I'm actually working on an early chapter book for early readers.
Okay.
And I'm trying to inject some humor into it to maybe keep children's interest a little bit better. Agatha's a female character, obviously, with her name, but I do have a male character in the next one. So if that appeals to little boys, maybe, I don't know, but it should appeal to everybody, but if it appeals to little boys, maybe who are more reluctant readers sometimes, that's what I'm hoping for.
Listen, I was always such a reluctant reader, like in my early days, just because of my dyslexia. Like I literally, when we played popcorn, do you remember that from school?
I do not, no. I'm way older than you.
Stop it. When we played popcorn in school and like the teacher would just call on us randomly to like read, I'd literally go around the room and be like, okay, which paragraph do I have to read? Just because like I didn't want to sound, not as smart, because I did forensics for many, many years, like speech and debate for many, many years. When it came to reading, I love to read, but I'm a slower reader. Mm-hmm. So I can appreciate how you really are going out of your way to appeal to younger audiences who might need that extra help or push to pick up a book. And I love that.
Thank you.
I love this episode. I'm so excited. I don't want to be wrapping up soon. I really don't. Remind us one more time about your 2 books that are out now and then your 3rd one in the works without any spoilers.
Agatha Livermore and the Magic Cookie Spoon is my first book. That one reinforces the alphabet for little ones, teaches a nice little life lesson at the end. Probably for ages maybe, I'm thinking 3 or 4 to around 7 probably. Agatha Livermore Planted a Tree is the book that's just been released, and that one is for ages 4 to around 8, and also has a nice little life lesson at the end of it. And Agatha Livermore Wanted a Pet, once again, to be released probably in a year or so. We'll have a life lesson, and again, probably the same age group, and they're all rhyming stories.
I just want to know what pet she gets, because for Allison, I would love a hedgehog. That is so out there, but I would love a hedgehog.
Oh my goodness. And as a matter of fact, in that book, Agatha's parents ask her what kind of pet she would like to have, and she comes up with all kinds of crazy. She'd like a zebra, she'd like a giraffe. She comes up with a lot of ideas.
What kind of pet would Judy Jessic want?
Oh, Judy Jessic is partial to cats.
No, we need something bigger, more extravagant.
Something bigger, a polar bear then.
Oh.
Yeah.
I like that answer. No, I'm going hedgehog. I love hedgehogs. I think they're so cute. Again, where can we buy your books?
Amazon. Actually worldwide Amazon if you happen to be out of the country. Walmart.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Again, I'm going to plug it, and then Judy's going to tell you where you could keep up with all of her adventures. The holidays are right around the corner. Look you could pay me for your PR. We can do that. The holidays are right around the corner. It's not that hard. Go to the store, shop on Amazon. They'll deliver the book right to you. All you have to do is wrap it or put it in a stocking. That's it. That's the hard part, is just waiting for it to get here, because I'd be impatient waiting for the book to get here too. Judy, where can we keep up with you and all of your adventures and all of Agatha's adventures?
I don't have a website just yet. That's probably going to happen next year, I'm thinking. But right now you can find me at Author Judy Jessic on Facebook and Author Judy Jessic on Instagram as well. And please note, my first name is spelled J-U-D-I, so you'll have to look for it, J-U-D-I, Jessic.
Yes, your lower third on the camera does say J-U-D-I, so it'll tell everybody, so there's no excuse not to go follow her. Judy, thank you so much for being on the red carpet today.
This has been absolutely wonderful. Thank you for having me.
And she said off camera, next time, third book release. She's coming to talk about it, and I'm trying those cookies.
I promise.
Okay, I love that. I love On the Red Carpet with Allison. It has been another great episode. Remember, all of Judy's books are on, the 2 are on sale now. Got ahead of myself. Whew. The 3rd is coming out, in the process of it, about next. As always,
tracking a return of some wet weather, including rain and snow. Coming up here is 20 degrees up from yesterday at this time. So it is going just a few.
Okay, Valerie, we'll see you shortly. One of the men who killed more than a dozen people in Australia,
from about 10 to as much as 20 degrees.
We're stepping to a space where gifts feel personal, intentional, and full of heart. The ladies from Soulshine are here with feel-good finds that make checking off your list feel like a joy and not a chore. We're stepping behind the velvet rope for a look at what's making local entertainment buzz. Allison joins me in the studio to spotlight the creativity and culture that is shaping our area. And we're cranking up the speed and taking you inside of one of the most adrenaline-packed spots around. S&S Speedways delivers nonstop fun, fierce competition, and the kind of thrills that keep everyone coming back for more. PA Live starts now.
I got my local on. It's where I come from and where I belong. I got my local on.
Good afternoon and welcome to the area's only lifestyle program, PA Live. I'm Tammany Blackwell. Chris is out for the day, so you and I are just chit-chatting and hanging out. Thank you so much for joining me. We're going to jump right into our trending topics for today. So here's what's trending. This is what everyone is talking about online. George Clooney, the beloved famous actor, says he had a conversation that he will no longer be kissing anyone in his films anymore. In a recent interview, he said that his wife, Alma, and that his age ruled out any further kissing roles for him. The 64-year-old starred in several romantic movies throughout his entire career, including the 2022 film Ticket to Paradise with Julia Roberts. In that particular film, get this, guys, George Clooney recalled a director criticizing a kissing scene that him and Julia Roberts did, but it did not take like 1, 2, 3, maybe 10-ish takes. No, it actually took up to 80 takes for them to do it. If you guys were wondering, George Clooney and Amal Clooney have been married since 2014, and they share 2 beautiful children. For our next trending topic, Pinterest is predicting their trends for 2026. Here are literally just a few. First up is Gimme Gummy, what you see on your screen. Pinterest says everything is going squishy and bending next year, including phone cases, jewelry, and nail art. They're trying to give into the Gen Z and millennial tactile obsession. And then there's Funhouse, what we see now, circus-inspired home decor brought on by boomers and millennials, so you expect to see more bold stripes and wink of clownish charm inside of your home. And then we have Darecations, which sounds actually very fun. Pinterest predicts Gen Z and millennials will look for more adrenaline-filled vacations like river rafting through Glass 5 Rapids. I think that sounds so much fun. But speaking of the New Year's, though, New Year's Eve is about to get loud with Coast to Coast Countdown 2026. WBRE is bringing you a Coast to Coast celebration on New Year's Eve, December 31st, starting at 11 p.m., featuring bands and songs that we all know, and we all sneak peek at what's to come.
Hey, we're Foreigner, and spend your New Year's Eve with your Jukebox Heroes. We have 16 top 30 songs, which is pretty unusual for a band. They've stood the test of time, and they resonate with people in a way that, you know, great songs do.
You know the words. Now get to know the new-ish main man rocking the mic for Foreigner, Luis Maldonado.
It was actually very organic because I was already in the band. I'd been in the band already for 5 years. We would do these acoustic shows. Actually, Bruce, Michael, the keyboard player, and myself, we had these functions called VIB, Very Important Beer. And our manager went to one of these VIBs and was like,
yeah.
Light bulb.
Starting off with an orchestral run in Vegas in March, which is really cool. We love doing that. We're going to go back to Mexico in May. We have acoustic shows that we're doing, which are really fun.
Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Sticks in 26. Ready? Shoot!
Since 1972, they've been having the best of times, making great music. But what's the Styx secret to success?
We just seem to be a band that every one of us wants to somehow get maybe 1% better every single night. And you're fortunate to be in a band where everyone's like-minded in that way.
Magical.
Raise your red wine glass because UB40 is ringing in the new year with us.
We're not really red wine drinkers, no. I didn't know there was so much to say about wine, but obviously there is. For us, reggae was urban music. We come from inner city Birmingham, the middle of the city, you know. It doesn't represent palm trees and sun to us. It represents the streets of where we live, you know. Reggae was urban for us.
We've got another album coming out next year. We're working on another album as we speak.
Lots of touring as always, you know.
I could never imagine myself doing anything else. It's kind of like, I guess I manifested this in a way.
He's a singer, songwriter, actor, and author. But long before Kevin Cronin was a rock star,
I started playing guitar when I was about 11.
He says his guitar became the secret weapon that protected him from bullies.
And just getting to that age, junior high school age, I would have to dodge through people's yards and to avoid getting my kicked. The Beatles came on, and within a week, these same guys who were, chasing me through alleyways on the way to my guitar lesson, now they all wanted to be in a band with me because I was the only one in the neighborhood who knew how to play the guitar.
We're all songwriters and, we are musicians, and we love being in the studio and laying it down and making records, and we've got 21 records.
Don't expect any cheap tricks when it comes to great music from this band.
I don't know how I describe it, but we really do records. We do songs that we would like to hear ourselves. So it's just stuff that we think is good.
It's time once again to celebrate the incredible women who make a difference in our lives and our communities. Remarkable Woman 2026 is officially underway, and we want to hear about the inspiring women that you know. Nominations are open now through December 19th. Just make sure you visit 2822news.com/contest and tell us why your nominee is truly remarkable. One amazing woman will be chosen to represent our area and head to Nashville for the National Remarkable Woman Celebration. Don't miss your chance to shine a light on someone extraordinary, so nominate them today. The ladies from Soulshine are joining us in this sponsored segment to help you find thoughtful, soulful gifts that are sure to bring joy and light to anyone on your list. The holidays are sneaking up fast. Literally, Christmas is next week. And if you're like mine, your gift list is staring right back at you. But don't worry, today all about those feel-good finds and the gifts of that feel thoughtful and personal, from little luxuries to crowd pleasers that make you look like you really actually planned ahead. Don't laugh at me. Alyssa, Tracy, and Joanne are back with us, and they're sharing ideas that help take the stress out of the holiday season. So, ladies, thank you so much for coming back today.
Thank you for having us.
So, everything in your store literally feels like it's intentional. When I walk in, what kind of gifts can I pick out when I'm stopping in to see you?
Oh my God, anything. Books, crystals, incense, jewelry, candles, decor. There's all sorts of stuff. There's everything.
And there's always gift cards. There's gift cards for the shop, and there's gift cards for our practitioners. So there's everything from our sauna sessions to Alyssa's tarot mediumship, astrology. You have Reiki sessions, sound healing, and even our Cambo practitioner. So there is literally something for everybody, gifts for the shop and for our practitioners and sessions.
Yeah, so one thing I have to mention, your girls, the last couple times you have come on, I've noticed your hair. And they have this
Oh yeah, and you can get sparkle too.
So that's going to help me get ready for the holiday season.
So we do soul strands, which are individual little tinsel, basically attached to a single hair.
Yeah.
And you can wash it, curl it, color it. I mean, Joanne's hair is not naturally pink.
Nope. There's no glue. There's no
glue.
beads. They're
just
not
like
going to
your
fall.
normal hair.
So is it attached to like a literal
hair, one single hair.
Strand of hair.
How long does it take?
Not long, like 15, 20 minutes.
Hello, so I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna start shopping.
There you go.
There you go.
So it's my first time in the store. What's that process like if I'm unsure like what I should be gifting somebody when I walk in? Are you guys gonna help me figure that out?
Of course. Yeah, we're there to help anybody. We're here, whatever you need, we're there to help you, walk you through the process, or just give you time just to sit with see what jumps out at you.
Yeah, and if I'm gifting someone a gift from Soulshine, but they might not be sure how to use it, do you recommend like I put a note, or will you guys like include a little note? So like,
We've done it before
to help us out. Yeah. And then one thing I have to talk about, we talked about it a little bit in the break, but you guys are moving.
Yeah,
we are.
Yeah.
There's gonna be like a little period where you're gonna be closed. Where are you guys going, and what inspired this move?
Well, we won't talk about what inspired it, but we're moving to 80 North Mountain Boulevard. We're going to be closed from Christmas Eve to New Year's Eve.
And we'll be open on Christmas Eve.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're going to be
we'll
open
be
on
there
New Year's
Christmas Eve.
and then Christmas Day to New Year's Day, we're going to be closed. So then January 2nd, we're going to be open at 80 North Mountain Boulevard.
Our new location.
It's
bigger and better.
80 North Mountain Boulevard. Bigger, better. Come see us.
Come see the ladies.
Still open until Christmas.
Christmas Eve from 8 to 1. Come see us until then.
It's so crazy me telling me we're so busy, we're so packed, and you guys are here now telling me, come stop in. We're not that crazy where we're gonna close. Ladies, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And big thanks to Soulshine for sharing these beautiful, thoughtful gifts ideas in today's Paid Piece.
Wawa.
The following portion of PA Live has been sponsored by St. Luke's University Health Network.
Today we're visiting the St. Luke's Carbon Campus with President John Nespoli. We're going to be talking about, first of all, the national awards that you guys have won here in just a few years of being open.
This is one of those moments where, oh my gosh, this is incredible. So the Department of Health and Human Services, federal agency, did extensive studies across the nation, like 5,000 hospitals, looking at safety in a hospital and quality. Hundreds of measurements, and St. Luke's University Health Network, including the St. Luke's Carbon Campus, was named the safest and highest quality hospital network in the country. And, there's some other fine systems in this country, like the Mayo Clinic, Johns Hopkins, the Cleveland Clinic, and we did outperform those, internationally acclaimed hospitals, great places, but we did outperform them in quality and safety, which I find incredible. So I'm just so proud of our doctors and our nurses and our housekeepers and our staff, because everybody contributes to that kind of a performance.
Yeah, and when we talk about the community, tell me how you guys are being a part of the community.
Yeah, I always tell people that when St. Luke's places a hospital in the community, it's so much more than a hospital. We adopt the community. We really do. So there's so many examples. I'll start with the veterans. In Carbon County, we have the highest percentage of veterans in the state, and we have sadly, we had one of the highest suicide rates. So, and we were having a hard time getting vets with PTSD to see their doctor, to see a psychiatrist. So the mental health department with the county and the Veterans Administration came up with this really creative program to train vets with PTSD as counselors. We call them peer specialists. Mm-hmm. And guess what? Vets who wouldn't go see a psychiatrist will go see a buddy, a peer specialist, for counseling. So we've had hundreds of vets access that, and then many of them do choose to get into the mental health care system, to get a psychiatrist, to get support beyond the peer specialist. And I just learned recently we are starting to see suicide rates come down in this county. So a great example. Great partnerships with the schools. We have a dental van that and the schools cooperate with us to provide free dental care. We have something called an immersive health education experience for all the schools, where kids can come into the hospital and get exposed to future, careers in healthcare. And I guess I'll give you a third example. Great commitment to senior citizens. We have discounted senior meals in our hospital, and it's busy every night. We have dozens and dozens of seniors who eat in our cafeteria. And then we use that as an opportunity to do health education. So, and they seem to like it. At first I thought we might, annoy the seniors as they're eating, but they love it. So we have diabetic educators. We brought the EMS community in to teach them when and how to call 911. So all sorts of health education to seniors. So 3 examples, and there are many, many more.
Yeah, you guys have a lot. So in case you guys ever want to learn about all the initiatives that John was talking about, you guys can visit their website, slhn.org.
The previous portion of PA Live has been sponsored by St. Luke's University Health Network.
Step into the red carpet with On the Red Carpet with Allison, your front row seat to the best in local entertainment, from talented musicians and inspiring authors to can't miss attractions and family-friendly destination. Allison shines a light on all the people that make our area vibrant. Tune in for a fun-filled hour that celebrates creativity, community, and the arts that bring us all together. Allison, I'm so excited to be on the red carpet / white couch with you today.
I know, I love it. I'm wearing the red. I brought the red carpet to us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm so excited. There has been so much since the last time I saw you to talk about my show. I interviewed, do you watch Food Network?
Yes.
Duff,
stop, because I've seen it.
Duff Goldman came on the red carpet. We chatted all about what he's doing with Great Wolf Lodge and his secret sugar cookie recipe.
Did he give it to you?
He did.
You guys have to share with me. Obviously, it's holiday season, so we definitely want to. Oh, we're gonna have to tune in to see it.
You do. Now, my show airs on Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire right before PA Live on.
So you gotta tune in.
On 28/22 now. So tune into On the Red Carpet, then stick around for PA Live.
Hello, we love the promo. So when you first pitched your show, did you know it was going to be this huge success?
Honestly, no. Like, I thought, oh, it's just going to be me, and the only people that are going to watch is my family. But like, I've had people stop me, and they're like, "Wait, you're Allison from On the Red Carpet," and I'm like, "Why, yes, I am."
Clock it. I love that for you. So is your family the reason that you fell in love with the entertainment industry? Like, were things in your family, they were watching TV, listening to music, like certain artists? Is that where your love came from?
The TV was always on. Music was always on. I'm one of those people, like, I grew up, if there were, like, I'm having a panic attack. Like, I need music, I need arts. I'm a huge believer in, like, I love the theater. I just love Broadway. And you know what? My family really instilled that in me from a young age. And all of these aspects, they said, wait, you're going to school, because here's the funny part. I didn't know what I wanted to do.
When you got to school?
When I got to school, and they were like, this should have hit you in the head. Like,
really?
Why did you not pursue this sooner? And we really honed those skills, and I'm really happy that my parents gave me, and my whole family gave me the outlet to excel the way I am.
So what has been your most memorable moment since, besides Chef Duffy, of course?
Okay, this is a little off the red carpet, but I am working to bring it on the red carpet. I'm a huge fan, it's no secret, of country music and the WWE.
So we gotta get them on your show.
We have to get them on. I met one of the wrestlers a while ago, so I'm like, hey, please, manifesting. But I always have things in the works. I'm working on a Nashville singer.
Wow.
Interviewing
you got
her
everybody,
this week.
literally.
Listen, if you have any ideas for me, or you're an author, just anybody, please, I invite local artists in any capacity, Broadway, movies, you know, just artists, painters, come on, like, get in contact with me. I want to share your story.
You guys can always watch Allison on the red carpet with Allison on the 28/22 and Now app, which is also what we want you to do. We want you to download it so you guys can start streaming. It's the most wonderful time of the year. We're making it even more wonderful with our 12 days of streaming sweepstakes. Here's how to enter. First, download the 28/22 Now app on Roku, Apple TV, or Fire TV. Like Allison said, it's totally free to download and free to stream. Launch the app, find the QR code, scan it, and you're in. We'll be right back with more PA Live after this. Ashley Howard and Alyssa Bergamini are standing by with best reviews and services at this week's Best Reviews, this week's Epic Discounts.
Welcome to Epic Discounts by BestReviews.com. I'm Alyssa Bergamini.
And I'm Ashley Howard. Grab your phone and scan that QR code on your screen.
First up, the Rove R2 4K dual dash cam gives you crystal clear video from the front and rear of your car, so you're always protected.
It even watches your car while you're parked. And with the free 128 gig memory card, you can start recording right out of the box.
Plus, you can instantly view and save videos right on your phone with super fast Wi-Fi.
And as we're all driving a little more this season, here's a reminder. Insurance prices always change and not always in your favor.
According to Money.com, among insured Americans who switched carriers, 92% saved money and 63% saved at least $100 annually.
If you've moved, drive less, or got a new car, it's a great time to shop around. Save by going direct and skip the agent.
Money.com lets you compare and buy car insurance right from their site.
If you're looking to save and stop overpaying, go to Money.com or scan that QR code on your screen to compare right on their homepage.
And since the holidays are all about family, including our four-legged friends, you'll want to check out their pet insurance.
Our pets are family, but those rising vet costs can make emergencies really stressful.
And that is why more owners are turning to pet insurance. It helps cover unexpected bills, offering peace of mind so families can focus on care and not cost.
Money.com reviewed top providers and found plans starting as low as $10 a month.
To learn more, visit Money.com or scan the QR code right on your screen.
And while we're spoiling our pets with treats and extra cuddles this season, let's get to know them a little better.
Meet the Base Paws DNA testing kit for dogs and cats. It reveals over 330 breeds, more than 280 health risks, and 30 unique traits.
Whether you have a mystery mix or want insights to genetic health, you get a full ancestry and health breakdown, personalized information to help your pet live their best life.
Let's take one last look at today's products and services. Head to epicdiscounts.com or scan the QR code on your screen.
And get ready to scan, shop, and save all season long with Epic Discounts by Best Reviews.
Deals and more, head to 2822news.com and click on Marketplace at the top of the page, or simply use your smartphone to scan the QR code on your screen. Happy shopping! And after you've got your epic discounts, you want to check out the Ski Shack next. Dave Kaharchek stopped by in this paid piece.
There's no doubt that the kids programs here at the Ski Shack in Music really set it apart from the competition. Melissa Roberts is here with more. Melissa, great to see you.
Likewise, thanks for being here.
So you and I were just talking. Sometimes as a parent, it is really difficult to take your kids out shopping with you. That could lead to some challenges, to say the least. However, here at the Ski Shack, you welcome that.
Absolutely. We're third generation family owned, and I'm a mom of two young special needs boys. So I know shopping can sometimes be a challenge. And so I really try to think about the customer experience here. And that's why we have this amazing kids cabin here. We have a one-stop shop for all of our kids stuff, just right in one area. And if you're trying to shop for yourself, then there's a little place where kids can play. We have all kinds of toys for them to play with to keep them occupied. So mom and dad can, have some time to actually make some decisions and shop and enjoy the experience.
So one of those rare places where, yes, kids are welcome and yes, they can play. So you don't have to worry about the kids while you're shopping here at the Ski Shack. Now, you also have another unique program for kids as well called your Trade-In, Trade-Up program. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Absolutely. So, skiing, it can be a very expensive sport and kids are always growing. So we offer our Trade-In program where you can take the equipment that you purchase from us and you have up to 3 years to trade it in. You get 50% of what you paid for it initially towards the purchase of new equipment. So this is fantastic for families that have multiple kids. They're able to pass the equipment down over the few years, or maybe you just want your kids to be in better equipment. They're really progressing on the mountain and you want them to have better quality equipment. So this is just a great program that we offer, and we've been offering it for a few years, and it's incredibly popular with our families and something we really encourage you to do if you have the little ones.
While we're talking about kids, Melissa, I know you're a big advocate of getting the whole family out on the slope. So tell us a little bit about getting kids started early. There are benefits to getting them out on the slope as early as you can.
Absolutely. It really just helps them get normalized to the experience about being outside in winter. Let's face it, it's not easy for everyone to get outside in cold temperatures. So the younger that you start the kids, it reinforces that this is just what we do, especially here in Northeast PA. We have 4 beautiful seasons. Let's embrace them all. So, for if you've got even like little ones, like 2 years old, and they're just starting to walk, we have season rental options where you can rent skis and boots from us us, and that way you can use them anywhere. Our season rentals can be used on the mountain, or even if you get a little bit of snowfall, and you can use them in the backyard. So it's just a great way to get the kids accustomed to getting outside in nature, and especially in the wintertime.
So come out here and shop with the kids. Come out here and get the kids ready to hit the slopes, all at the Ski Shack right across from PNC Field and Music. And people could jump on your website, too, to see a little more as well.
Absolutely. You can go to skishacksports.com.
All right, Melissa Roberts here at the Ski Shack. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Great seeing you.
And thanks again to the Ski Shack for sponsoring that segment. Now let's take those skis and head to Shawnee Mountain, where Kara Hart is learning how they're celebrating their 50th anniversary in this paid piece.
Winter is right around the corner, and Shawnee Mountain is ready for a huge season. The family-owned ski area is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and there's a lot happening on the mountain. Joining me today is Michaela Kennedy, social media and marketing. Michaela, thanks so much for having us.
Thanks for coming. I'm excited to talk about winter.
Oh my gosh. So let's just get right to the big question, right? The big one. When is opening day, and how is the mountain looking as we prepare for this monumental time of year?
So we are going to open for our 50th season on Friday, December 12th. We'll be open from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And the mountain's looking pretty good. I mean, we have a whole week to prep still. We're going to make snow. We're going to open as many trails as possible. So we're gearing up for a really great start to the season.
That's amazing. So yeah, skiing, snowboarding, tubing, this is the season for everyone. Now, 50 years, that's a pretty big deal. So what do you have going on that's special to celebrate that 50th anniversary?
Well, the King Day tickets are $19.75 for everybody to celebrate the year we opened, 1975. So you can get those online already, buy them at the window. We're excited to see you there. And then we'll have stuff going on all season long. But our big thing is our 50th anniversary party on January 10th. We're going to have stuff outside, up on the mountain, inside, live music. It will be a legitimate party here to celebrate 50 years.
Yeah, it's a really big accomplishment. So I think we need to mark the date for January 10th to be here for that celebration. Now, there's always something new happening at Shawnee Mountain. So tell me a little bit about some of the new programs you are unrolling and unfolding as we come into this season.
Yeah, so we were really catering to our snowboarders this year. We found there was a gap in some programming for them. So we'll be offering first our snowboard development program, which is a multi-weekend program for snowboarders to come in and learn some more skills with one of our trained instructors. So that's available to sign up for online. But we also have a more casual club called our Snowboard Coffee and Talk. It's a funny name, but it's really what it is. You're going to come in, snowboard, learn a few things, have some coffee, and just make some friends while you're learning.
So this is the season for people like me who don't know how to snowboard to be here and take those lessons and chat with everybody.
Yeah, snowboarding and skiers, we want you all to come in. If you've never done it before, we'll help you learn. We're really excited to teach it to never-evers and also people who have done it before and need some refreshers.
Amazing. So for folks who are ready to lock in their winter plans, where do we go to get these tickets? And is there any kind of benefit besides, well, the $19.75 pricing to getting them a little bit early?
Yeah, if you buy online, you're going to save up to like 20% off of ticket window prices. So we always recommend buying online. If you're not sure about the date, there's a flex ticket so you can have some flexibility with when you come. And we have things like our 2-day pass, which is not locked into a date. So that's 2 days, any day this season. So we have a lot of great deals online that you can purchase already.
Amazing. All right. So how do we find out more and keep up to date with everything happening in Shawnee Mountain?
Our website is awesome. Go to ShawneeMC.com. But we're also big on social media. So Instagram, Facebook, even TikTok, we're there telling you everything. It's really up to date. So we love to see people on there.
All right, Michaela, thank you so much. Looking forward to an amazing 50th anniversary season here at Shawnee Mountain. Make sure you visit them online and keep up to date with their newsletter and social media so you have all the information on discounts, what's happening here, and the entire season. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Shawnee Mountain Ski Area, for sponsoring this segment. We'll be right back with more PA Live after this.
Traveling during the holiday season can be extremely stressful. Let's learn how to combat this in the paid piece from Travel World. You know, from long lines to tight schedules, holiday travel brings chaos.
Yes, sure does.
With a few simple shifts, though, you can stay organized, calm, and fully present. Matt from Travel World has tips to help you navigate the holidays with ease. Matt, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me again, Chris.
You know, we talk about the holidays, but it's also kind of like just busy times traditionally through the year. And in terms of getting a trip planned and booked with Travel World, once I do that, do I have to do any sort of thing with my flights? Do I have to go to the airport and say, this is when I booked a trip with Travel World? Like, how do I prepare?
So, as you know, Travel World plans it all. However, if you are traveling independently, and even if you travel with us, we prepare for the inclement weather during the winter months, or especially the holiday season, because we have long lines, so security could be backed up, immigrations, depending on where you're going. And it's also, we recommend to get to the airport early. I know people don't want to sit in the terminal too long. They want to just get on the plane, get to their destination, but we like to say, get there early. It's better to be safe than sorry.
And also, too, I feel like the underlying theme is there is no guesswork when you book something with Travel World. Matt and the team are doing all of the work, and they are telling you where to arrive, when to arrive, what to bring, and you have the pulse on everything that is happening currently because you're literally doing this every minute of every day.
Yeah, we have, our team is always, especially now with, what snow today, but we have a team monitoring the situation, monitoring the weather, making sure we get there on time. If airlines are delayed, we're notifying all our travelers because we travel in groups for the most part. So everybody's with us. So we have a Travel World liaison, a Travel World leader that is with the group to make sure that everything does go as smooth as possible. With that said, inclement weather is unpredictable, so all of our trips we highly recommend travel insurance, but especially during the winter months because you just never know.
So how do we protect our trips in that way? Is that something that you get right when you book?
So when you book, we offer Allianz travel insurance, which protects you depending on when you book it. If you book it 12 days from the time of booking, it protects pre-existing medical conditions. But more so, if there's flight issues, flight cancellations, and your trip kind of gets derailed, unfortunately, it happens. That is there to protect you.
Yeah. So definitely, again, if someone is thinking, well, I am spending my hard-earned money on a trip, you want to make sure that it's protected. So it's like a no-brainer of doing so. I know, especially on a day like this, really throughout the entire month with this cold weather, where can we go right now if I said, hey, Travel World, I need to go somewhere warm and I need to go ASAP?
Great question. So right now we're getting all the calls for people who want to get away for the winter, want to be somewhere warm. So we have a cruise beginning of February to the Caribbean on the Norwegian Breakaway. So we have about 10 seats left on that. We have a trip to Cancun, 6 seats left on that, which leaves February 1st. But it gets you to a place with sand, with sun, with the beach, and kind of breaks up the monotony of cold weather.
Yeah.
But now also, not only do we have places in warmth during the winter months, now is the time to plan your trips for next year. And Travel World has a ton of trips planned for next year, a lot of new trips planned. So be on the lookout. We have a fun year planned ahead for everybody.
Yeah, and if you've been to the Travel World website before, but maybe not so recently, please go on it because it is totally revamped and so easy to navigate and use and find exactly the trip that will best fit you. So Travel World, you can give them a call, find them online and on social media. Matt, we so appreciate you joining us, and I think next time we talk, we should be sitting on the sand somewhere. Virtual talking to the PA Live viewers.
I love that idea. We'll be on the beach somewhere, me and you, Chris.
Perfect. And thanks again to Travel World for sponsoring that conversation.
Thank you.
28.
We're here in a sponsored segment with experts on elder law, Steinbacher, Goodall, and Yurchik. This month, explaining why this time of year is so busy for the firm, Julie and Stacy are back with those answers. Ladies, thanks so much for joining us again.
It's great to be here.
Julie, we know you get phone calls, messages all the time, but especially around the holidays, it seems like people are calling you tenfold. Why?
Right, yeah. I mean, I think two things happen. I think one, kids that are from out of town come home and all of a sudden they realize mom and dad aren't as good as what they thought. And so they want to help. They want to say, hey, what could we do? How could we make this better? And the second thing that I think happens is, there's a lot of stress around the holidays. And that stress can really affect people, especially like somebody who has dementia. Yeah. It might happen that their behaviors or their agitation increases, and so it's a really hard time because, the holidays, everybody's excited and doing more things. Well, that excitement and doing more things, that affects our loved ones who are, have dementia or are ill in any way or have any sort of cognitive decline, and they're not able to deal with things as fast as what they're happening. And so I think it's an eye-opener for many families who aren't quite as prepared or haven't really accepted the diagnosis or where they're at, or haven't made a plan. And to everybody, if you're an out-of-town kid coming home, my wish to you is to help the caregivers that are here every day. Don't come home and expect them to make this big meal and everything. Come in and say, what can I do for you? Because the people that are here every day, it's hard. Yeah. It's really, really hard.
And that's kind of maybe my next question in terms of if that is the case for a family or family members. It's not like we're having a holiday meal and then it's like, okay, Mom, let's call the lawyers now and talk about, you know what I mean? How do you navigate that?
Yeah, I think that is really hard. I think that you have to have the conversation, and that's why at our office often we encourage people to get on our website. And listen to podcasts or seminars that we've had before. I know Stacy here locally does seminars in the Wilkes-Barre area. We do them in the Williamsport area, the greater viewing area.
Stacy, do you find when people attend those, they find out information that they thought they might have known how things go, but you open their eyes to maybe how things really work?
Oh, definitely, all the time. They're always surprised with the information. They always want to come up after and clear up any misconceptions that they have. So the seminars are fantastic.
Yeah, so of course we can always be learning more right now by going on the website 24/7, but you should also be calling them and learning about how to navigate and start this conversation and getting that advice. So ladies, we appreciate you joining us again today.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Absolutely, and thanks again to Steinbacher, Goodall, and Yurchik for sponsoring that segment.
The following portion of PA Live is sponsored by Pocono Mountains.
You ready to lose?
I don't know if you can hang.
We'll see.
I'll give you a head start.
All right.
Buckle up and get ready for nonstop fun. We're taking you inside SNS Speedways, the ultimate indoor go-kart experience, where speed and excitement are around every turn, no matter what time of year. New owner Brian Ace developed a passion for racing at a young age.
I started when I was 13 years old. I started racing ATV motocross, and then I decided to go from motocross to flat track racing type, different racing, but still on the four-wheeler side of it. I raced from 13 to 35, so a long time. I love the sport. I love the camaraderie, the community, all of that. So when I saw the opportunity to you know, take on a place like this. I mean, it's S&S Speedway. Come on, who doesn't have fun here, right? So I was grateful to have that opportunity.
Going from motocross to indoor karting was a different world for him, but his love for racing is still there.
When you race motocross or flat track, whatever kind of racing, there's always a lot of prep, right? The prep is all week with just 1 or 2 bikes. This prep is 16, could be up to 3 per day, depending on how rough the crowds are that day, you know? So it's a constant. It feels like I'm getting ready for a race every single day. My passion's still there for racing. I mean, racing is racing to me, whether it's go-karts, dirt bikes, four-wheelers, NASCAR, it's racing. So it's competitive. And again, you know, I've met so many good people along the way through racing, and you know, it's turned into this. It's turned into indoor go-karts, and I love it.
Some of the numbers on the carts aren't random. They hold special significance from Brian's racing career.
So on these cars, these are all sponsored cars. Everybody that's on a car is a sponsor. Most are local. And some of the numbers are chosen by the sponsor, but there are actually some numbers that are not chosen by the sponsor. And those numbers include the 3, the 454, the 338, and the 21, and the 424. And they're all the guys that I used to race with. So I put their numbers on these cars just because that was something really cool that I traveled with those guys. You know, I can kind of look out and see their numbers still, and you know, there are days that I miss. So that's kind of the story behind some of the 3-digit numbers.
S&S Speedways is different than other indoor go-kart facilities, and it delivers an experience you won't find anywhere else.
What I love about it is seeing the reactions when they walk in, because again, no one knows what to expect when they walk through these doors, and they see it and their faces light up, which is awesome. And you know, I could be in the back working on cars and have the garage door open, and when they get done with their race and the employees come and help them out of the cars, like they are fired up, they're all laughing, and that carries out into the parking lot, and you know, that's pretty cool.
And now as a father, he sees that same love for racing in his son that he carries from childhood. It makes sharing that passion, whether with his own child or with the customers who race here every day, feel even more special.
He's here every day with me, and he's constantly wanting to get in the cars. He drives me nuts all the time, and for 8 years old, he can wheel one of these actually really good, so it's pretty cool. Sharing my passion with the people that walk in, even the employees that work here, racing has always been such a passion of mine, and you know, to be able to share that, you know, with my son and see his passion develop for racing and having a place like this is really second to none.
This place is perfect for birthday parties, corporate events, bachelorette groups, or just a fun night out. They're now open Tuesday through Sunday. And don't worry, before you hit the track, they'll go over all the safety tips. So grab your friends and get ready to race. If you're visiting the area or just looking for something different to do, you definitely have to put S&S Speedways on your list. Come check it out. You might just be surprised how much you love it. I'm Deanna Fontanez with the Pocono Television Network.
The previous portion of PA Live has been sponsored by Pocono Mountains.
Before we wrap up today's show, we want to thank our PA Live sponsors for Wednesday, December 17th, Soulshine, St. Luke's, Ski Shack, Steinbacher, Goodall, and Urichek. Thank you so much for making today's PA Live possible. Get ready to glide into excitement with Disney on Ice presents Jump In Sweepstakes. You and your family could score a 4-pack of opening night tickets at the Mohegan area at KC Plaza. Imagine the sparkle, the music, and all the magic all happening live right before your eyes. Don't miss your chance to make unforgettable memories with the characters that you love. Jump in and enter today at 2822news.com. Your magical adventure awaits. And for today's hot video, really quick, how long would you wait in line for a cookie? People at Disney World are waiting almost up to 11 hours to get their hands on this cookie. Guys, thanks so much for hanging out with me today for today's PA Live. Stay tuned for First at 4.
2822 News First at 4 starts right now.
We begin this afternoon with 4 Republicans breaking from their party's leadership on health care. Hello, I'm Julie Dunphy. Those 4 Republicans, including Congressman Rob Bresnahan and Ryan McKenzie, signed a Democratic-led petition that will force a House vote. The measure would extend for 3 years an enhanced pandemic-era subsidy that helps lower health insurance costs for millions of Americans. Democrats needed 218 signatures to trigger the vote, and support from these 4 Republicans gave them exactly that number. We've reached out to Congressman Bresnahan's team for comment. We have not yet heard back. President Trump is set to address the nation tonight. In the address, he will discuss the current state of the economy and share his agenda for the coming year. It comes a week after his visit to Pennsylvania to drum up support for his administration in the face of rising prices. You can watch the president's address to the nation tonight at 9 on 2822 News. Here at home, new details emerged after authorities charge a man accused of stabbing a constable with a small knife in Lackawanna County. Police say Emilio Martocchio barricaded himself inside the Adams high-rise on Adams Avenue Monday after allegedly being evicted. Police were able to de-escalate the situation, and the 41-year-old was taken into custody. He faces several charges, including aggravated assault. Police in Schuylkill County are searching for a suspect after an armed robbery at a local tobacco shop. State police say the incident happened Monday at Sam's Place Lottery and Tobacco in Rush Township. Troopers say a man approached the cashier, demanded cash at gunpoint before fleeing the scene. Anyone with information about the suspect is urged to call PSP Frackville. Police in Stroudsburg are investigating a strange case of holiday vandalism. Several decorative snowmen along West Main Street were damaged over the past week. Officers say a fishing pole, 2 carrot noses, even a pencil prop were taken from the displays. Surveillance video shows 3 people damaging the snowman earlier this month. Anyone with information is asked to contact Stroud Area Regional Police. Seafood markets are now open for the holidays, but this year's prices could really hurt your wallet. 2822's Joe Mason visited a few in Lackawanna County to see just how much shoppers are paying this season.
Seafood markets in Scranton are gearing up for the holidays, namely for the Feast of the Seven Fishes. But if you take part in the Italian tradition, you'll likely be paying more for your meal this year. An article from Seafood Source says seafood prices are higher and more volatile in 2025. The reason? Tariffs on imported seafood, supply chain issues, and inflation.
The tariffs this year definitely made it a little bit challenging for us to source out the best quality product for the best possible price.
80% of our seafood is imported, and that's what happens. You know, everything is up at least between 10 to 30, and some of them even 50%.
Frozen seafood prices rose 5.3% from October of 2024 to October of 2025. Fresh seafood prices rose 3.2% in the same time frame. Frozen seafood experienced declines of 2.7% by value. while fresh seafood experienced a 1.3% sales increase by value. Suppliers say crab legs are the most problematic item for them and their customers right now.
King crab is astronomical because half the king crab comes from Russia and we don't get anything from Russia right now.
Mostly it comes down to like the crab in that. That's where people are sacrificing and going more with, we brought in some lesser expensive products like lobster claw, for example, which is around $20 a pound as opposed to the crab legs that are about $60.
We absorb as much as we can, but we can't keep absorbing it. We got to pass some on.
We also spoke to several customers off camera who say the high prices aren't stopping them from celebrating their holiday tradition. Reporting in Scranton, Joe Mason, 2822 News.
Markets say most customers stock up on fish like haddock and cod ahead of the Christmas Eve feast of the Seven Fishes tradition. That takes us to our 2822 Instapoll question of the day. Are current prices affecting your holiday plans? Here are the options. Yes, buying more. Yes, buying less, or no. And the majority of you are saying you're buying less. You can vote on our Instapoll by scanning the QR code on your screen on 2822news.com or the drop-down menu on our app. Then head to our Facebook page and tell us why you chose the option you did. You might even see your comment on TV. There is now extra time to apply for health insurance coverage through Penny, Pennsylvania's health insurance marketplace. The enrollment period has been extended until December 31st to ensure health insurance coverage starts on New Year's Day. This is due to federal updates, including the expiration of federal tax credits, which will increase the cost of Penny coverage next year. This holiday season, local nonprofits are helping families in need, and one program's wrapping up in the Electric City, the Gifts for Kids Holiday Gift Program, run by Friends of the Poor, Catherine McCauley Center, and Catherine Social Services, lets families shop for toys at no cost. The 4-day event wrapped up today, serving around 5,000 children in the county. We'll take you inside coming up on 2822 News. Well, the clouds certainly won the day today. Future Alert Chief Meteorologist Josh Odell joining us with a check of the forecast.
Actually, can tell you haven't been outside for a little bit.
Oh my goodness,
the
is it
sun
changed?
came out.
Oh,
it's really
what a surprise.
nice.
Okay.
My car thermometer, want to guess?
40.
50. Let me
Wow.
show you some changes here. We're watching a big storm with rain, strong winds, snow melt. We're going to break it all down for you, Julie, and maybe another 50. I'll see you in about 10 minutes.
All right, Josh, thank you. Well, still no suspect in the Brown University shooting. We'll have a look at the new evidence investigators hope can help find the killer. Plus, the entertainment world mourns the loss of actor Gil Gerard. We'll have a look back at his life legacy and acting career.
Shock.
Authorities are asking the public to help identify a person of interest in Saturday's deadly Brown University shooting that tops our news across the nation. The manhunt has now entered its 5th day. Police say the suspect may have been scouting the area hours before the attack. Meanwhile, the community is still mourning. Hundreds gathered at a campus church to honor the 2 students killed and the 9 others injured in last weekend's shooting. A homicide investigation is underway after a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology was killed. The 47-year-old professor of nuclear science was found shot in his home near Boston Monday night. He was taken to the hospital where he died Tuesday. Students and staff attended a vigil to mourn his loss. No suspects for his murder have been taken into custody at this time. A suspect in Australia's tragic shootings now charged with 15 counts of murder. A father and son are charged with killing 15 in a shooting targeting Jews at a beach in Sydney on Sunday, and more than 20 victims fighting for their lives in the hospital. The 24-year-old suspect shooter was charged today at the hospital where he has been since officers shot him over the weekend. His father, who was the other gunman, died at the scene. The man accused of killing Hollywood director Rob Reiner and his wife briefly appeared in court this morning. Nick Reiner, their son, did not enter a plea of 2 counts of first-degree murder. Gwen Gardner has the latest.
Cameras were not allowed to capture an image of Nick Reiner in a Los Angeles courtroom Wednesday. He answered the judge's question.
Do you waive your right to a speedy arraignment so that your arraignment can be heard on January 7, 2026?
This is a devastating tragedy that has befallen the Reiner family.
Outside court, defense attorney Alan Jackson said there are complex and serious issues associated with the case, but focused his comments on procedure.
Today, we're going to rest on where we stand procedurally, which is this was a continuance of arraignment.
Reiner is facing 2 counts of first-degree murder with special circumstances and a special allegation for allegedly using a knife in the killings of his parents, acclaimed director Rob Reiner and wife Michelle. Their bodies were discovered in the family home Sunday. Hours after their deaths, Nick Reiner was seen on surveillance cameras at a convenience store, and minutes later he was arrested outside without incident. In court, Reiner appeared behind plexiglass, shackled and wearing a jail suicide prevention smock. The 32-year-old has openly discussed struggles with substance abuse, and authorities have deferred questions about his mental health.
Any evidence, if there is any, of mental illness for his background will be coming out in the hearings that will occur.
Reiner remains in a downtown jail where he's being held without bail.
The entertainment world is mourning Gil Gerard. Gerard starred as Captain William Buck Rogers in the hit TV series Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, becoming a pop culture icon of late 1970s and early 80s science fiction. His career spanned decades across television, film, and stage, with notable roles including Airport 77. He was 82 years old. The Senate has approved an annual military policy bill that will authorize $901 billion in defense programs. The legislation is attempting an overhaul of how the Pentagon purchases weapons, while the pressure mounts for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to provide lawmakers with video of strikes on alleged drug boats in international water near Venezuela. The annual National Defense Authorization Act also raises troop pay by 3.8%. The Powerball jackpot just keeps climbing. The prize for tonight's drawing has reached more than $1.2 billion with an estimated cash value of more than $570 million. Good luck. Well, the sun never stood a chance for much of today, but that's a different story now. Let's take a look at this beautiful view from our Montage Mountain camera. Sun and blue skies out there. Chief Meteorologist Josh Odell is in next with your forecast.
22 now.
A women's shelter in New Mexico is making sure that no one's forgotten on Christmas Day. They started an angel tree to collect gifts for the survivors in their care. Melissa Torres explains the tree was emptied within the first few hours, with community members eager to lend a hand.
At a domestic violence shelter in Grants, volunteers are hard at work, looking to spread some holiday cheer to families facing some of the hardest times of their lives.
I'm sure a lot of people have seen on social media the angel trees this year, and so we decided to make one for here.
For decades, angel trees have been used to help kids, with each tree tag giving an idea for a gift that community members can personally buy for a child. The shelter started their very first tree just a week ago with just 10 tags, unaware of the overwhelming support that they'd see.
Those went within the first hour or so, and so we started putting more of the survivors that we've served on the tree, and we're up to 70, and they are all spoken for.
Amanda Baca is one of the many in Grants who grabbed 2 tags.
Domestic violence affects a lot of people, especially here in our little town, and it's a lot of times done in silence. And so being able to help during these hardest parts of their lives, it's nice.
Roberta's Place Executive Director O'Shea Jaramillo says the overwhelming support they've seen has the shelter adding more tags.
It started out of just the children in our shelter and the non-residential clients, their children that we know. But it's turned into also the survivors themselves, the moms in shelter, the moms that have received services before, have also been put on the tree.
Serving more than 300 survivors each year with housing, legal, and other help, Roberta's Place says some extra help in the holidays goes a long way.
A lot of the times people are coming into our shelter and we're the first friendly face that they've seen in a long time, or we're the first people that listen to their stories in a long time. And so being able to give back in this way also has warmed our hearts.
Angel trees have become so popular. There's trees for children, veterans, and pets in animal shelters. Let's get another check on your forecast now with Chief Meteorologist Josh Hodell. Hi, Josh.
Hello. Kind of a lot going on here Thursday into Friday.
All right.
You know, it's like that. Fasten your seatbelt.
Unpack it.
Because we're going into this. Look at this beautiful sunset, Julie. This is our live camera on Montage Mountain, 43 at the Wilkes-Barre Scranton Airport. We have winds coming at us out of the southwest at about 10. We're melting a little bit of snow today. Not a lot. What we really need to happen is to get that dew point up. That really needs to get into the 30s, and then that is when we'll start to see more snow melt. I do expect most of this to be gone by Friday morning in Pottsville. It's 43. Wind west at about 14, 15. Most of us are in the 40s. Towanda, My I Spy at 51. Same Lewisburg and Selinsgrove. A little bit cooler across the eastern part of the state. Lehighton 39, Stroudsburg 42. We'll get there. It's going to be a little cold tonight, seasonably cold. We'll be in the 20s. And then we warm up into the mid and upper 40s by later Thursday evening. So that's one component. The warmer weather is one component to our weather story. The second is the rain. Showers start Thursday evening. Rain will be kind of heavy Friday night, but it's wrapping up 7, 8, 10 o'clock Friday morning. Steady, heavy rain is done. On average, we're thinking about 1/2 to 1 inch of rain, with isolated higher amounts possible. So with that heavy rain and the snow melt, the combination of the two, there's a potential for some minor flooding. Our concerns would be roads, poor drainage areas. That's about the extent of it. So just be careful driving Thursday night, Friday morning. And if that's not enough, it'll be windy. This is what we're forecasting Thursday night and Friday. Sustained winds 10, 20, 25 miles an hour. That's not too bad. This is the problem, though. Gusting 25 to potentially 50. And that is enough to cause some isolated power outages, as well as minor damage, and also enough to toss around any holiday decorations that you have outside. Here's your future alert weather forecast. Partly cloudy, seasonably cold tonight. Lows will be in the 20s. Our high temperatures tomorrow are going to be late Thursday afternoon through Thursday evening. Carbondale 47, Tunkhannock 49, New Milford 47. I have Stroudsburg at 43, Hazleton, Moscow 44, Honesdale 47. 43 Tremont, 46 Elysburg, Shamokin 44, Tamaqua 43. I have Williamsport at 42, Lewisburg 44, Bloomsburg 46. So we are back up into the 40s. And you can see across the Valley City, Scranton and Wilkes-Barre 48, Old Forge 49. We're probably going to stay Thursday night anywhere between about 45 and 50 Friday morning, but Friday is an opposite day. Highs will be in the morning. By evening, it's in the 30s with a flurry or snow shower. It'll be windy all day. You got some wind over some rain at night. I got to fix that on Thursday. Oops. Saturday, Sunday, things quiet down. Monday, not too bad. Could be a mix of rain and snow showers around here on Tuesday. We'll see what happens there. But right now, your early outlook for Christmas Eve, highs in the 30s with quiet weather. So we'll watch that over the next 7 days. But Thursday into Friday, put the seatbelt on.
All right, buckling up.
Yeah.
Josh, thank you.
got it.
Well, it's the most wonderful time of the year. Don't forget to enter the 12 Days of Streaming Sweepstakes. Download 2822 now on your Roku, Apple TV, or Fire TV. Scan the QR code and enter your information to win some amazing prizes, and that includes $1,500 in groceries from SureSave. You can only enter on 2822 now. That's on your TV. And there's still less than 3 days remain to nominate a remarkable woman in your community for our 2026 contest. Visit 2822news.com/contest to enter today. One winner will travel to Nashville for the National Remarkable Women's Celebration and have a donation made to the charity of her choice. Submit your nomination before Friday, December 19th. Heating bills could be turning up the heat on your wallet this winter. What's driving the potential price spike and how the White House is weighing in on affordability still ahead. Americans may see heating prices rise this winter, according to a new report. In today's Political Minute, NewsNation's Blake Berman breaks down potential energy cost increases and how the White House is focusing on affordability.
Winter bills as the affordability conversation heats up. I'm Blake Berman, host of The Hill on NewsNation. Average heating prices for Americans are expected to rise 9.2% this winter, according to a new report out from the National Energy Assistance Directors Association. The group projects that households on average will spend $995 on heating this winter. That's an increase of $84 over last year's winter average. For households using electric heating, costs will increase by 12%, while natural gas costs could jump by more than 8%. The president in recent weeks started a domestic tour laying out the administration's plan to address affordability in the U.S., making his first stop last week in Pennsylvania. The Trump administration points to falling prices at the pump as good news for American consumers. According to Gas Buddy, gas prices recently hit a 4-year low. I'm Blake Berman, and this is the NewsNation Political Minute.
You can also find more news and analysis from Blake and his colleagues 24/7 on NewsNation. To find NewsNation on your screen, go to joinnn.com. Some frosty foul play in the Poconos. The beloved snowmen of Stroudsburg vandalized what we know about the suspects and the items that were stolen from the displays coming up. Plus, prices making waves just as holiday menus take shape. We'll break down what's driving the cost of your holiday feast up and how to keep your traditions afloat ahead.
Grade. Hello, I'm Mark Hiller. 4 Republicans have broken with their party's leadership on the future of health care subsidies. Those 4, including Congressman Rob Bresnahan and Ryan McKenzie from Pennsylvania, signed a Democratic-led petition that will force a House vote likely in January. If approved, the measure would extend for 3 years an enhanced pandemic-era subsidy that lowers health insurance costs for millions of Americans. President Trump is set to address the nation tonight. In his address, he will discuss the current state of the economy and share his agenda for the coming year. This comes a week after his visit to Pennsylvania to drum up support for his administration in the face of rising prices. You can watch the president's address to the nation tonight at 9 on 2822 News. State police are trying to track down an armed robber who demanded cash from a Tamaqua area shop. They say a man entered Sam's Place Lottery and Tobacco in Rush Township on Monday night. He approached the cashier, took out a gun, and demanded money. Troopers ask anyone with information to call the Frackville Barracks. Anyone with information leading to an arrest would be eligible for a cash reward. Police in Stroudsburg are investigating a Christmas-time crime caper. Someone vandalized several of the snowmen of Stroudsburg. Stroud Area Regional Police were called to West Main Street last Wednesday to investigate 3 damaged snowmen. Then last Friday, someone stole several items from 4 snowmen, including props and noses from the displays. Police are also trying to track down 3 individuals caught on camera December 4th, vandalizing the snowmen in the heart of Monroe County. Seafood markets are now open for the holidays, but you might be paying more this year for your meal than last year. 2822's Joe Mason visited a few shops in Lackawanna County to compare.
Seafood markets in Scranton are gearing up for the holidays, namely for the Feast of the Seven Fishes. But if you take part in the Italian tradition, you'll likely be paying more for your meal this year. An article from Seafood Source says seafood prices are higher and more volatile in 2025. The reason? Tariffs on imported seafood, supply chain issues, and inflation.
The tariffs this year definitely made it a little bit challenging for us to source out the best quality product for the best possible price.
80% of our seafood is imported, and that's what happens. You know, everything is up at least between 10 to 30, and some of them even 50%.
Frozen seafood prices rose 5.3% from October of 2024 to October of 2025. Fresh seafood prices rose 3.2% in the same time frame. Frozen seafood experienced declines of 2.7% by value, while fresh seafood experienced a 1.3% sales increase by value. Suppliers say crab legs are the most problematic item for them and their customers right now.
King crab is astronomical because half the king crab comes from Russia, and we don't get anything from Russia right now.
Mostly it comes down to like the crab in that. That's where people are sacrificing and going more with, we brought in some lesser expensive products like lobster claw, for example, which is around $20 a pound as opposed to the crab legs that are about $60.
We absorb as much as we can, but we can't keep absorbing it. We got to pass some on.
We also spoke to several customers off camera who say the high prices aren't stopping them from celebrating their holiday tradition. Reporting in Scranton, Joe Mason, 2822 News.
The markets say most people buy smelled bacala, haddock, and cod ahead of the Christmas Eve Feast of the Seven Fishes tradition. And that takes us to our 2822 Instapoll question of the day. Are current prices affecting your holiday plans? A look at the voting so far. We see the majority here saying yes, they're buying less. Remember, you need to weigh in. Let us know what you think. Vote on our Instapoll by scanning the QR code on your screen or on 2822news.com or the drop-down menu on our app, and then head to our Facebook page and tell us why you chose the option you did, and you might just see your comments here on 2822 News. There is now extra time to apply for health insurance coverage through Penny, Pennsylvania's health insurance marketplace. The enrollment period is now extended until December 31st to ensure health insurance coverage starts on New Year's Day. This is due to federal updates, including the expiration of federal tax credits, which will increase the cost of Penny coverage in 2026. Making sure every child wakes up to gifts under the tree is the mission of 2 local nonprofits this week. Their 4-day gift-giving event is wrapping up today in Scranton, and that's where we find 2822's Heidi Martens to explain what this is all about. Heidi.
Good afternoon. A local nonprofit is continuing its annual holiday tradition to support families in need in our community. Friends of the Poor and the Catherine McCauley Center collected toys to help to make sure that families in the community have something to open this holiday. Over the past 2 days, volunteers gathered at the Byron Recreational Complex at the University of Scranton to help collect and organize toys for children before the holiday. Organizers say that the drive helps relieve some of the financial stress families face this time of year.
As a parent now, thinking about the stress and the anxiety of what am I going to get my child for the holidays, I can't find anything, I can't afford anything, thinking about just that little bit of relief we're offering parents is what means the world.
Organizers say that every donation, big or small, makes a difference for local families. They also say they accept donations year-round to distribute every Christmas. The toys will be distributed to families served by the organization in the coming days. Reporting in Scranton, Heidi Martens, 2822 News.
Great effort, Heidi. Thank you. The Bloomsburg Fair may be a ways away, but it is never too early to start thinking about concerts. And as you know, tickets make great Christmas gifts. The Bloomsburg Fair announced Skillet as their first act to take the stage during the 170th Bloomsburg Fair, scheduled for September. Skillet is known for their hits like Hero and Monster. Tickets for fair members went on sale today. Public tickets go on sale Friday morning at 9 o'clock. Next year's Bloomsburg Fair runs from September 25th to October 3rd, and that concert date is September 28th. How about this warm-up? Future Alert meteorologist Valerie Smock is here with an update.
It was nice.
Gotta love it.
I ran out on my lunch and I had the winter coat on and I was like, do I really need this today? It felt nice. That sunshine finally coming out. It actually felt really wonderful this after having such a chilly month so far, but changes are on the horizon. We're talking Thursday night into Friday morning. We're going to be looking at rain, which can be heavy. We're talking a potential for some snow to be melting, and minor flooding can't be completely ruled out on some of those poor low-lying drainage areas. So a lot to uncover here, and then we're talking another drop in temperature.
Yeah, the good news, not a lot of moisture content in what snow is out there. So
no, but I mean,
with the rain.
Between the gusty winds, the rain, and then the warmer weather with the snow melt, it's not fantastic.
It'll be rude, yeah, compared to today. Thanks, Valerie. Searching for the gunman behind the mass shooting at Brown University. We will take a look at the new evidence investigators hope can help find the killer, coming up on First at 4. Plus, the entertainment world mourns the loss of TV's Buck Rogers. A look back at his acting legacy. We have some new evidence on the person of interest wanted in connection with Saturday's deadly shooting at Brown University. Authorities are asking the public to help identify the person who police say may have been scoping out the area hours before the attack. Meanwhile, the community is in mourning. Hundreds packed a church in the heart of campus, honoring the 2 students killed and 9 injured in last weekend's mass shooting. A homicide investigation is underway after an acclaimed professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology was gunned down. 47-year-old Nuno Loureiro, a professor of nuclear science, was found shot in his home near Boston Monday night. He was taken to the hospital where he died Tuesday. Loureiro was director of MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center. A suspect in Australia's tragic shooting is now charged with 15 counts of murder. The 24-year-old suspected shooter was charged today at the hospital where he has been since officers shot him. The man and his father, who died in the attack, are accused of killing 15 people while targeting Jews at a beach in Sydney on Sunday. More than 20 victims are fighting for their lives in the hospital. The son of Hollywood director Rob Reiner and his wife briefly appeared in court this morning. He's accused of killing the couple. Nick Reiner did not enter a plea to 2 counts of first-degree murder. The couple was found stabbed in their home Sunday, a day after a holiday party where witnesses reported a loud argument with their son. If convicted, Nick Reiner could face life without parole or the death penalty. His arraignment is now set for January 7th. The entertainment world is mourning the loss of actor Gil Gerard. He starred in the hit TV series Buck Rogers in the 25th century. His role as Captain William Buck Rogers made him a pop culture icon of late 1970s and early 1980s science fiction. Gerard's career spanned decades across TV, film, and stage, with notable appearances in TV shows and films such as Airport 77. Gil Gerard was 82 years old. The Senate has approved an annual military policy bill that will authorize $901 billion in defense programs. The legislation is attempting an overhaul of how the Pentagon purchases weapons. Meanwhile, the pressure mounts for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to provide lawmakers with video of strikes on alleged drug boats in international water near Venezuela. The annual National Defense Authorization Act also raises troop pay by 3.8%. Some sun, some clouds, and some noticeable milder temperatures. Let's check out the view from Scranton, hanging on to daylight with a spectacular sunset. The sun officially setting just a few minutes ago. Future Alert meteorologist Valerie Smock is tracking rain, and she's going to time it out for us next on First at 4.
We were able to enjoy a little bit of some warmer weather today, or I should say it gets milder, but we also had to see some sunshine too, so that was pretty nice. Here's what it looks like now outside. We are at 45 in Lock Haven, 41 Montrose, we're at 43 Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, now sitting at 32 back in Lehighton, and we're at 42 in Bloomsburg. So what we are going to be looking at in terms of wind speeds, they have backed off a little bit. Most are between about 5 to 15 miles per hour. These are your sustained winds. Gusts are actually a little higher than that, into the teens, 20s, even 30 mile per hour wind gusts in Mount Pocono. Even those were a little bit higher earlier, but luckily enough for tonight, some of these winds will start to back off just a bit. Here's what it looks like in downtown Scranton. You can see the flag blowing around. There is still a little bit of a breeze there, but we at least got to see some of that sunshine today, so that was nice. And look at what we had earlier. A lot of cloud cover here across the eastern half of the Commonwealth. That has started to erode away, but we've actually had some relatively quiet weather other than that. That, though, is going to change as we take a look at what you're doing for tomorrow. We start off with some sunshine. Those clouds will roll in advance of our next system. That system is going to bring big changes to the area. It starts off as a bit of some rain. Here's the timing on Futurecast. So we start off the morning commute, get to school, not a problem. Clouds will begin to roll in as we head into the afternoon. And once we get toward the evening, that's when those showers will start to break out, especially the farther south and east you go. You can start to see these as early as around dinner time. Most of this will be toward about 8 to 10 p.m. and it will include across the southern tier. Then look at to the west. That's our strong front that's going to be moving through, bringing in some periods of rain, which can be heavy at times. On top of that, you can't completely rule out a couple of rumbles of thunder. Once we get behind this front, that's when temperatures are going to be dropping. So your high for the day on Friday is going to be very early on. Those temperatures will tumble through the day, and because of that colder air working in, some of these rain showers will be mixing with and then eventually changing over to just plain snow showers. So that's kind of going to be how things shape up here over the next couple of days. But when it comes to rainfall totals, you could be looking at anywhere from around a half an inch to an inch of rain once all is said and done. And we're not just dealing with some rain, we have some pretty gusty winds too. In fact, we have a wind advisory out for these counties shaded in orange, and that's where we could be looking at winds sustained up into the teens and 20s on Friday. Those gusts are going to be even higher, gusts anywhere from 25 to 50 miles per hour. Isolated power outages and minor damage is going to be possible. So a lot going on. Here's your future alert 7-day forecast. So we are under an alert day for your Friday because of all these changes. We start off with the rain and the milder air, and then that just basically bottom falls out from that point on. It is going to be very windy. Watch for minor flooding, and then over the weekend we'll start to quiet things down. And hey, look at that, first day of winter, we're even at 40.
Yeah, that's not so bad. I mean, even the coldest of those cold temperatures, not as cold as what we've seen this week.
We have had such a cold December, so this is, it's kind of nice to get a little bit of a break.
Yeah, this is like Thanksgiving, actually.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was mild Thanksgiving evening.
Exactly.
Does that mean we have leftovers? They're probably not good by now, right?
Yeah, probably not.
Thanks, Valerie. We are checking out apps of the year that can certainly help you focus and play. Rich DeMuro shows us in today's Rich on Tech.
Every year, Apple and Google celebrate the apps making a difference, not just in downloads, but also in innovation. And this year, 2 apps made both lists for a mix of focus and fun. Focus, growth, and good old-fashioned games. That's the trend in this year's best apps, according to Apple and Google. Google Play's best everyday essential is Wiser. It's an app with books you can get through in about 15 minutes a day, with a mix of reading and listening. It's $90 a year, but there's always one free book available daily. Apple's app of the year is a visual planner called Timo. Originally built for the neurodivergent community, it works for anyone who wants to feel more organized. Feed it your calendar, routine, and to-do list. It breaks everything down into a color-coded timeline that makes the day feel more manageable. You can also log your mood and use timers to stay on track. For motivation to put down your phone, Focus Friend made both lists this year, both Google for Android and Apple for iOS. It's from popular YouTuber Hank Green. Your animated friend can only knit when you're not using your phone, so the more you step away, the more they work. It's a fun, cozy way to build better focus. Apple also awarded apps for cultural impact, including Art of Fauna. It's a relaxing puzzle game with scrambled animal photos and a calming soundtrack. Be My Eyes connects blind and low vision users with volunteers for virtual help and now uses AI to describe photos. For games, Google Play picked Candy Crush Solitaire as the best pick up and play. It's a fun, faster take on solitaire with a sweet theme.
Sugar Crush.
I don't know what it is about the game, between the graphics, the candy, and the sounds and the coins. I've got a sweet tooth for it. But the game that topped both lists is a new spin on a global favorite, Pokemon TCG Pocket. It brings the trading card game to your phone with collecting, trading, and battling right on your screen. Now, I didn't expect this, but I've become quite a fan of that Candy Crush Solitaire. I think it's a combination of the fun soundtrack, easy gameplay, and of course, that sweet theme. Now, I'm going to put all of these award-winning apps on my website. Just go to richontech.tv for the links. And keep in mind, while some of these apps offer a paid plan, almost all of them offer a free level of use as well. I'm Rich DeMuro. That's Rich on Tech.
Heating bills could be turning up the heat on your wallet this winter. What's driving the potential price spike and how the White House is weighing in on affordability. Next on First at 4. Americans may see heating prices rise this winter, according to a new report. NewsNation's Blake Berman breaks down how Americans could see their energy prices increase this winter in today's Political Minute.
Winter bills as the affordability conversation heats up. I'm Blake Berman, host of The Hill on NewsNation. Average heating prices for Americans are expected to rise 9.2% this winter, according to a new report out from the National Energy Assistance Directors Association. The group projects that households on average will spend $995 on heating this winter. That's an increase of $84 over last year's winter average. For households using electric heating, costs will increase by 12%, while natural gas costs could jump by more than 8%. The president in recent weeks started a domestic tour laying out the administration's plan to address affordability in the U.S., making his first stop last week in Pennsylvania. The Trump administration points to falling prices at the pump as good news for American consumers. According to Gas Buddy, gas prices recently hit a 4-year low. I'm Blake Berman, and this is the NewsNation Political Minute.
First at 4, we'll be right back. Recapping our Instapoll question, are current prices affecting your holiday plans? Many who voted are sharing their thoughts, like Rich, who says, yeppers, buying less for the holidays, have to compensate in some way for high energy electric prices, high grocery prices, and everything else. We want to hear your opinion. First, vote on our 2822 Instapoll question of the day. Then head to our Facebook page and leave us a comment about why you voted the way you did. You might even see your comments here on 2822 News. And don't forget to enter the 12 Days of Streaming Sweepstakes. First, you have to download 2822 now on your Roku, Apple TV, or Fire TV. Once you do that, scan the QR code and enter your information to win amazing prizes like, how about this, $1,500 in groceries from SureSave. You can only enter on the 2822 Now app on your TV, so get cracking. And thanks for watching First at 4. 2822 News at 5 with Candace is next. I'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy your Wednesday night.
The 2822 News 5 o'clock report starts right now.
We begin with 4 Republicans breaking from their party's leadership on health care. Those 4, including Congressman Rob Bresnahan, signed a Democratic-led petition that will force a House vote. The measure would extend for 3 years and enhance pandemic-era subsidies that lowers health insurance costs for millions of Americans. Democrats needed 218 signatures to trigger the floor vote, and the support from these 4 Republicans gave them exactly that number required. Now, in a statement sent by Bresnahan's team, the congressman said families in NEPA cannot afford to have the rug pulled out from under them. Doing nothing was not an option, and although this is not a bill I ever intended to support, it is the only option remaining. President Trump's expected to address the nation tonight. In the address, he will discuss the current state of the economy and share his agenda for the coming year. He comes to Pennsylvania to drum up support for his administration in the face of rising prices. Now, you can watch the president's address to the nation tonight at 9 o'clock. Someone used a gun to rob a convenience store in Schuylkill County, and now police are investigating. They say on December 15th, a man entered Sam's Place Lottery and Tobacco in Rush Township, took out a gun, and demanded money from the cashier. He was wearing a red and blue flannel jacket, gray sweatpants, and black sneakers. He also had on black gloves and attempted to cover his face and head. Anyone with information on the suspect's identity is asked to call police. We have some new details in the case where police say a man jabbed a constable with a small knife in Lackawanna County. Police say Anello Martocchio barricaded himself inside the Adams high-rise on Adams Avenue Monday while being evicted. Police were able to de-escalate the situation, and Martocchio was taken into custody. He faces several charges, including aggravated assault. Police in Stroudsburg are investigating vandalism at a popular art installation downtown. Multiple of the beloved snowmen of Stroudsburg have been vandalized. On December 10th, Stroud Area Regional Police were called to West Main Street after several items from at least 4 snowmen were stolen, including props and noses from the displays. Police are trying to track down the 3 people who were caught on camera vandalizing the displays. Seafood markets are now open for the holidays, but you might be paying more this year for your meal than last year. 2822's Joe Mason visited a few in Lackawanna County and has more.
Seafood markets in Scranton are gearing up for the holidays, namely for the Feast of the Seven Fishes. But if you take part in the Italian tradition, you'll likely be paying more for your meal this year. An article from Seafood Source says seafood prices are higher and more volatile in 2025. The reason? Tariffs on imported seafood, supply chain issues, and inflation.
The tariffs this year definitely made it a little bit challenging for us to source out the best quality product for the best possible price.
80% of our seafood is imported, and that's what happens. You know, everything is up at least between 10 to 30, and some of them even 50%.
Frozen seafood prices rose 5.3% from October of 2024 to October of 2025. Fresh seafood prices rose 3.2% in the same time frame. Frozen seafood experienced declines of 2.7% by value. while fresh seafood experienced a 1.3% sales increase by value. Suppliers say crab legs are the most problematic item for them and their customers right now.
King crab is astronomical because half the king crab comes from Russia and we don't get anything from Russia right now.
Mostly it comes down to like the crab in that. That's where people are sacrificing and going more with, we brought in some lesser expensive products like lobster claw, for example, which is around $20 a pound as opposed to the crab legs that are about $60.
We absorb as much as we can, but we can't keep absorbing it. We got to pass some on.
We also spoke to several customers off camera who say the high prices aren't stopping them from celebrating their holiday tradition. Reporting in Scranton, Joe Mason, 2822 News.
The markets say most people buy smelt, bacala, haddock, and cod ahead of the Christmas Eve Feast of the Seven Fishes tradition. And in our Instapoll question today, we are asking, are current prices affecting your holiday plans? Here's a look at the voting so far. If you want to vote, scan the QR code, go to 2822news.com or on our app under the drop-down menu, and then head to our Facebook page and tell us why you chose the option you did, and we may share your comment during one of our newscasts. There is now some extra time to apply for health insurance coverage through Penny, Pennsylvania's health insurance marketplace. The enrollment period has been extended until December 31st to ensure health insurance coverage starts on New Year's Day. This is because of federal updates, including the expiration of federal tax credits, which will increase the cost of Penny coverage next year. Making sure every child wakes up to gifts under the tree is the mission of two local nonprofits this week. Their 4-day gift-giving event wraps up today in Scranton. And that's where we find 2822's Heidi Martens to explain what this is all about. Heidi?
Good afternoon. A local nonprofit is continuing its annual holiday tradition to help families in our community during the holidays. Friends of the Poor and Catherine McCauley Center collected toys to help make sure that children in the community have something to open this holiday. Over the past 2 days, volunteers gathered at the Byron Recreational Complex at the University of Scranton to help collect and organize toys for children before the holiday. Organizers say that the drive helps relieve some of the financial stress families face this time of year.
As a parent now, thinking about the stress and the anxiety of what am I going to get my child for the holidays, I can't find anything, I can't afford anything, thinking about just that little bit of relief we're offering parents is what means the world.
Organizers say that every donation, big or small, makes a difference for local families. They also say that they accept donations year-round to distribute every Christmas. The toys will be distributed to families served by the organization in the coming days. Reporting in Scranton, Heidi Martens, 2822 News.
Heidi, thank you. We got a decent amount of mix between sun and clouds today. Started that melting process, though. Chief Meteorologist Josh Hodell joins us now from the rooftop.
Hello there, Candace. Yeah, some decent sun for a good number of us this afternoon. It was actually kind of nice. And right now it's chilly, seasonably cold on the roof. A live look into downtown Scranton. Our current temperature is 42. We need to get that dew point into the 30s. And that is when we'll start to see more of this snow melt. That said, we're tracking a big storm that will bring us rain, strong winds, and a big bump up in those temperatures. Candace, the forecast when I see you downstairs. We'll talk then.
Sounds good. Thank you. Still no suspect in the Brown University shooting. We'll have a look at the new evidence investigators hope can help find that killer. Plus, the entertainment world mourns the loss of actor Gil Gerard. We'll have a look back at his life, legacy, and acting career.
Babcock.
Authorities are asking people to help identify a person of interest in Saturday's deadly Brown University shooting. In news across the nation, the manhunt has now entered its 5th day. Police say the suspect may have been scouting the area hours before the attack. Meanwhile, the community is mourning. Hundreds gathered at a campus church to honor the 2 students killed and the 9 others injured in last weekend's shooting. A homicide investigation is underway after a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology was killed. The 47-year-old professor of nuclear science was found shot in his home near Boston Monday night. He was taken to the hospital where he died Tuesday. Students and staff attended a vigil to mourn his loss. No suspects for his murder have been taken into custody yet. And a suspect in Australia's tragic shooting is now charged with 15 counts of murder. A father and son killed 15 in a shooting targeting Jews at a beach in Sydney on Sunday. More than 20 victims are fighting for their lives in the hospital. A 24-year-old suspected shooter was charged today at the hospital where he has been since officers shot him. His father, who was the other gunman, died at the scene. And the man accused of killing Hollywood director Rob Reiner and his wife briefly appeared in court this morning. Their son, Nick Reiner, did not enter a plea to 2 counts of first-degree murder. Authorities say the couple was found stabbed in their home Sunday, a day after a holiday party where witnesses reported a loud argument with their son. If convicted, he could face life without parole or the death penalty. His arraignment is now set for January 7th. The entertainment world is mourning Gil Gerard. Gerard starred as Captain William Buck Rogers in the hit TV series Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. He became a pop culture icon of the late 70s and early 80s, science fiction. His career spanned decades across television, film, and stage, with notable roles including Airport 77. Gil Gerard was 82. The Senate has approved an annual military policy bill that will authorize $901 billion in defense programs. The legislation is attempting an overhaul of how the Pentagon purchases weapons, while the pressure mounts for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to provide lawmakers with video of strikes on alleged drug boats in international water near Venezuela. The annual National Defense Authorization Act also raises troop pay by 3.8%. And the Powerball just keeps climbing. The prize for tonight's drawing has reached more than $1.2 billion, with an estimated cash value of more than $570 million. We had a decent warm-up today. Let's take a live look now from our Pottsville camera. Got some big changes in the forecast, and Chief Meteorologist Josh Hodel will fill us all in next with what we can expect.
Now.
A women's shelter in New Mexico is making sure that no one is forgotten on Christmas Day. They started an angel tree to collect gifts for the survivors in their care. As Melissa Torres explains, the tree was emptied within the first few hours, with community members eager to lend a hand.
At a domestic violence shelter in Grants, volunteers are hard at work, looking to spread some holiday cheer to families facing some of the hardest times of their lives.
I'm sure a lot of people have seen on social media the angel trees this year, and so we decided to make one for here.
For decades, angel trees have been used to help kids, with each tree tag giving an idea for a gift that community members can personally buy for a child. The shelter started their very first tree just a week ago with just 10 tags, unaware of the overwhelming support that they'd see.
Those went within the first hour or so, and so we started putting more of the survivors that we've served on the tree, and we're up to 70, and they are all spoken for.
Amanda Baca is one of the many in Grants who grabbed 2 tags.
Domestic violence affects a lot of people, especially here in our little town, and it's a lot of times done in silence. And so being able to help during these hardest parts of their lives, it's nice.
Roberta's Place Executive Director O'Shea Jaramillo says the overwhelming support they've seen has the shelter adding more tags.
It started out just the children in our shelter and the non-residential clients, their children that we know. And it's turned into also the survivors themselves, the moms in shelter, the moms that have received services before, have also been put on the tree.
Serving more than 300 survivors each year with housing, legal, and other help, Roberta's Place says some extra help in the holidays goes a long way.
A lot of the times people are coming into our shelter and we're the first friendly face that they've seen in a long time, or we're the first people that listen to their stories in a long time. And so being able to give back in this way also has warmed our hearts.
Angel trees have become so popular. There are trees for children, veterans, and pets and animal shelters. All right, let's get an update on our weather now. A lot of melting happening at my house today.
A little bit. We're going to get more tomorrow. More tomorrow, like probably Thursday afternoon through Friday morning. Yeah. In fact, I think, especially in the valleys, a good chunk, if not all of that snowpack will be gone. A beautiful sunset on our live camera looking across the Wyoming Valley right now. Temperatures that are actually warmer than what we've had in several days. It's 42. We need to get that dew point into the 30s. When that happens, that's when we'll start to see more of the snow melting. Most of this snow will be gone by Friday morning. Roads are in great shape right now. It's 43. When you factor in the wind, it makes it feel like it's in the mid-upper 30s, but that's not too bad at all. We have 46 in Williamsport, 42 Wilkes-Barre, 40 Montrose, 39 Mount Pocono, 37 Stroudsburg, and still a little bit on the colder side in Lehighton. Tomorrow morning will be cold. It's going to be in the 20s, but the deeper into the day that we get, we're going to see those temperatures climb into the mid and upper 40s. At the same time, later in the day, that's when we have the chance of rain showers. 6, 8, 10 o'clock tomorrow evening, rain showers will start to move in. Thursday night, some of that rain is going to be coming down at a pretty healthy pace. Don't be surprised Thursday night, early Friday morning, that you get a rumble of thunder. But this rain is wrapping up 6, 8, 10 o'clock Friday morning. By the time it's all said and done, most of us getting about 1/2 to 1 inch of rain with isolated higher amounts possible. So with that heavier rain in the forecast and the warmer temperatures, this is going to happen. And the combination of these two, we could see some minor flooding of roads and poor drainage areas. Otherwise, we expect things to stay in check, at least in terms of the rain and the snow melt. Here's the wind forecast on Friday, sustained anywhere between about 10 and 20 miles per hour. So that's pretty gusty. But this is the bigger problem. 25 to 50. That's potential Thursday night and Friday. And when the wind is this strong, that can cause some isolated power outages, as well as minor damage and even toss around your outdoor holiday decorations. The good thing rolling into the weekend, things quiet down, seasonably cold. We'll have to contend with some clouds, but that's it. Really, the big, I would say the worst part of our weather, probably Thursday night into Friday morning. Your Future Alert weather forecast tonight, seasonably cold. Lows will be in the low and mid-20s. Tomorrow, increasing clouds, windy, especially as we go deeper into the day. There's the rain at night. Late day highs between 45 and 50. It will stay in the upper 40s Thursday night. Friday morning, upper 40s. Friday afternoon, not even close. It'll be colder. It'll be in the 30s. And there could be a flurry or snow shower. Quiet things down over the weekend. Perhaps on Tuesday we get some snow and rain showers. And right now your early outlook for Christmas Eve on Wednesday, clouds around and temperatures in the 30s. So I think a bit active. You know, I'm trying to think of a good word to describe Thursday evening into Friday morning. You know, some of us are going to be waking up Friday morning. It'll be windy. It's going to be raining. Some of it will be heavy. There's going to be water on the road. Snow's going to be gone. And you're really like, oh, okay. That's why it's a weather alert day.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
You got it.
The Bloomsburg Fair may be months away, but they're already getting their entertainment lined up. The Bloomsburg Fair announced Skillet as their first act to take the stage during the 170th fair next year on September 28th. Skillet is known for their hits like Hero and Monster. Tickets for fair members went on sale today. Public tickets go on sale this Friday at 9 a.m. Next year's Bloomsburg Fair runs from September 25th to October 3rd. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Don't forget to enter the 12 Days of Streaming sweepstakes. Download the 2822 Now app on Roku, Apple TV, or Fire TV. Scan the QR code and enter your information to win some amazing prizes. And that includes $1,500 in groceries from SureSave. You can only enter on the 2822 Now app on your TV. Less than 3 days remain, though, to nominate a remarkable woman in your community for our 2026 contest. Visit 2822news.com/contest to enter today. One winner will travel to Nashville for the National Remarkable Women Celebration and have a donation made to the charity of her choice. Submit your nomination before Friday, December 19th. Heating bills could turn your wallet on fire this winter. What's driving the potential price spike and how the White House is weighing in on affordability? Still ahead. Americans may see heating prices rise this winter, according to a new report. In today's Political Minute, NewsNation's Blake Berman breaks down how Americans could see their energy prices increase as the White House steps up messaging efforts on affordability.
Winter bills as the affordability conversation heats up. I'm Blake Berman, host of The Hill on NewsNation. Average heating prices for Americans are expected to rise 9.2% this winter, according to a new report out from the National Energy Assistance Directors Association. The group projects that households on average will spend $995 on heating this winter. That's an increase of $84 over last year's winter average. For households using electric heating, costs will increase by 12%, while natural gas costs could jump by more than 8%. The president in recent weeks started a domestic tour laying out the administration's plan to address affordability in the U.S., making his first stop last week in Pennsylvania. The Trump administration points to falling prices at the pump as good news for American consumers. According to Gas Buddy, gas prices recently hit a 4-year low. I'm Blake Berman, and this is the NewsNation Political Minute.
You can also find more news and analysis from Blake and his colleagues 24/7 on NewsNation. And to find NewsNation on your screen, go to joinnn.com. Frosty foul play is still ahead. The beloved snowmen of Stroudsburg have been vandalized. What we know about the suspects and the items that were stolen from the displays. Plus, prices may affect your holiday menu. We'll break down what's driving the cost of food and how to keep your traditions afloat next.
Grade. Welcome back. 4 Republicans have broken with their party's leadership on health care. Those 4, including Congressman Rob Bresnahan and Ryan McKenzie, both signed a Democratic-led petition that would force a House vote. The measure would extend for 3 years an enhanced pandemic-era subsidy that would lower health insurance costs for millions of Americans. Democrats needed 218 signatures to trigger the floor vote, and the support from those 4 Republicans gave them exactly the number required. And in a statement that was sent by Team Bresnahan, the congressman said, quote, families in NEPA cannot afford to have the rug pulled out from under them. Doing nothing was not an option, and although this is a bill I never intended to support, it is the only option remaining. President Trump said to address the nation tonight. In the address, he'll discuss the current state of the economy and share his agenda for the coming year. It comes just a week after his visit to Pennsylvania to drum up support for his administration in the face of rising prices. And you can watch the president's address to the nation tonight at 9 on 2822 News. Here at home, new information now after a police charged a man they say allegedly jabbed a constable with a small knife in Lackawanna County. Police say Aniello Martocchio barricaded himself inside the Adams high-rise on Adams Avenue Monday after reportedly being evicted. Police were able to de-escalate that situation, and Martocchio was taken into custody. He now faces several charges, including aggravated assault. A robbery investigation underway after the alleged armed robber demanded cash from a Schuylkill County shop. Police say on December 15th, a man entered Sam's Place Lottery and Tobacco in Rush Township. When he approached the cashier, took out a gun and demanded money. Officials are asking anyone with information on the suspect's identity to call police. And police in Stroudsburg are investigating a holiday crime caper. Several of the beloved snowmen of Stroudsburg have been vandalized. On December 10th, Stroud Area Regional Police were called out to West Main Street for the thefts. Another vandalism took place last Friday. Police say several items from 4 snowmen were stolen, including props and noses from the displays. Police are trying to track down the 3 individuals who were caught on camera vandalizing the snowmen. Seafood markets are now open for the holidays, but you might be paying a little bit more this year for your meal than last year. 2822's Joe Mason visited a few in Lackawanna County and has more.
Seafood markets in Scranton are gearing up for the holidays, namely for the Feast of the 7 Fishes. But if you take part in the Italian tradition, you'll likely be paying more for your meal this year. An article from Seafood Source says seafood prices are higher and more volatile in 2025. The reason? Tariffs on imported seafood, supply chain issues, and inflation.
The tariffs this year definitely made it a little bit challenging for us to source out the best quality product for the best possible price.
80% of our seafood is imported, and that's what happens. You know, everything is up at least between 10 to 30, and some of them even 50%.
Frozen seafood prices rose 5.3% from October of 2024 to October of 2025. Fresh seafood prices rose 3.2% in the same time frame. Frozen seafood experienced declines of 2.7% by value, while fresh seafood experienced a 1.3% sales increase by value. Suppliers say crab legs are the most problematic item for them and their customers right now.
King crab is astronomical because half the king crab comes from Russia, and we don't get anything from Russia right now.
Mostly it comes down to like the crab in that. That's where people are sacrificing and going more with, we brought in some lesser expensive products like lobster claw, for example, which is around $20 a pound as opposed to the crab legs that are about $60.
We absorb as much as we can, but we can't keep absorbing it. We got to pass some on.
We also spoke to several customers off camera who say the high prices aren't stopping them from celebrating their holiday tradition. Reporting in Scranton, Joe Mason, 2822 News.
And the owners of the market say that most people buy smelt, bacalhau, haddock, and cod ahead of the Christmas Eve Feast of the 7 Fishes tradition. And that's the 2822 Instapoll question of the day. Are current prices at the store affecting your holiday plans? It looks like most of you have said yes, and we are buying less. Plenty of time to check in on the Instapoll by scanning the QR code on your television, going to 2822news.com or the drop-down menu on our app, and then head to Facebook. Let us know why you chose that option you did, and you might see your comment on a later edition of 2822 News. There is now some extra time to apply for health insurance coverage through Penny. That's Pennsylvania's health insurance marketplace. The enrollment period's been extended until December 31st to ensure health insurance coverage begins on New Year's Day. Now, this is because of federal updates, including the expiration of federal tax credits, which would increase the cost of penny coverage next year. Making sure every child wakes up to gifts under the tree. That's the big mission of two local nonprofits. Their 4-day gift-giving event wraps up today in Scranton. 2822's Heidi Martens explains what that's all about.
Good afternoon. A local nonprofit is continuing its annual holiday tradition to help families in our community during the holidays. Friends of the Poor and Catherine McCauley Center collected toys to help make sure that children in the community have something to open this holiday. Over the past 2 days, volunteers gathered at the Byron Recreational Complex at the University of Scranton to help collect and organize toys for children before the holiday. Organizers say that the drive helps relieve some of the financial stress families face this time of year.
As a parent now, thinking about the stress and the anxiety of what am I going to get my child for the holidays, I can't find anything, I can't afford anything, thinking about just that little bit of relief we're offering parents is what means the world.
Organizers say that every donation, big or small, makes a difference for local families. They also say that they accept donations year-round to distribute every Christmas. The toys will be distributed to the organization in the coming days. Reporting in Scranton, Heidi Martens, 2822 News.
Bloomsburg Fair may be months away, but it's never too early to start thinking about concerts. The Bloomsburg Fair announcing Skillet as the first act to take the stage during the 170th fair. That's next year, beginning on September 28th. Skillet's known for hits like Hero and Monster. Tickets for fair members went on sale today. Public tickets will go on sale Friday, 9 a.m. Next year's Bloomsburg Fair will run from September 25th to October 3rd. Yeah, that's a long ways away. But we are enjoying some warmer temps. It actually felt pretty nice out there.
That'll be here before we know it.
Right, and we'll be sweating, 95 degrees.
that would be nice compared to what we've had the last couple of days, but not too bad this afternoon. But here's the thing. We're tracking a big storm that will bring us heavy rain, some pretty strong winds, and a big warm up with some snow melt. So, Nick, we'll break it down for you. See you in about 10.
Okay, we'll see you then. Still no suspect in that Brown University shooting. Coming up, we've got to look at the new evidence investigators hope could find the killer and what they believe the suspect was doing just before the shooting. Plus, the entertainment world mourning the loss of actor Gil Gerard. We'll have a look back at his impressive career coming up.
Holiday season.
Authorities are asking the public to help identify a person of interest in Saturday's deadly Brown University shooting. In news across the nation tonight, the manhunt has now entered its 5th day. Police say the suspect may have been scouting the area hours before the attack. Meanwhile, hundreds gathered at a campus church to honor the 2 students who were killed and the 9 others who were injured in last weekend's shooting. A homicide investigation is underway after a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology was killed. The 47-year-old professor of nuclear science was found shot in his home near Boston Monday. He was taken to the hospital where he died Tuesday. Students and staff attended a vigil to mourn his loss. No suspects for his murder have been taken into custody at this time. Australia's tragic shooting is now charged with 15 counts of murder. A father and son killed 15 in a shooting targeting members of the Jewish faith at a beach in Sydney on Sunday. More than 20 victims are fighting for their lives in the hospital. The 24-year-old suspected shooter was charged today at the hospital where he's been since officers shot him. His father, who was the other gunman, died at the scene. Well, the man accused of killing Hollywood director Rob Reiner and his wife briefly appeared in court this morning. Nick Reiner, their son, did not enter a plea on 2 counts of first-degree murder. Gwen Bumgarner has the latest.
Cameras were not allowed to capture an image of Nick Reiner in a Los Angeles courtroom Wednesday, but microphones picked up his voice as he answered the judge's question.
Do you waive your right to a speedy arraignment so that your arraignment can be heard on January 7, 2026?
This is a devastating tragedy that has befallen the Reiner family.
Outside court, defense attorney Alan Jackson said there are complex and serious issues associated with the case, but focused his comments on procedure.
Today, we're going to rest on where we stand procedurally, which is this was a continuance of arraignment.
Reiner is facing 2 counts of first-degree murder with special circumstances and a special allegation for allegedly using a knife in the killings of his parents, acclaimed director Rob Reiner and wife Michelle. Their bodies were discovered in the family home Sunday. Hours after their deaths, Nick Reiner was seen on surveillance cameras at a convenience store, and minutes later he was arrested outside without incident. In court, Reiner appeared behind plexiglass, shackled and wearing a jail suicide prevention smock. The 32-year-old has openly discussed struggles with substance abuse, and authorities have deferred questions about his mental health.
Any evidence, if there is any, of mental illness for his background will be coming out in the hearings that will occur.
Reiner remains in a downtown jail where he's being held without bail.
The entertainment world mourning actor Gil Gerard. Gerard starred as Captain William Buck Rogers in the hit TV series Buck Rogers in the 25th century, became a pop culture icon in the late 70s and early 80s science fiction. His career spanned decades across TV, film, and stage with notable roles including Airport 77. Gil Gerard was 82. The Senate's approved an annual military policy bill that would authorize $901 billion in defense programs. The legislation is attempting an overhaul of how the Pentagon buys weapons, while the pressure mounts for Defense Secretary Hegseth to provide lawmakers with video of strikes on those alleged drug boats in international waters near Venezuela. The National Defense Authorization Act also raises troop pay by 3.8%. And that Powerball jackpot keeps climbing. The prize for tonight's drawing has reached more than $1.2 billion with an estimated cash value of more than $570 million. Well, we did see a little bit of sun today, and that was kind of nice, but better yet, the temperatures went up. It was beautiful out there. And here's the view from our camera in Pottsville. And yeah, we're getting some more clouds in, and there's a reason for that. Chief Meteorologist Josh O'Dell has the forecast, including some rain, next.
Ships.
Good evening. I hope you had a really nice Wednesday afternoon. Hopefully you had a chance to see some sun. I did. Car thermometer 50 this afternoon. A bit of a stretch, but it was nice to see. Here we have a live look into downtown Scranton right now. It's 42. We need to get that dew point. It's in the 20s right now, but we need to get that in the 30s, and then we'll start to see more of the snow melt, that pesky snow on the side of the road, the sidewalks, the driveway, that pile on the driveway that will just not go away. Here in Pottsville, most of the snow will likely be gone by Friday morning. We have 43, and that's at the Schuylkill County Airport. We're in the low and mid 40s right now, most of us. Parts of the Pocono still holding on to temperatures in the 30s. Seasonably cold tonight. It will be in the 20s. But later tomorrow afternoon, look at these numbers. Mid, upper 40s, clouds thicken up through the day, and then we get ourselves into the chance of rain showers. Rain showers should start 6, 8, 10 o'clock tomorrow evening. Some of that rain Thursday night, Friday morning will be heavy. Don't be surprised if you get a rumble of thunder at your house Thursday night. Rain wraps up Friday morning, 6, 8, 10 o'clock. We're talking half an inch of rain by Friday morning. Isolated higher amounts are certainly within the realm of possibility. Heavier rain in the forecast, warmer temperatures, big snow melt. This is possible. Main concerns would be water on the roads, poor drainage areas. Otherwise, I think we're going to be in decent shape with respect to any big flooding issues. No concerns there. So if that wasn't enough for you, let's talk about the wind. Sustained 10 to 20, that's not terrible. This is the problem. Winds gusting 25 to 50, that is strong enough to cause isolated power outages, some minor damage, and even toss around your holiday decorations. Think about that later Thursday evening through Friday morning. Basically all day on Friday. Cold tonight, lows in the 20s. Look at these temperatures tomorrow. Now, the fact of the matter is highs are going to be later in the evening, closer to midnight, but nevertheless, 49 Tunkhannock, 47 Carbondale, 45 Storuca. Go a little bit farther south into the Poconos. Late day highs of 43. I have Moscow and Hazleton 44, Jim Thorpe 42. We're looking at Tremont at about 43, Elysburg 46, Tamaqua 43. Central PA will be in the mid 40s, mid upper 40s later in the day. And for our valley cities, Scranton and Wilkes-Barre, we're thinking about 48, Old Forge 49. It will stay in the upper 40s Thursday night and Friday morning. Friday afternoon, a big drop in the temperatures. We'll see rain Friday morning, flurry or snow shower later in the day. Things quiet down Saturday and Sunday. Early outlook for Christmas Eve, some clouds around and temperatures in the 30s. Now, that said, I think, we'll have some rain around tomorrow evening. That shouldn't be the problem. Heaviest rain will be overnight Thursday into Friday morning, just in time for us to go to work.
Of course, that's always the case.
That's how it is.
All right, a lot of water, a lot of puddles, I'm sure, around.
There will be, so Friday morning, give yourself a few extra minutes. That's why it's a weather alert day.
Okay, Josh, thanks. Heating bills could be turning up the heat on your wallet this winter. We'll show you what's driving the potential price spike and how the White House is weighing in on affordability coming up. Americans may see heating prices rise this winter, according to a new report. In today's Political Minute, NewsNation's Blake Berman breaks down how Americans could see their energy prices increase this winter as the White House steps up the messaging efforts on affordability.
Winter bills as the affordability conversation heats up. I'm Blake Berman, host of The Hill on NewsNation. Average heating prices for Americans are expected to rise 9.2% this winter, according to a new report out from the National Energy Assistance Directors Association. The group projects that households on average will spend $995 on heating this winter. That's an increase of $84 over last year's winter average. For households using electric heating, costs will increase by 12%, while natural gas costs could jump by more than 8%. The president in recent weeks started a domestic tour laying out the administration's plan to address affordability in the U.S., making his first stop last week in Pennsylvania. The Trump administration points to falling prices at the pump as good news for American consumers. According to Gas Buddy, gas prices recently hit a 4-year low. I'm Blake Berman, and this is the NewsNation Political Minute.
And you can also find more news and analysis from Blake and his colleagues 24/7 on NewsNation. To find NewsNation on your screen, simply go to joinnn.com. And 22 News at 5. We'll be right back. Well, as the temperatures fall, those electricity bills are on the rise, but Pennsylvania has it better off than a lot of other states because customers here get to shop for their power suppliers. But as Dennis Owens reports now, too many of us are not shopping and leaving money on the table.
But right now, people are opening up that electric bill and saying, ouch.
But John Hanger, former PUC commissioner and DEP secretary, wants you to know two things. One, you may be paying too much. Two, if not for a 1996 law he pushed, lawmakers passed, and Tom Ridge signed, you would be paying a lot more. How much?
It would have been probably anywhere around 40 to 50% higher on average across the state.
That 96 law broke up utility monopolies on energy supply and brought free market competition. Nearly 30 years later, Hanger has the charts and graphs proving the Pennsylvanians have saved tens of billions of dollars.
Competition is good. Competition makes everybody sharpen the pencil, and competition means that there are deals to be had today with a phone call right here in Pennsylvania.
But deals too many Pennsylvanians aren't grabbing. His charts also show the average price being paid right now in PA is a few cents higher than the best prices being offered. He's urging everyone to get on PAPowerswitch.com and get shopping.
You have the power of choice You can go save money, and by doing that, you're actually forcing these companies to compete for your dollars, and that helps all of us over time to keep prices lower than they otherwise would be.
Consumer choice might seem obvious now, but Hanger reminds it took political courage and is an example of politicians doing the right thing and government working.
It was a huge leap because every single electric utility in the state, at least initially, was 100% opposed to losing their monopoly, and they had a lot of influence.
Hanger also had influence and passion, fueled during his previous job as Philadelphia's consumer advocate, when a mom and 3 children died in a fire from a tipped candle that was burning because their power had been turned off.
That drove me to understand that the size of the power bill matters. It matters hugely. It can even be life and death.
It can be confusing, but your bill is really 2 parts. In the blue, 55%, more than half your bill is what you're using in your house and what you're shopping for. But the red and the pink, that's the poles and wires. That's transmission to your house. Those prices have also gone way up. You have no control over those. In Harrisburg, I'm Dennis Owens.
Thank you, Dennis. Recapping the Instapoll question today, we're asking, are current prices affecting your holiday plans? Many who voted tonight say yes, we are buying less. A lot of you voted no as well. We want to get your opinions on that, and many of you who voted are sharing your thoughts on our Facebook page. Rich wrote in, said, yep, buying less for the holidays because you have to compensate in some way for high energy prices, high grocery prices, and everything else. We want to hear your opinion. First, vote on the Instapoll, then head to Facebook, leave a comment about why you voted as you did. Hey, it is the most wonderful time of the year. Don't forget to enter 12 days of streaming sweepstakes. Download 2822 now on your Roku, Apple TV, or Fire TV. Scan the QR code, enter your info, and win some amazing prizes. That includes $1,500 worth of groceries from SureSave. You can only enter, remember, on the 2822 Now app on your TV. And less than 3 days remain to nominate a remarkable woman in your community for our 2026 contest. Visit 2822news.com/contest to enter today. One winner will travel to Nashville for the National Remarkable Women Celebration and have her donation made to the charity of her choice. Nominations need to be in before December 19th. And 2822 News at 6 begins right now.
The 2822 6 p.m. news starts right now.
We begin tonight with 4 Republicans, including 2 from the Keystone State, breaking from their party's leadership on health care.
With the Republicans stepping across the aisle, Democrats have triggered a vote on the Affordable Care Act before the end of the year. 2822's Connor Cord joins us live from the Electric City newsroom with what this means. Connor?
Yeah, well, good evening, Nick and Candace. 4 Republicans, including Congressman Rob Bresnahan and Congressman Ryan McKenzie, broke those party lines that are in our viewing area. Breaking party lines is now allowing the Democrats to get enough signatures now trigger a vote in the House. Now, your video you're seeing now is Republican Speaker of the House Mike Johnson of Louisiana being asked by reporters about this legislation. He said, quote, "This is a great piece of legislation that everyone can unite around." Now, Democrats needed 218 votes to trigger a vote for the Affordable Care Act. 4 Republicans, like we said, including Congressman Bresnahan and McKenzie, are now siding with Democrats. The measure would extend 3 years for an enhanced pandemic-era subsidy, lowering health care insurance costs for millions of Americans. Congressman Bresnahan said in a statement, quote, "Families in NEPA cannot afford to have the rug pulled out from under them. Doing nothing was not an option, and although this is not a bill I ever intended to support, it is the only option remaining." We also received a statement of Action Together NEPA for a statement. A portion of it reads, "While we are pleased to learn that Congressman Rob Bresnahan and Congressman Ryan McKenzie would have found their moral compasses and voted to extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies, it certainly doesn't make up for the harm they have caused throughout this year." Why have they decided now to vote this way? To get home for the holidays? Holidays that will be more expensive than forever for their constituents. Americans deserve better representatives who ignore their concerns until it is politically convenient. Now, both of the statements that we both read from Congressman Bresnahan and Action Together NEPA are just portions of the full statements that we received from both parties. To see the both statements, you can head to our website at 2822news.com. Reporting in Scranton, Connor Core, 2822 News. Nick.
Connor, thank you.
President Trump is set to address the nation tonight. He's expected to focus on the state of the economy and share his agenda for the coming year. This comes a week after his visit to Pennsylvania to drum up support for his administration in the face of those rising prices. You can watch the president's address to the nation tonight at 9 on 2822 News.
Someone used a gun to rob a convenience store in Schuylkill County, and now police are investigating. Police say on December 15th, the man entered Sam's Place Lottery and Tobacco in Rush Township, took out a gun, and demanded money from the cashier. He was wearing a red and blue flannel jacket, gray sweatpants, and black sneakers. He also had on black gloves and attempted to cover his face and head. Anyone with information on the suspect's identity is asked to call police.
New information after police charged a man they say allegedly stabbed a constable with a small knife in Lackawanna County. Police say Aniello Martocchio barricaded himself inside the Adams high-rise on Adams Avenue Monday after reportedly being evicted. Police say they were able to de-escalate the situation and Martocchio was taken into custody. He now faces several charges, including aggravated assault.
Police in Stroudsburg are investigating vandalism at a popular art installation downtown. Multiple of the beloved snowmen of Stroudsburg have been vandalized. On December 10th, Stroud Area Regional Police were called to West Main Street after several items from 4 snowmen were stolen, including props and noses from the displays. Police are trying to track down the 3 people caught on camera vandalizing the displays.
Pennsylvania State Police will soon have a new leader. State Police Commissioner Colonel Christopher Paris will retire January 2nd and will take a job with the FBI. Governor Shapiro announcing the leadership transition today. The current Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, will be named Acting Commissioner December 31st. Colonel Paris enlisted in the Pennsylvania State Police back in 1999. Both Paris and Bivens served at Troop R in Dunmore and played instrumental roles in the capture of Eric Freen, who killed a trooper and injured another at the barracks.
The temperatures were warm enough today to melt a little bit of the snow.
Felt pretty nice out there. Here is Chief Meteorologist Josh Odell joining us on the rooftop. Hey, Josh.
Hello there, guys. Not too bad on the roof after a bit of a warm-up this afternoon. It was kind of nice to see some sun for a little bit around here. Chilly as far as I'm concerned, but let me take you into downtown Scranton right now. At least our weather's quiet, so you have excellent weather for whatever you may have planned this evening, errands, shopping, maybe just going out for dinner. 40 right now. We need to get that dew point up into the 30s. That will help to melt more of the snow. We're in the 30s, if not in the low 40s, which is actually kind of close to where we should be for this time of the year. But we are tracking a big storm. It will give us rain, some gusty winds, a big warm up, and some snow melt. Candace Nick will break it down for you, and I will see you downstairs in about 15-20 minutes. We'll talk then.
Okay, thanks.
A new report from the National Energy Assistance Directors Association reports that home heating costs will rise by 9.2% this winter. The group expects households to spend over $900 on heating this winter. That's $84 more than last winter. And electric bills may go up by 12%. For natural gas, that'll cost nearly 8.5% more.
Seafood markets are now open for the holidays, but you might be paying more this year for your meal than last. An article from Seafood Source says seafood prices are higher and more volatile in 2025. The reason? They say tariffs on imported seafood, supply chain issues, and inflation. Frozen and fresh seafood prices both saw increases. Frozen seafood saw a decrease in sales, while fresh seafood saw an increase in sales.
The tariffs this year definitely made it a little bit challenging for us to source out the best quality product for the best possible price.
80% of our seafood is imported, and that's what happens. You know, everything is up at least between 10 to 30, and some of them even 50%.
Suppliers say crab legs are the most problematic item for them and their customers right now.
And that's the Instapoll question of the day. Have current prices affected your holiday plans? A lot of you have said yes, we're just simply buying less. You can vote on the Instapoll by scanning the QR code on your screen. Go to 2822news.com or the drop-down menu on the app, and then head to Facebook. We invite you to let us know why you chose the option you did, and you might see your comment on a later newscast.
Nearly 50 years after a partial meltdown, the Unit 1 reactor at 3 Mile Island is set to reopen. Coming up, what the U.S. Energy Secretary is saying after a visit to the nuclear station.
And lakes being stocked for winter fishing. We'll show you how some fishermen are enjoying the season already and what experts are saying about the safety of fishing on the ice.
holiday season.
The U.S. Energy Secretary stopped by 3 Mile Island today to discuss the Trump administration's energy agenda.
The Nuclear One reactor is slated to open in 2027. U.S. Secretary Chris Wright discussed Constellation's plans to restart the reactor as part of a purchase agreement with Constellation Energy and Microsoft. The secretary says it will continue to create hundreds of jobs and give Pennsylvania the energy it needs. But nuclear watchdogs argue the risk is not worth the reward.
There's now extra time to apply for health insurance coverage through Penny, Pennsylvania's health insurance marketplace. The enrollment period has been extended until December 31st to ensure health insurance coverage starts on New Year's Day. This is due to federal updates, including the expiration of federal tax credits, which will increase the cost of Penny coverage next year.
Penn State University is helping some students attending campus that it will soon close. It will waive the tuition surcharge for course loads above 19 credits and the student-initiated fee, which is $315 per semester. 7 campuses, including Wilkes-Barre, will close after the spring 2027 semester.
State Attorney General Dave Sunday announced that Pennsylvania, along with 34 other states, has reached a settlement with Hyundai and Kia. The settlement stems from the millions of vehicles that lacked industry-standard anti-theft technology. As a result, thieves nationwide broke into hundreds of thousands of Kia and Hyundai models, stealing them or taking them on joyrides. Under the settlement, Hyundai and Kia agree to meet industry standards in manufacturing moving forward and offer free servicing of existing vehicles lacking protections.
Bidders spent top dollar to buy the last pennies minted in the U.S. The mint sold 232 sets of pennies for a whopping sum of over $16 million. Each set had just 3 pennies, including one made of 24-karat gold. Each penny also has the omega symbol that shows they are the last ones made. The very last pennies minted sold for $800,000 and comes with a mold that was used to mint them.
Tonight could be your chance to become a billionaire with the latest Powerball drawing. Monday night's drawing saw no winners, so that means the jackpot is increasing to $1.25 billion. That is the 6th largest jackpot in the game's history and the 12th biggest lottery jackpot in U.S. history. The drawing is tonight at 11.
Bloomsburg Fair may be months away, but it's never too early to start thinking about concerts. Fair officials announced Skillet as the first act to take the stage during the 170th Bloomsburg Fair next year on September 28th. Skillet is known for hits like Hero and Monster. Tickets for Fair members went on sale today. Public tickets go on sale Friday at 9 a.m. Next year's Bloomsburg Fair will run from September 25th to October 3rd.
Future Alert Chief Meteorologist Josh Hodell has your forecast next.
But first, here's a look at what you can see on NewsNation.
NewsNation is taking you back in time this Christmas Eve. Back to the first Black Friday. Decking the halls of the decade of decadence. A very 80s Christmas. Christmas Eve at 8, 7 Central on NewsNation. To find NewsNation on your screen, go to NewsNation Now. 10.
The Fish and Boat Commission is stocking frozen lakes with trout. The ice at Locust Lake in Schuylkill County was about 5 inches thick when it was stocked with 1,000 rainbow trout. Winter fishing in Pennsylvania is underway and it runs through mid-February. 130,000 trout will be put into lakes statewide for the winter season. A fisherman on the scene says that he got back into ice fishing last year thanks to his retirement.
Loved doing it 20, 30 years ago, so just retired. Here I am. You bundle up. A shelter isn't bad. Up here, the wind can get fierce. I'd rather be outside than in the house.
If you're considering ice fishing for the first time, experts say you should find someone more experienced who can determine if the ice is safe to be on.
We're experiencing a big warm-up across northeastern Pennsylvania with these temps in the 40s and 50s. 2822 News stopped by Francis Slocum State Park in Luzerne County. Much of the snow is melting from the sunshine you can see there. Some people were out walking the dog and enjoying the sun and the nice weather.
Go out regardless. Today's a beautiful day. Don't have to get all bundled up and, put on one coat and I'm good to go.
Winter is beautiful and people just got to get out and enjoy it on a day like this and even tomorrow when it's going to be really beautiful.
Francis Slocum is open every day. The state park offers several outdoor activities like fishing, hiking, and biking, although I'm not sure you'd want to take the bike out just yet, although maybe some of the paths are clear, but it's, some people are real hardy. They don't care,
You got to have the right bike with the right tires.
Yes.
That's got to work
There's
for you.
still some ice out there.
But hey, it wouldn't be a bad idea to get outside before the rain starts tomorrow evening. How about a live look into downtown Wilkes-Barre? We have a temperature that's at 40. Wind is not too bad. Dew points in the 20s. Those dew points need to get into the 30s, and that's when we'll start to see more snow melt, and I think that's going to happen tomorrow, Thursday night and Friday morning. Here in Pottsville, things are quiet. It's 43. Wind is a bit gusty, but it's all kind of manageable. It's not too bad today. Hopefully you have appreciated some of the warmer temperatures around here. Low 40s, upper 30s for most of us. A little bit colder in Stroudsburg and Lehighton, but that's about it. Overall, we are going to see a cold night again. I do think it'll be in the 20s in the morning, and we warm up nicely tomorrow afternoon. Mid-upper 40s, more clouds deeper in the day, and there's that chance of a rain shower. At this stage in the game, I think the rain showers start anywhere around 6, 8, 10 o'clock tomorrow evening. And then some of that rain Thursday night, Friday morning, that's coming down on the heavier side. Don't be surprised Thursday night, early Friday morning that you hear a rumble of thunder. Rain wrapping up Friday morning anywhere between about 6 and 10 o'clock. This rain, when it's all said and done, kind of averaging out about ½ an inch to an inch of rain. Isolated higher amounts, certainly within the realm of possibility. We have the warmer weather. We have the heavier rain. That will cause this. Combination of the rain and the snow melt, there is a potential for minor flooding. Our concerns would be roads, poor drainage areas, that type of situation. Otherwise, we should be in good shape and we'll be able to handle the rain and that snow melt. Now, if that's not enough, here's the wind forecast Friday afternoon. Sustained 10 to 20. Okay, that's not terrible, but this is where it becomes problematic. Gusting 25 to 50. When the wind is this strong, it has the potential to cause isolated power outages, perhaps some minor damage, and it could toss around some of those holiday decorations. It does quiet down for the weekend. Seasonably cold with temperatures mainly in the 30s. Passing shower possible on Sunday. Your future alert weather forecast tonight. Seasonably cold, lows back down into the 20s, right? No problem there. Tomorrow, increasing clouds. It will get windy, especially the deeper into the day that we go. Rain at night, mid-upper 40s, maybe near 50. It stays in the upper 40s Thursday night and Friday morning. Friday afternoon, a lot different. It's in the 30s, it's colder, maybe a flurry or snow shower. Saturday and Sunday, things kind of quiet down a little bit. Tuesday, potential for snow and rain showers. We'll see how that goes. And your early outlook for Christmas Eve, Wednesday, clouds around, and highs will be in the 30s. I would say Friday morning, some of us maybe will like it, and then some of us are going to be aggravated. You know, it'll be raining. It'll probably be windy.
Yeah.
Snow's melting. Water on the roads. You know, it's
It'll be
splashing
warm,
all
you're
over
not
the
gonna
car.
be able to enjoy it. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
pretty much. It's going to be one of those days you're like leaving the house and like, seriously?
Yeah.
We get warmer weather and this is what I have to walk out in the car?
Free car wash.
That's what I was
Hey,
thinking.
pretty much. Put some soap on it.
So bad right now. Yeah, oh my gosh, thanks. The holiday spirit is lighting up our neighborhoods, and we want to see your dazzling displays. Whether you've decked out your halls, wrapped your roof in lights, or you just turned your front yard into a winter wonderland, share it with us. Show it off. Send us some pictures or videos of your holiday house through our Report It app. Scan the QR code on your screen and upload them, and we'll feature some of them right here on 2822 News.
Hey, it's the most wonderful time of the year, and we're making it even better with the 12 days of streaming sweepstakes. Here's how to enter. First, download the 2822 Now app on your Roku, Apple TV, or Fire TV. It's totally free to download and it's free to stream. Launch the app, find the QR code, scan it, and you're in. Just enter your info to win some amazing prizes, possibly including $1,500 worth of groceries from SureSave. No purchase necessary, and remember, you can only enter on the 2822 Now app.
Making sure every child wakes up to gifts under the tree is the mission of 2 local nonprofits this week.
Yeah, their 4-day gift-giving event wrapped up today in Scranton. 2822's Heidi Martens explains what it's all about.
A local nonprofit is continuing its annual holiday tradition to help families in need in our community. As the holiday season approaches, dozens of volunteers work to sort and organize toys that are distributed to families that are in need. Families of the Poor and the Catherine McCauley Center collected toys to help make sure that children in the community have something to open this holiday. Over the past 2 days, volunteers gathered at the Byron Recreational Complex at the University of Scranton to help collect and organize toys for children before the holidays. Organizers say the drive helps relieve some of the financial stress families face this time of year.
As a parent now, thinking about the stress and the anxiety of what am I going to get my child for the holidays, I can't find anything, I can't afford anything, thinking about just that little bit of relief we're offering parents is what means the world.
The toy drive is a local collaborative effort with Catholic Social Services of the Diocese of Scranton helping to get toys into the hands of families who need them most. Organizers recognize that this could not be done without those that volunteer.
We couldn't do this without the volunteers here helping families. And I say 5,000 kids. Just imagine 5,000 kids are going to wake up and have a Christmas present under the tree thanks to the work we did here. That feels really good.
All of the toys that are organized and collected are distributed to the families served by the local nonprofits. Organizers say that every donation, big or small, does make a difference. They also say they are accepting donations year-round. Reporting in Scranton, Heidi Martens, 2822 News.
Nick Zelaya is next with sports.
happened today.
Welcome back, everyone. 10 days away from Penn State versus Clemson in the Pinstripe Bowl at Yankee Stadium. An opportunity to finish a roller coaster of a season on a 4-game winning streak and plenty of momentum into the Matt Campbell era. The Nittany Lions head to the Bronx without some of its notable starters. Zachy Wheatley and Zane Durant have already opted out of the game, with more expected to in the leading days. Now, Dominic DeLuca and quarterback Ethan Grunkemeyer will play next Saturday. And talking with the media this morning, here's how they're approaching the game against the Tigers.
You're never going to be able to get back into a college locker room like you are now. I mean, a lot of the NFL guys come in and always tell us that, like, you're never going to have this again. And, I mean, you really just say, oh, yeah, like, I have time to wait. Like, it's all right. I got a year or so. But, I mean, geez, 5 years already down the road. And now I'm in the same shoes as them, telling the young guys the same thing. And, I mean, really just try to take in all those moments with your buddies, really.
Yeah, I think this game means a lot. You know, first and foremost, finishing on a high note through a challenging season. I think that's the most important thing. And then also just keeping the momentum going for the guys. I feel like we've been on a super upward trend, and then just based on my future, just nothing decided yet. Focused on this game and then making decisions after that.
Kickoff for the Pinstripe Bowl set for noon on December 27th. Make sure you come back for much more from Penn State's preparation as we lead up to the bowl game next Saturday. A day after Jeremiah Love declared for the NFL draft, his counterpart, Jadarian Price, will also enter his name into April's draft. Price ran for over 600 yards this season, along with finding the end zone 11 times. Many scouts view Price as a day 2 draft pick. Notre Dame hasn't had 2 running backs drafted in the same year since 1993, when Jerome Bettis and Reggie Brooks were picked in the 1st and 2nd rounds. The Fenway Sports Group has agreed to sell the Pittsburgh Penguins, with the deal expected to be between $1.7 and $1.8 billion. The purchase by a Chicago-based investment group called the Hoffman family. The CEO, David Hoffman, has said in recent years he hoped to buy an NHL team and now does so with the Pens. It is very, very unlikely for the Penguins to relocate, but other items such as TV deals and ticket prices for the Pittsburgh team could be affected. That's all for sports. We'll be right back.
That's it for us at 6. Thanks for watching.
I'm Maddie Beer Temple from Capitol Hill. Here are the latest headlines from Washington, D.C. Wednesday. In a major turn of events, 4 Republicans announced they're joining with Democrats to extend enhanced ACA subsidies set to expire at the end of the year. Our Raquel Martin reports.
Moderate Republicans for weeks now have been expressing concern about what expiring ACA subsidies could mean for healthcare costs in the new year, so much that 4 signed on to a discharge petition to bring a 3-year extension to the floor, meaning we could see a Republican-controlled House pass a Democratic bill against the wishes of House Speaker Mike Johnson.
Time's up, y'all. The ACA tax credits are expiring December 31st.
With just days to spare before lawmakers head home for the holidays, 4 House Republicans joined Democrats to tee up a vote to extend Enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies another 3 years.
Look, we were really left with no choice.
New York Republican Congressman Mike Lawler is one of them. He says his decision comes after failed negotiations with House Speaker Mike Johnson.
Doing nothing is the worst outcome.
The revolt rattled many in the GOP Wednesday.
They've surrendered the agenda to Democrats. I'm frustrated with our leadership team for not really leading on this.
And are skeptical the last-ditch effort will work. Senate Republicans struck down the same exact Democratic proposal last week. Republicans have long objected to the plan's expensive price tag. The divide was at the heart of this year's historic government shutdown.
I doubt it'll go anywhere in the Senate. Miracles are possible. Jesus might come back, but I doubt it.
Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley is keeping hope alive. He says with no other viable option on the table.
Got to do something. I mean, what I'm not in favor of is just sitting back and saying, well, I just hope for the best, hope people will be okay while their health care costs triple. They're not going to be okay.
Senator Hawley, however, remains an outlier in his party. Today, House Republicans will vote on separate health care plans they say will bring premium costs down for all Americans. Right now in Washington, Raquel Martin, back to you.
We spoke one-on-one with Republican Congressman Jody Arrington about the health care battle in Congress. Here's what he had to say.
I think it's a mistake for them to join the Democrats, and here's why. Number one, this subsidy, it's an additional layer of subsidy on top of the premium tax subsidy that's already embedded in Obamacare. Obamacare has resulted in premiums going up by twofold, deductibles going up, choice has gone down. It's a failed health care program, regardless of the intentions. The subsidies would just prop up this program, number one. Number two, Democrats put those in place during COVID for COVID. They didn't extend them. They didn't make them permanent. They made green energy subsidies for corporations permanent. They didn't do it for these COVID subsidies because they were supposed to go away when COVID went away. And GAO and the other watchdogs like CBO have demonstrated that they are fraught with waste, fraud, and abuse. 6 million plus people inelibly on the program, tens of billions of fraud. Social Security numbers used 120 plus times. Social Security numbers from dead people have been used to siphon money from the program. So it's flawed on so many levels, not the least of which is we're actually subsidizing people with these COVID-era subsidies who are making $600,000 plus. They're going to wealthy people. There's no income cap. It's a bad policy, okay? It's a bad policy propping up another bad government program. That's why Republicans are putting forward this week several reforms that CBO says would reduce premiums by 11% with one provision, would reduce the spend by $30 billion. Democrats have supported several of these. They're not joining with us for a couple reasons. One, they want socialized medicine. They want a completely government-run program. When the more government we've gotten, the higher the cost of care has gotten, and there's that almost one-for-one correlation, if not worse. Secondly, I think they want a wedge issue for November. They see this as an opportunity to drive a wedge and use it as a cudgel against Republicans for November. I think it's a purely political motive for some, not for all Democrats, but I'm happy to have the debate. And it starts with stop throwing good money after bad by extending a COVID-era fraud-ridden subsidy that's propping up a failed program.
If neither bill reaches the president's desk by the end of the week, as it appears might happen, do you have any concerns about these subsidies ending at the end of the year, or do you think that that's the right way to go forward?
These subsidies are, like I said, fraught with tens of billions in fraud. Democrats have said our solution to the healthcare affordability issue, which I think is real, by the way, but their solution is to do an extension, a straight extension, no reforms, to something that we know has tens of billions in fraud, millions of ineligible people, no income cap. People are getting something for free, so there's no personal responsibility or skin in the game. Of course we shouldn't. And by the way, it's making healthcare costs go up since Obamacare, and in addition to the acceleration of premium increases because of the subsidies, the additional COVID subsidies. So we shouldn't be doing what takes us in the wrong direction in terms of healthcare affordability. Now, to your point, neither of these things are going to pass. Republicans need to have the political will to unite around some reforms that we can put in a reconciliation package like we did with the big, beautiful bill, like we did with tax, energy, fiscal reforms, entitlement reforms, welfare to work reforms. Those things that we did for the first 6 months, we did it unilaterally because reconciliation basically bypasses the filibuster, and you don't need 60 votes in the Senate, so you can do an exercise legislatively without Democrat support in the Senate. Why would we leave that tool in the toolbox? So that's what we're going to have to do ultimately. I don't think Democrats are going to work with us. We're certainly not going to get the bill that we pass out of the House today or this week out of the Senate. We need Democrat support. So we have to use the tool that is the most consequential tool, most effective tool, while we have, unified Republican leadership in Congress. And that's what I'm trying to encourage my conference to do and all Republicans here in Washington.
President Trump traveled to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware for a dignified transfer ceremony honoring the 2 Iowa National Guard members who were killed in an attack in Syria. Here's more from that ceremony.
I'm Kristen Eskow. Lawmakers in the House and Senate Armed Services Committees received classified briefings earlier on boat strikes in the Caribbean. The Trump administration says these boats are carrying illegal drugs. Now, earlier, the Pentagon briefed lawmakers on a September 2nd attack that involved multiple strikes and has since come under scrutiny.
Admiral Frank Bradley returned to Capitol Hill Wednesday to brief armed services committees on boat strikes in the Caribbean. Bradley oversaw the September 2nd attack that involved a second strike, which killed 2 survivors of the first strike.
The American people absolutely need to see this video. I think they would be shocked, sickened, even ashamed.
For the second time this month, lawmakers were divided along party lines after watching video of the second strike, offering different perspectives about what they saw.
I think the Democrats ought to be ashamed of themselves by trying to slander Admiral Bradley, who was executing a lawful order. The men on the boat were trying to continue their mission.
The briefings come not long after President Trump designated Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro's regime a foreign terrorist organization and announced the blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers into Venezuela.
I think the mission is right, but continued hostilities does require congressional approval.
Other Republicans disagree with Nebraska Congressman Don Bacon.
I think the president is well within his authority and well within appropriateness and reasonableness to do what he's doing.
The president has also said he plans to expand the operation to include strikes on land. In Washington, I'm Kristen Eskow.
Here's more from lawmakers following their briefing with Admiral Bradley.
I just was in the skiff. I saw the video, and I think the Democrats ought to be ashamed of themselves by trying to slander Admiral Bradley, who was executing a lawful order. The men on the boat were trying to continue their mission. That's the truth. And you got to remember where this started. The Democrats and the Washington Post falsely claiming that there was a kill everybody order. That's false. That's been debunked even by the New York Times. And so in an effort to protect American citizens from the poisoning that's happened, 100,000 people die every year, we have a vested interest in making sure these narco-terrorists don't kill Americans. And so in this instance, the people and the boat were sunk. And 100% legally justified. I also reviewed the 40-plus legal memorandum that lays out that justification. So if any Democrat comes out here and questions that, they're lying to you. They're lying to you because they don't like Pete Hegseth, they don't like President Trump, and they're willing to throw service members and highly decorated military men and women under the bus. And by the way, encourage people to break the chain of command because they don't like Trump.
The American people absolutely need to see this video. I think they would be shocked, sickened, even ashamed by this second video. And there is no justification for withholding this second video when the other videos have already been shown. There are no sources and methods that would be compromised. And I was just really deeply disturbed, even shocked.
What about the legality of it? Does it amount to a war crime, do you think?
I think there are serious questions about criminal culpability here. And there is certainly a need for more intensive, thorough investigation, an immediate subpoena for all of the records, documents, orders, after-action reports, and other videos. And I'm deeply worried that there may be a loss or destruction of evidence here.
This just confirms what I said yesterday, that the processes we're using to find, fix, and finish these terrorists are the same processes we've been using across multiple combatant commands, geographies all over the world, multiple administrations, Republican and Democrat, with allies as well, our Five Eyes allies and our NATO allies. We've been conducting thousands of strikes like this for years. It's not pretty for folks in this body, very few of whom have served, even fewer have served in combat. Seeing people get killed on video is not fun, and they don't like the messy reality that we kill bad guys, and that's our job. So Admiral Bradley's done a great job. I'm totally confident in the legal basis for what he's done, and we got to keep going, because until these guys are done shipping drugs, there's still a threat. It's worth pointing out that since these strikes have begun, the amount of drugs crossing into America has absolutely plummeted. And those drugs kill thousands, tens of thousands of Americans. So the job that this task force has been given by the administration, which is to eliminate the flow of drugs into this country, is working. and everything they're doing is legal.
The Admiral was very candid with us. I appreciate that. But what I can say, it's deeply disturbing. And what I will say, without revealing anything that happened in the classified briefing, I have deep concerns about why the second strike was conducted. And so without revealing what we talked about, because that is classified, that's really all I can say. But I have deep concerns about the justification for the second strike.
What about the legality? Is it a war crime?
You know, I have deep concerns about the justification. We are hoping, and what everyone needs to do is this. Every person in this country needs to at least be sure that every member of Congress sees this video. It is up to us to declare war. It is up to us to see that they're withholding this video. Number one is particularly distressing. Number two, why do they release some videos and not this video? And so they say, well, those videos are edited. Well, you may edit out sources and methods in these videos as well. So again, their justification for not allowing members of Congress, who this is our oversight ability, firing inspector generals, kicking out the press squad from the Pentagon and replacing them with people who are not real members of the press.
While Congress debates the looming expiration of these health care tax credits, I sat down with California Republican Congressman Kevin Kiley about those health care credits, his bill to extend them, and some of his frustrations with House leadership.
Without an extension of Affordable Care Act tax credits before they expire in 2 weeks, millions of Americans could see skyrocketing health care costs.
What that means is for tens of thousands of my constituents, 22 million Americans, you're going to be paying thousands of dollars more for health care.
California Republican Congressman Kevin Kiley says Speaker Mike Johnson's plan, which doesn't extend the credits, is unlikely to become law, and neither is Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries' 3-year extension.
What we need is a compromise, and that's the basic problem here, is an unwillingness to compromise. The Speaker won't even bring anything related to the extensions to the floor, and the Minority Leader is unwilling to consider any of these compromise bills that have been offered by Democrats and Republicans alike.
Kiley sponsored one of those bipartisan bills, the Fix-It Act, to extend the tax credits for 2 years and pay for the extension with other reforms.
But Democrats' plan gained some momentum Wednesday when 4 moderate Republicans, not including Kiley, signed onto a petition to force a vote for a 3-year extension.
Leadership is not coming from the actual leadership in the House. It's a group of us members who are trying to sort of reclaim Congress's legislative authority and get the House to lead on this issue.
Kiley's been at odds with House leadership other times this year, too, calling out Speaker Johnson for not bringing his bill to ban mid-decade redistricting to the floor and keeping the House out of session nearly 2 months during the shutdown.
Do you think Speaker Johnson is the right leader for Republicans now and for this country?
Well, we'll revisit that in about a year after the next election, when every time Congress begins a new term, the leadership is chosen anew.
Kiley says lawmakers' inaction only hurts Americans' confidence that Congress can get things done.
The American people should not be forced to suffer, to pay this very high cost because Congress fails to act.
Asked about his leadership Wednesday, Speaker Johnson insisted he has not lost control of the House.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent unveiled more details about Trump's savings accounts Wednesday. They aim to help American children save and build wealth.
Thanks to President Trump, eligible children born between January 1, 2025 and December 31, 2028 will receive a $1,000 contribution from the Treasury Department that will immediately be invested in an index fund. To claim this investment, most families need merely check a box on Form 4547, the most aptly named tax document of all time. The compound growth from Treasury's initial seed funding alone stands to make young Americans wealthy. The S&P has grown at a rate of 10.5% each year on average since the 1950s. Assuming that growth rate continues, a single $1,000 deposit into a Trump account at birth will grow to over $600,000 by the age of retirement. Our president is putting the American dream within reach of every citizen, no matter the circumstances of birth. When young Americans turn 28, they can use their Trump accounts to keep saving for their retirement, or they can use them to purchase a home or further their education, two hallmarks of the American dream. Trump accounts will benefit from the compound growth of Treasury's initial seed funding, but they can also benefit from outside donations. Starting on July 4th, our nation's 250th anniversary, parents, family members, employers, and friends will be able to contribute up to $5,000 to each Trump account each year. By contributing the maximum amount each year, the Council of Economic Advisors estimates that a child's Trump account would be worth more than $1 million by the time they turn 28. We foresee a day when employers offer matching contributions to Trump accounts in the same way they offer matching contributions to retirement accounts. And we foresee a day when parents contribute to their children's Trump accounts in the same way they would contribute to their 529 account. Keep in mind that parents can create Trump accounts for any child under 18, not just those born between 2025 and 28.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are highlighting legislation that would fix a Department of Education policy that restricts student loan access for some graduate programs. Take a listen.
We're here to announce the introduction of the Loan Equity for Advanced Professionals Act, the LEAP Act, which restores fairness and financial parity for all advanced degree students and prevents the Department of Education from enforcing a misguided and harmful policy that congressional Republicans snuck into the big ugly bill. Under the reckless provision passed in H.R. 1, students seeking to build careers as nurses, occupational therapists, physical therapists, mental health professionals, social workers, speech language pathologists, and public health professionals have seen the federal loan amount they can take out decimated. The fallout won't stop with healthcare workers. Teachers, architects, accountants, engineers, and countless other professionals have also been stripped of access to dependable, flexible federal student loans, leaving many with no choice but to turn to predatory private lenders and to take on even more debt in a system that's already too expensive. If this policy is not reversed, fewer people will be able to pursue the education needed to work in healthcare, and our communities across the country will lose access to timely, affordable, quality care. The LEAP Act fixes this. It ensures that graduate and professional students have equal access to student loans, because access to education should not depend on wealth or privilege. When we block access to education, we shrink our care economy. We stifle job growth. We drive up healthcare costs, and we leave communities waiting longer for care or going without it entirely. Republicans in Washington want aspiring healthcare professionals to mortgage their futures before they even treat their first patients. Their policy deters young Americans from answering the call to serve their communities and care for others. This is a callous assault on the very people who hold this nation together. Every prospective student who dreams of helping people.
I want to be very clear, because language matters and labels matter. To suggest that nurses, teachers, occupational and physical therapists, social workers, and others who dedicate their lives to caring for people are somehow not in a professional field is not just wrong. It's insulting. It's a slap in the face to the people who show up every day for our communities, keeping them healthy, educated, and safe. These are professionals. There's nothing to debate here. In my home state of Hawaii, we are facing severe workforce shortages, especially in healthcare and education. We don't have enough nurses or teachers. We don't have enough social workers or physical and occupational therapists. And these shortages are made worse by one of the highest costs of living in this country and the soaring cost of advanced education. Now, instead of helping find a solution, the Department of Education is putting up yet another barrier, capping federal loan access for graduate students simply because their programs aren't labeled professional. Here's what that means on the ground. In rural America, including Hawaii's neighbor islands, this isn't an abstract policy debate. This is real life. These are places where nurses are writing scripts so patients can get their medications, where therapists help heal people locally so they don't have to leave their hometowns or their islands for care, where social workers are often the only lifeline for families in crisis.
Those are some of the top stories from our nation's capital Wednesday. For more news like this, be sure to check out the other videos on our app. In Washington, I'm Maddie Beertemple.